Chapter 20 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 20. The Black Hens. It was time the two couples disappeared. Catherine was putting the key in the lock of the second door just as Coquenard and Madame de Nevers stepped out of the house by the lower entrance, and Catherine, as she entered, could hear the steps of the fugitives on the stairs. She cast a searching glance around, and then fixing her suspicious eyes on Réné, who stood motionless, bowing before her, said: "Who was that?" "Some lovers who are satisfied with the assurance I gave them that they are really in love." "Never mind them," said Catherine, shrugging her shoulders. "Is there no one else here?" "No one but your Majesty and myself." "Have you done what I ordered you?" "About the two black hens?" "Yes." "They are ready, madame." "Ah," muttered Catherine, "if you were a Jew!" "Why a Jew, madame?" "Because you could then read the precious treatises which the Hebrews have written about sacrifices. I have had one of them translated, and I found that the Hebrews did not look for omens in the heart or liver as the Romans did, but in the configuration of the brain and in the shape of the letters traced there by the all-powerful hand of destiny." "Yes, madame, so I have heard from an old rabbi." "There are," said Catherine, "characters thus marked that reveal all the future. Only the Chaldean seers recommend." "Recommend what?" asked Réné, seeing the queen hesitate. "That the experiment shall be tried on the human brain as more developed and more nearly sympathizing with the wishes of the consulter." "Alas," said Réné, "your Majesty knows it is impossible." "Difficult, at least," said Catherine. "If we had known this at St. Bartholomew's, what a rich harvest we might have had! The first convict! But I will think of it. Meantime, let us do what we can. Is the chamber of sacrifice prepared?" "Yes, madame." "Let us go there." Réné lighted a taper made of strange substances, the odor of which, both insidious and penetrating, as well as nauseating and stupefying, betokened the introduction of many elements. Holding this taper up, he preceded Catherine into the cell. Catherine selected from amongst the sacrificial instruments a knife of blue steel, while Réné took up one of the two fowls that were huddling in one corner with anxious golden eyes. "How shall we proceed?" "We will examine the liver of the one and the brain of the other. If these two experiments lead to the same results, we must be convinced, especially if these results coincide with those we got before." "Which shall we begin with?" "With the liver." "Very well," said Réné, and he fastened the bird down to two rings attached to the little altar, so that the creature, turned on its back, could only struggle without stirring from the spot. Catherine opened its breast with a single stroke of her knife. The fowl uttered 3 cries, and after some convulsions expired. "Always 3 cries," said Catherine, "3 signs of death." She then opened the body. "And the liver inclining to the left, always to the left. A triple death followed by a downfall. 'Tis terrible, Réné." "We must see, madame, whether the presages from the second will correspond with those of the first." Réné unfastened the body of the fowl from the altar and tossed it into a corner. Then he went to the other, which, foreseeing what its fate would be by its companions, tried to escape by running round the cell, and finding itself pent up in a corner, flew over Réné's head, and in its flight extinguished the magic taper Catherine held. "You see, Réné, thus shall our race be extinguished," said the queen. "Death shall breathe upon it and destroy it from the face of the earth. Yet 3 sons, 3 sons!" she murmured sorrowfully. Réné took from her the extinguished taper and went into the adjoining room to relight it. On his return he saw the hen hiding its head in the tunnel. "This time," said Catherine, "I will prevent the cries, for I will cut off the head at once." And accordingly, as soon as the hen was bound, Catherine, as she had said, severed the head at a single blow. But in the last agony the beak opened 3 times and then closed forever. "Do you see?" said Catherine, terrified. "Instead of 3 cries, 3 sighs. Always 3. They will all three die. All these spirits before they depart count and call three. Let us now see the prognostications in the head." She severed the bloodless comb from the head, carefully opened the skull, and laying bare the lobes of the brain, endeavored to trace a letter formed in the bloody sinuosities made by the division of the central pulp. "Always so!" cried she, clasping her hands. "And this time clearer than ever. See here." Réné approached. "What is the letter?" asked Catharine. "An H." "How many times repeated?" Réné counted. "4," he said. I see it. That is to say, Henry the Fourth. Oh!" she cried, flinging the knife from her. "I am accursed in my posterity." She was terrible, that woman, pale as a corpse, lighted by the dismal taper, and clasping her bloody hands. "He will reign!" she exclaimed, with a sigh of despair. "He will reign!" "He will reign," repeated Réné, plunged in meditation. Nevertheless, the gloomy expression of Catharine's face soon disappeared under the light of a thought which unfolded in the depths of her mind. "Réné," said she, stretching out her hand toward the perfumer without lifting her head from her breast, "Réné, is there not a terrible history of a doctor at Perugia who killed at once by the aid of a pomade his daughter and his daughter's lover?" "Yes, madame." "And this lover was—" "Was King Ladislas, madame." "Ah, yes," murmured she. "Have you any of the details of this story?" "I have an old book which mentions it," replied Réné. "Well, let us go into the other room, and you can show it to me." They left the cell, the door of which Réné closed after him. "Has your majesty any other orders to give me concerning the sacrifices?" "No, Réné, I am for the present sufficiently convinced. We will wait till we can secure the head of some criminal, and on the day of the execution you must arrange with the hangman." Réné bowed in token of obedience. Then, holding his candle up, he let the light fall on the shelves where his books stood, climbed on a chair, took one down, and handed it to the queen. Catharine opened it. "What is this?" she asked. "On the method of raising and training tercels, falcons, and gerfalcons to be courageous, valiant, and always ready for flight." "Ah, pardon me, madame, I made a mistake. That is a treatise on venery written by a scientific man of Lucca for the famous Castruccio Castracani. It stood next the other and was bound exactly like it. I took down the wrong one. However, it is a very precious volume. There are only 3 copies extant. One belongs to the library at Venice, the other was bought by your grandfather Lorenzo, and was offered by Pietro de Medici to King Charles VIII. when he visited Florence, and the third you have in your hands." "I venerate it," said Catharine, "because of its rarity, but as I do not need it, I return it to you." And she held out her hand to Réné to receive the book which she wished, while with her left hand she returned to him the one which she had first taken. This time Réné was not mistaken. It was the volume she wished. He stepped down, turned the leaves for a moment, and gave it to her open. Catharine went and sat down at a table. Réné placed the magic taper near her, and by the light of its bluish flame she read a few lines in an undertone. "Good," said she, shutting the book. "That is all I wanted to know." She rose from her seat, leaving the book on the table, but bearing away the idea which had germinated in her mind and would ripen there. Réné waited respectfully, taper in hand, until the queen, who seemed about to retire, should give him fresh orders or ask fresh questions. Catharine, with her head bent and her finger on her mouth, walked up and down several times without speaking. Then, suddenly stopping before Réné and fixing on him her eyes, round and piercing like a hawk's: "Confess you have made for her some love philtre," said she. "For whom?" asked Réné, starting. "La Sauve." "I, madame?" said Réné. "Never." "Never?" "I swear it on my soul." "There must be some magic in it, however, for he is desperately in love with her, though he is not famous for his constancy." "Who, madame?" He, Henry, the accursed, he who is to succeed my 3 sons, he who shall one day be called Henry IV, and is yet the son of Jeanne d'Albret." And Catharine accompanied these words with a sigh which made Réné shudder, for he thought of the famous gloves he had prepared by Catharine's order for the Queen of Navarre. "So he still runs after her, does he?" said Réné. "He does," replied the queen. "I thought that the King of Navarre was quite in love with his wife now." "A farce, Réné, a farce. I know not why, but every one is seeking to deceive me. My daughter Marguerite is leagued against me. Perhaps she, too, is looking forward to the death of her brothers. Perhaps she, too, hopes to be Queen of France." "Perhaps so," re-echoed Réné, falling back into his own reverie and echoing Catharine's terrible suspicion. "Ha! We shall see," said Catharine, going to the main door, for she doubtless judged it useless to descend the secret stair, now that she was sure that they were alone. Réné preceded her, and in a few minutes they stood in the perfumer's shop. "You promised me some new kind of cosmetic for my hands and lips, Réné. The winter is at hand, and you know how sensitive my skin is to the cold." "I have already provided for this, madame, and I shall bring you some to-morrow." "You would not find me in before 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. I shall be occupied with my devotions during the day." "I will be at the Louvre at 9 o'clock then, madame." "Madame de Sauve has beautiful hands and beautiful lips," said Catharine in a careless tone. "What pomade does she use?" "For her hands?" "Yes, for her hands first." "Heliotrope." "What for her lips?" "She is going to try a new opiate of my invention. I was going to bring your majesty a box of it at the same time." Catharine mused an instant. "She is certainly a very beautiful creature," said she, pursuing her secret thoughts, "and the passion of the Béarnais for her is not strange at all." "And she is so devoted to your majesty," said Réné. "At least I should think so." Catharine smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "When a woman loves, is she faithful to anyone but her lover? You must have given her some philtre, Réné." "I swear I have not, madame." "Well, well, we'll say no more about it. Show me this new opiate you spoke of, that is, to make her lips fresher and rosier than ever." Réné approached a shelf and showed Catharine 6 small boxes of the same shape, round silver boxes ranged side by side. "This is the only philtre she ever asked me for," observed Réné. "It is true, as your majesty says, I composed it expressly for her lips are so tender that the sun and wind affect them equally." Catharine opened one of the boxes. It contained a most fascinating carmine paste. "Give me some paste for my hands, Réné," she said. "I will take it away with me." Réné took the taper and went to seek, in a private compartment, what the queen asked for. As he turned, he fancied that he saw the queen quickly conceal a box under her mantle. He was, however, too familiar with these little thefts of the queen mother to have the rudeness to seem to perceive the movement. So, wrapping the cosmetic, she demanded in a paper bag ornamented with fleur-de-lis. "Here it is, madame," he said. "Thanks, Réné," returned the queen. Then, after a moment's silence, "Do not give Madame de Sauve that paste for a week or 10 days. I wish to make the first trial of it myself." And she prepared to go. "Your majesty, do you desire me to accompany you?" asked Réné. "Only to the end of the bridge," replied Catharine. "My gentlemen and my litter wait for me there." They left the house at the end of the Rue de la Barillerie, for gentlemen on horseback and a plain litter were waiting. On his return, Réné's first care was to count his boxes of opiates. One was wanting. End of chapter 20. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 21 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 21. Madame de Sauve's apartment. Catharine was not deceived in her suspicions. Henry had resumed his former habits and went every evening to Madame de Sauve's. At first he accomplished this with the greatest secrecy. but gradually he grew negligent and ceased to take any precautions, so that Catherine had no trouble in finding out that while Marguerite was still nominally Queen of Navarre, Madame de Sauve was the real queen. At the beginning of this story we said a word or two about Madame de Sauve's apartment, but the door opened by Dariole to the King of Navarre closed hermetically behind him, so that these rooms, the scene of the Béarnase's mysterious amours, are totally unknown to us. The quarters, like those furnished by princes for their dependents in the palaces occupied by them in order to have them within reach, were smaller and less convenient than what she could have found in the city itself. As the reader already knows, they were situated on the second floor of the palace, almost immediately above those occupied by Henry himself. The door opened into a corridor, the end of which was lighted by an arched window with small leaded panes, so that even in the loveliest days of the year only a dubious light filtered through. During the winter, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it was necessary to light a lamp, but as this contained no more oil than in summer, it went out by 10 o'clock, and thus, as soon as the winter days arrived, gave the two lovers the greatest security. A small antechamber, carpeted with yellow-flowered damask, a reception-room with hangings of blue velvet, a sleeping-room, the bed adorned with twisted columns and rose satin curtains, enshrining a ruelle ornamented with a looking-glass set in silver, and 2 paintings representing the loves of Venus and Adonis. Such was the residence, or as one would say nowadays, the nest, of the lovely lady-in-waiting to Queen Catherine de Medici. If one had looked sharply, one would have found, opposite a toilet table provided with every accessory, a small door in a dark corner of this room, opening into a sort of oratory, where, raised on 2 steps, stood a prie-dieu. In this little chapel on the wall hung 3 or 4 paintings, to the highest degree spiritual, as if to serve as a corrective to the 2 mythological pictures which we mentioned. Among these paintings were hung on gilded nails weapons such as women carried. That evening, which was the one following the scenes which we have described as taking place at Maître René's, Madame de Sauve, seated in her bedroom on a couch, was telling Henry about her fears and her love, and was giving him as a proof of her love the devotion which she had shown on the famous night following St. Bartholomew's, the night which, it will be remembered, Henry spent in his wife's quarters. Henry, on his side, was expressing his gratitude to her. Madame de Sauve was charming that evening in her simple batiste wrapper, and Henry was very grateful. At the same time, as Henry was really in love, he was dreamy. Madame de Sauve, who had come actually to love instead of pretending to love as Catherine had commanded, kept gazing at Henry to see if his eyes were in accord with his words. "Come now, Henry," she was saying, "be honest. That night which you spent in the boudoir of Her Majesty the Queen of Navarre, with Monsieur de la Mole at your feet, didn't you feel sorry that that worthy gentleman was between you and the Queen's bedroom?" "Certainly I did, sweetheart," said Henry, "for the only way that I could reach this room where I am so comfortable, where at this instant I am so happy, was for me to pass through the Queen's room." Madame de Sauve smiled. "And you have not been there since?" "Only as I have told you." "You will never go to her without informing me?" "Never." "Would you swear to it?" "Certainly I would, if I were still a Huguenot, but"— "But what?" "But the Catholic religion, the dogmas of which I am now learning, teach me that one must never take an oath." "Gascon!" exclaimed Madame de Sauve, shaking her head. "But now it is my turn, Charlotte," said Henry. "If I ask you some questions, will you answer?" "Certainly I will," replied the young woman. "I have nothing to hide from you." "Now look here, Charlotte," said the king. "Explain to me just for once how it came about that after the desperate resistance which you made to me before my marriage, you became less cruel to me, who am an awkward Béarnais, an absurd provincial, a prince too poverty-stricken indeed to keep the jewels of his crown polished." "Henry," said Charlotte, "you are asking the explanation of the enigma which the philosophers of all countries have been trying to determine for the past 3,000 years. Henry, never ask a woman why she loves you. Be satisfied with asking, 'Do you love me?'" "Do you love me, Charlotte?" asked Henry. "I love you," replied Madame de Sauve with a fascinating smile. dropping her pretty hand into her lover's. Henry retained the hand. "But," he went on to say, following out his thoughts, "supposing I have guessed the word which the philosophers have been vainly trying to find for 3,000 years, at least as far as you are concerned, Charlotte?" Madame de Sauve blushed. "You love me," pursued Henry. "Consequently, I have nothing else to ask you, and I consider myself the happiest man in the world. But you know, happiness is always accompanied by some lack. Adam, in the midst of Eden, was not perfectly happy, and he bit into that miserable apple which imposed upon us all that love for novelty that makes everyone spend his life in the search for something unknown. Tell me, my darling, in order to help me to find mine, didn't Queen Catherine at first bid you to love me?" "Henry," exclaimed Madame de Sauve, "speak lower when you speak of the Queen Mother." "Oh!" exclaimed Henry, with a spontaneity and boldness which deceived Madame de Sauve herself, "it was a good thing formerly to distrust her, kind mother that she is. But then we were not on good terms. But now that I am her daughter's husband—" "Madame Marguerite's husband!" exclaimed Charlotte, flushing with jealousy. "Speak low in your turn," said Henry. "Now that I am her daughter's husband, we are the best friends in the world. What was it they wanted? For me to become a Catholic, so it seems. Well, grace has touched me, and by the intercession of Saint Bartholomew, I have become one. We live together like brethren in a happy family, like good Christians." "And Queen Marguerite?" "Queen Marguerite," replied Henry, "oh, well, she is the link uniting us." "But, Henry, you said that the Queen of Navarre, as a reward for the devotion I showed her, had been generous to me. If what you say is true, if this generosity, for which I have cherished deep gratitude toward her, is genuine, she is a connecting link easy to break. So you cannot trust to this support, for you have not made your pretended intimacy impose on anyone." "Still, I do rest on it, and for 3 months it has been the bolster on which I have slept." "Then, Henry," cried Madame de Sauve, "you have deceived me, and Madame Marguerite is really your wife." Henry smiled. "There, Henry," said Madame de Sauve, "you have given me one of those exasperating smiles which make me feel the cruel desire to scratch your eyes out, king though you are." "Then," said Henry, "I seem to be imposing now by means of this pretended friendship, since there are moments when, king though I am, you desire to scratch out my eyes because you believe that it exists." "Henry, Henry," said Madame de Sauve, "I believe that God himself does not know what your thoughts are." "My sweetheart," said Henry, "I think that Catherine first told you to love me, next, that your heart told you the same thing, and that when those two voices are speaking to you, you hear only your hearts. Now here am I love you, and love you with my whole heart, and that is the very reason why if I should ever have secrets I should not confide them to you. For fear of compromising you, of course, for the queen's friendship is changeable. It is a mother-in-law's." This was not what Charlotte expected. It seemed to her that the thickening veil between her and her lover every time she tried to sound the depths of his bottomless heart was assuming the consistency of a wall, and was separating them from each other. So she felt the tears springing to her eyes as he made this answer, and as it struck 10 o'clock just at that moment. "Sire," said Charlotte, "it is my bedtime. My duties call me very early tomorrow morning to the Queen Mother." "So you drive me away tonight, do you, sweetheart?" "Henry, I am sad. As I am sad, you would find me tedious, and you would not like me any more. You see that it is better for you to withdraw." "Very good," said Henry. "I will withdraw if you insist upon it. Only, ventre Saint Gris, you must at least grant me the favor of staying for your toilet." "But Queen Marguerite, sire? Won't you keep her waiting if you remain?" "Charlotte," replied Henry gravely, "it was agreed between us that we should never mention the Queen of Navarre, but it seems to me that this evening we have talked about nothing but her." Madame de Sauve sighed. Then she went and sat down before her toilet table, Henry took a chair, pulled it along toward the one that served as his mistress's seat, and setting one knee on it while he leaned on the back of the other, he said, "Come, my good little Charlotte, let me see you make yourself beautiful, and beautiful for me, whatever you said. Heavens, what things! What scent bottles, what powders, what phials, what perfumery boxes!" "It seems a good deal," said Charlotte with a sigh, "and yet it is too little, since with it all I have not as yet found the means of reigning exclusively over your Majesty's heart." "There!" exclaimed Henry, "let us not fall back on politics. What is that little fine, delicate brush? Should it not be for painting the eyebrows of my Olympian Jupiter?" "Yes, sire," replied Madame de Sauve, "and you have guessed at the first shot." "And that little pretty ivory rake?" "'Tis for parting the hair." "And that charming little silver box with a chased cover?" "Oh, that is something Réné sent, sire. 'Tis the famous opiate which he has been promising me so long, to make still sweeter the lips which your Majesty has been good enough sometimes to find rather sweet." And Henry, as if to test what the charming woman said, touched his lips to the ones which she was looking at so attentively in the mirror. Now that they were returning to the field of coquetry, the cloud began to lift from the Baroness's brow. She took up the box which had thus been explained, and was just going to show Henry how the vermilion Sauve was used, when a sharp rap at the antechamber door startled the two lovers. "Someone is knocking, madame," said Dariole, thrusting her head through the opening of the portière. "Go and find out who it is, and come back," said Madame de Sauve. Henry and Charlotte looked at each other anxiously, and Henry was beginning to think of retiring to the oratory in which he had already more than once taken refuge, when Dariole appeared. "Madame," said she, "it is Maître Réné, the perfumer." At this name Henry frowned, and involuntarily bit his lips. "Do you want me to refuse him admission?" asked Charlotte. "No," said Henry, "Maître Réné never does anything without having previously thought about it. If he comes to you, it is because he has a reason for coming." "In that case, do you wish to hide?" "I shall be careful not to," said Henry, "for Maître Réné knows everything. Therefore Maître Réné knows that I'm here." "But has not your Majesty some reason for thinking his presence painful to you?" "I?" said Henry, making an effort which in spite of his will power he could not wholly dissimulate. "I? None at all. We are rather cool to each other, it is true, but since the night of Saint Bartholomew we have been reconciled." "Let him enter," said Madame de Sauve to Dariole. A moment later Réné appeared and took in the whole room at a glance. Madame de Sauve was still before her toilet table. Henry had resumed his place on the couch. Charlotte was in the light and Henry in the shadow. "Madame," said Réné with respectful familiarity, "I have come to offer my apologies." "For what, Réné?" asked Madame de Sauve, with that condescension which pretty women always use toward the world of tradespeople who surround them, and whose duty it is to make them more beautiful. "Because long ago I promised to work for these pretty lips, and because"— "Because you did not keep your promise until today, is that it?" asked Charlotte. "Until today?" repeated Réné. "Yes, it was only today, in fact, this evening, that I received the box you sent me." "Ah, indeed," said Réné, looking strangely at the small opiate box on Madame de Sauve's table, which was precisely like those he had in his shop. "I thought so," he murmured. "And you have used it?" "No, not yet. I was just about to try it as you entered." Réné's face assumed a dreamy expression which did not escape Henry. Indeed, very few things escaped him. "Well, Réné, what are you going to do now?" asked the king. "I? Nothing, sire," said the perfumer. "I am humbly waiting until your Majesty speaks to me before taking leave of Madame la Baronne." "Come now," said Henry, smiling, "do you need my word to know that it is a pleasure to me to see you?" Réné glanced around him, made a tour of the room as if to sound the doors and the curtains with his eye and ear, and he stopped, and standing so that he could embrace at a glance both Madame de Sauve and Henry. "I do not know it," said he, thanks to the admirable instinct which, like a sixth sense, guided him during the first part of his life in the midst of impending dangers. Henry felt that at that moment something strangely resembling a struggle was passing through the mind of the perfumer, and turned towards him, still in the shadow, while the Florentine's face was in the light. "You here at this hour, René?" said he. "Am I unfortunate enough to be in your Majesty's way?" asked the perfumer, stepping back. "No, but I want to know one thing." "What, sire?" "Did you think you would find me here?" "I was sure of it." "You wanted me, then?" "I am glad to have found you, at least." "Have you something to say to me?" persisted Henry. "Perhaps, sire," replied René. Charlotte blushed, for she feared that the revelation which the perfumer seemed anxious to make might have something to do with her conduct towards Henry. Therefore she acted as though, having been wholly engrossed with her toilet, she heard nothing, and interpreted the conversation. "Ah, really, René," said she, opening the opiate box, "you are a delightful man. This cake is a marvelous color, and since you are here I am going to honor you by experimenting with your new production." She took the box in one hand, and with the other touched the tip of her finger to the rose paste, which she was about to raise to her lips. René gave a start. The Baroness smilingly lifted the opiate to her mouth. René turned pale. Still in the shadow, but with fixed and glowing eyes, Henry lost neither the action of the one nor the shudder of the other. Charlotte's hand had but a short distance to go before it would touch her lips when René seized her arm, just as Henry rose to do so. Henry fell back noiselessly on the couch. "One moment, madame," said René with a constrained smile. "You must not use this opiate without special directions." "Who will give me these directions?" "I." "When?" "As soon as I have finished saying what I have to say to His Majesty the King of Navarre." Charlotte opened her eyes wide, understanding nothing of the mysterious language about her, and sat with the opiate pot in one hand, gazing at the tip of her finger red with the rouge. Henry rose, and moved by a thought which, like all those of the young king, had two sides, one which seemed superficial, the other which was deep. He took Charlotte's hand, and, red as it was, made as though to raise it to his lips. "One moment," said René quickly, "one moment. Be kind enough, madame, to rinse your lovely hands with this soap from Naples, which I neglected to send you at the same time as the rouge, and which I have the honor of bringing you now." Drawing from its silver wrapping a cake of green soap, he put it in a vermilion basin, poured some water over it, and with one knee on the floor offered it to Madame de Sauve. "Why, really, Maître René, I no longer recognize you," said Henry. "You are so gallant that you far outstrip every court fop." "Oh, what a delicious perfume!" cried Charlotte, rubbing her beautiful hands with the pearly foam made by the scented cake. René performed his office of courtier to the end. He offered a napkin of fine Frisian linen to Madame de Sauve, who dried her hands on it. "Now," said the Florentine to Henry, "let your mind be at rest, monseigneur." Charlotte gave her hand to Henry, who kissed it, and while she half turned on her chair to listen to what René was about to say, the King of Navarre returned to his couch, more convinced than ever that something unusual was passing through the mind of the perfumer. "Well?" asked Charlotte. The Florentine apparently made an effort to collect all his strength, and then turned towards Henry. End of chapter 21. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 22 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 22. Sire, you shall be king. "Sire," said René to Henry, "I have come to speak of something which has been on my mind for some time." "Perfumery?" said Henry, smiling. "Well, yes, sire, perfumery," replied René with a singular nod of acquiescence. "Speak, I am listening to you. This is a subject which has always interested me deeply." René looked at Henry to try, in spite of his words, to read the impenetrable thought. But seeing that it was perfectly impossible, he continued. "One of my friends, sire, has just arrived from Florence. This friend is greatly interested in astrology." "Yes," interrupted Henry, "I know that it is a passion with Florentines." "In company with the foremost students of the world, he has read the horoscopes of the chief gentlemen of Europe." "Aha!" exclaimed Henry. "And as the House of Bourbon is at the head of the highest, descended as it is from the Count of Clermont, the fifth son of St. Louis, your Majesty must know that your horoscope has not been overlooked." Henry listened still more attentively. "Do you remember this horoscope?" said the King of Navarre, with a smile which he strove to render indifferent. "Oh," replied René, shaking his head, "your horoscope is not one to be forgotten." "Indeed," said Henry ironically. "Yes, sire, according to this horoscope, your Majesty is to have a most brilliant destiny." The young prince gave a lightning glance, which was almost at once lost under cover of indifference. "Every Italian oracle is apt to flatter," said Henry, "but he who flatters lies. Are there not those who have predicted that I would command armies? I," he burst out laughing, but an observer less occupied with himself than René would have noticed and realized the effort of this laugh. "Sire," said René coldly, "the horoscope tells better than that." "Does it foretell that at the head of one of these armies I shall win battles?" "Better than that, sire." "Well," said Henry, "you will see that I shall be conqueror." "Sire, you shall be king." "Well, ventre Saint Gris!" exclaimed Henry, repressing a violent beating of his heart. "Am I not that already?" "Sire, my friend knows what he promises. Not only will you be king, but you will reign." "In that case," said Henry, in the same mocking tone, "your friend must have 10 crowns of gold, must he not, René? For such a prophecy is very ambitious, especially in times like these. Well, René, as I am not rich, I will give your friend 5 now and 5 more when the prophecy is fulfilled." "Sire," said Madame de Sauve, "do not forget that you are already pledged to Dariole, and do not overburden yourself with promises." "Madame," said Henry, "I hope when this time comes that I shall be treated as a king, and that they will be satisfied if I keep half of my promises." "Sire," said René, "I will continue." "Oh, that is not all, then?" said Henry. "Well, if I am emperor, I will give twice as much." "Sire, my friend has returned from Florence with the horoscope, which he renewed in Paris, and which always gives the same result, and he told me a secret." "A secret of interest to his Majesty?" asked Charlotte quickly. "I think so," said the Florentine. "He is searching for words," thought Henry, without in any way coming to René's rescue. "Apparently the thing is difficult to tell." "Speak, then," went on the Baroness de Sauve. "What is it about?" "It is about all the rumors of poisoning," said the Florentine, weighing each of his words separately. "It is about all the rumors of poisoning, which for some time have been circulated around court." A slight movement of the nostrils of the King of Navarre was the only indication of his increased attention at the sudden turn in the conversation. "And your friend the Florentine," said Henry, "knows something about this poisoning?" "Yes, sire." "How can you tell me a secret which is not yours, René, especially when the secret is such an important one?" said Henry in the most natural tone he could assume. "This friend has some advice to ask of your Majesty." "Of me?" "What is there surprising in that, sire? Remember the old soldier of Actium who, having a lawsuit on hand, asked advice of Augustus?" "Augustus was a lawyer, René, and I am not." "Sire, when my friend confided this secret to me, your Majesty still belonged to the Calvinist party, of which you were the chief head, and of which Monsieur de Condé was the second." "Well?" said Henry. This friend hoped that you would use your all-powerful influence over Monsieur de Condé and beg him not to be hostile to him." "Explain this to me, René, if you wish me to understand it," said Henry, without betraying the least change in his face or voice. "Sire, your Majesty will understand at the first word. This friend knows all the particulars of the attempt to poison Monsieur de Condé." "There has been an attempt to poison the Prince de Condé?" exclaimed Henry with a well-assumed astonishment. "Ah, indeed, and when was this?" René looked fixedly at the king and replied merely by these words: "A week ago, your Majesty." "Some enemy?" asked the king. "Yes," replied René, "an enemy whom your Majesty knows and who knows your Majesty." "As a matter of fact," said Henry, "I think I have heard this mentioned, but I am ignorant of the details which your friend has to reveal. Tell them to me." "Well, a perfumed apple was offered to the Prince de Condé. Fortunately, however, when it was brought to him, his physician was with him. He took it from the hands of the messenger and smelled it to test its odor and soundness. 2 days later, a gangrene swelling of the face, an extravasation of the blood, a running sore which ate away his face were the price of his devotion or the result of his imprudence." "Unfortunately," replied Henry, "being half Catholic already, I have lost all influence over Monsieur de Condé. Your friend was wrong, therefore, in addressing himself to me." "It was not only in regard to the Prince de Condé that your Majesty could be of use to my friend, but in regard to the Prince de Porcian also, the brother of the one who was poisoned." "Ah!" exclaimed Charlotte, "do you know, René, that your stories partake of the gruesome? You plead at a poor time. It is late, your conversation is deathlike. Really, your perfumes are worth more." Charlotte again extended her hand towards the opiate box. "Madame," said René, "before testing that, as you are about to do, hear what cruel results wicked men can draw from it." "Really, René," said the baroness, "you are funereal this evening." Henry frowned, but he understood that René wished to reach a goal which he did not yet see, and he resolved to push towards this end the conversation which awakened in him such painful memories. "And," he continued, "you knew the details of the poisoning of the Prince de Porcian?" "Yes," said he, "it is known that every night he left a lamp burning near his bed. The oil was poisoned and he was asphyxiated." Henry clenched his fingers, which were damp with perspiration. "So," he murmured, "he whom you call your friend knows not only the details of the poisoning, but the author of it?" "Yes, and it is for this reason that he wished to ask you if you would use over the Prince of Porcian the remains of that influence and have the murderer pardoned for the death of his brother." "Unfortunately," replied Henry, "still being half Huguenot, I have no influence over Monsieur le Prince de Porcian. Your friend therefore would have done wrong in speaking to me." "But what do you think of the intentions of Monsieur le Prince de Condé and of Monsieur de Porcian?" "How should I know their intentions, René? God, whom I may know, has not given me the privilege of reading their hearts." "Your Majesty must ask yourself," said the Florentine calmly, "is there not in the life of your Majesty some event so gloomy that it can serve as a test of clemency, so painful that it is a touchstone for generosity?" These words were uttered in a tone which made Charlotte herself tremble. It was an allusion so direct, so pointed, that the young woman turned aside to hide her blush and to avoid meeting Henry's eyes. Henry made a supreme effort over himself, his forehead, which during the words of the Florentine wore threatening lines, unbent, and he changed the dignified filial grief which tightened his heart into vague meditation. "In my life," said he, "a gloomy circumstance? No, René, no. I remember in my youth only folly and carelessness mingled with more or less cruel necessity imposed on everyone by the demands of nature and the proofs of God." René in turn became constrained as he glanced from Henry to Charlotte. As though to rouse the one and hold back the other, for Charlotte had returned to her toilet to hide the anxiety caused by their conversation, and had again extended her hand towards the opiate box. "But, sire, if you were the brother of the Prince of Porcian or the son of the Prince de Condé, and if they had poisoned your brother or assassinated your father—" Charlotte uttered a slight cry and raised the opiate to her lips. Réné saw the gesture, but this time he stopped her neither by word nor gesture. He merely exclaimed, "In heaven's name, sire, answer! Sire, if you were in their place, what would you do?" Henry recovered himself. With trembling hand he wiped his forehead, on which stood drops of cold perspiration, and rising to his full height, replied in the midst of the silence which until then had held Réné and Charlotte: "If I were in their place, and if I were sure of being king, that is, sure of representing God on earth, I would act like God, and I should pardon." "Madame!" cried Réné, snatching the opiate from the hands of Madame de Sauve. "Madame, give me back this box. My messenger boy, I see, has made a mistake in it. Tomorrow I will send you another." End of chapter 22. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 23 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 23. A New Convert. The following day there was to be a hunt in the forest of Saint-Germain. Henry had ordered a small Béarnese horse to be made ready for him, that is, to be saddled and bridled at 8 o'clock in the morning. He had intended to give this horse to Madame de Sauve, but he wanted to try it first. At 8:15 the horse was ready. On the stroke of 8 Henry came down to the courtyard. The horse, proud and fiery in spite of its small size, pricked up its ears and pawed the ground. The weather was cold, and a light frost covered the pavement. Henry started to cross the courtyard to the stables, where the horse and the groom were waiting, when a Swiss soldier, whom he passed standing sentinel at the gate, presented arms and said, "God keep his Majesty the King of Navarre." At this wish, and especially at the tone in which it was uttered, the Béarnese started. He turned and stepped back. "De Mouy," he murmured. "Yes, sire, De Mouy." "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you." "Why are you looking for me?" "I must speak to your Majesty." "Unfortunately," said the king, approaching him, "do you not know you risk your head?" "I know it." "Well?" "Well, I am here." Henry turned slightly pale, for he knew that he shared the danger run by this rash young man. He looked anxiously about him and stepped back a second time, no less quickly than he had done at first. He had seen the Duc d'Alençon at a window. At once changing his manner, Henry took the musket from the hands of De Mouy, standing, as we have said, sentinel, and while apparently measuring it. "De Mouy," said he, "it is certainly not without some very strong motive that you have come to bear the lion in his den in this way." "No, sire, I have waited for you a week. Only yesterday I heard that your Majesty was to try a horse this morning, and I took my position at the gate of the Louvre." "But how in this uniform?" "The captain of the company is a Protestant and is one of my friends." "Here is your musket. Return to your duty of sentinel. We are watched. As I come back I will try to say a word to you, but if I do not speak, do not stop me. Adieu." De Mouy resumed his measured walk, and Henry advanced towards the house. "What is that pretty little animal?" asked the Duc d'Alençon from his window. "A horse I am going to try this morning," replied Henry. "But that is not a horse for a man." "Therefore it is intended for a beautiful woman." "Take care, Henry, you are going to be indiscreet, for we shall see this beautiful woman at the hunt, and if I do not know whose knight you are, I shall at least know whose equerry you are." "No, my lord, you will not know," said Henry, with his feigned good humor, "for this beautiful woman cannot go out this morning. She is indisposed." He sprang into the saddle. "Ah, bah!" cried d'Alençon, laughing. "Poor Madame de Sauve!" "François, François, it is you who are indiscreet." "What is the matter with the beautiful Charlotte? went on the Duc d'Alençon. "Why," replied Henry, spurring his horse to a gallop and making him describe a graceful curve, "why, I have no idea. A heaviness in the head, according to what Dariol tells me, a torpor of the whole body, in short, general debility." "And will this prevent you from joining us?" asked the duke. "I? Why should it?" asked Henry. "You know that I dote on a hunt, and that nothing could make me miss one." "But you will miss this one, Henry," said the duke, after he had turned and spoken for an instant with someone unnoticed by Henry, who addressed François from the rear of the room, "for his majesty tells me that the hunt cannot take place." "Bah!" said Henry in the most disappointed tone imaginable. "Why not?" "Very important letters from Monsieur de Nevers, it seems. There is a council among the king, the queen mother, and my brother, the Duc d'Anjou." Said Henry to himself. "Could any news have come from Poland?" Then aloud, "In that case," he continued, "it is useless for me to run any further risk on this frost. Goodbye, brother." Pulling up his horse in front of De Mouy, "My friend," said he, "call one of your comrades to finish your sentinel duty for you. Help the groom ungirth my horse, put the saddle over your head, and carry it to the saddler's. There is some embroidery to be done on it, which there was not time to finish for today. You will bring an answer to my apartments." De Mouy hastened to obey, for the Duc d'Alençon had disappeared from his window, and it was evident that he suspected something. In fact, scarcely had De Mouy disappeared through the gate before the Duc d'Alençon came in sight. A real Swiss was in De Mouy's place. D'Alençon looked carefully at the new sentinel, then turning to Henry: "This is not the man you were talking with just now, is it, brother?" "The other is a young man who belongs to my household, and whom I had enter the Swiss guards. I have just given him a commission, and he has gone to carry it out." "Ah!" said the duke, as if this reply sufficed. "And how is Marguerite?" "I am going to ask her, brother." "Have you not seen her since yesterday?" "No, I went to her about 11 o'clock last night, but Gillonne told me that she was tired and had gone to sleep." "You will not find her in her room. She has gone out." "Oh!" said Henry, "very likely. She was to go to the Convent de l'Annonciade." There was no way of carrying the conversation further, as Henry had seemingly made up his mind simply to answer. The two brothers-in-law therefore departed, the Duc d'Alençon to go for news, he said, the King of Navarre to return to his room. Henry had been there scarcely 5 minutes when he heard a knock at the door. "Who is it?" he asked. "Sire," replied a voice which Henry recognized as that of De Mouy, "it is the answer from the saddler." Henry, visibly moved, bade the young man enter and closed the door behind him. "Is it you, De Mouy?" said he. "I hoped that you would reflect." "Sire," replied De Mouy, "I have reflected for 3 months. That is long enough. Now it is time to act." Henry made a gesture of impatience. "Fear nothing, sire. We are alone, and I will make haste, for time is precious. Your Majesty can tell in a word all that the events of the year have lost to the cause of religion. Let us be clear, brief, and frank." "I am listening, my good De Mouy," replied Henry, seeing that it was impossible for him to elude the explanation. "Is it true that your Majesty has abjured the Protestant religion?" "It is true," said Henry. "Yes, but is it with your lips or at heart?" "One is always grateful to God when he saves our life," replied Henry, turning the question as he had a habit of doing in such cases, "and God has evidently saved me from this cruel danger." "Sire," resumed De Mouy, "let us admit one thing." "What?" "That your abjuring is not a matter of conviction, but of calculation. You have abjured so that the king would let you live, and not because God has saved your life." "Whatever the cause of my conversion, De Mouy," replied Henry, "I am none the less a Catholic." "Yes, but shall you always be one? The first chance you have for resuming your freedom of life and of conscience, will you not resume it? Well, this opportunity has presented itself. La Rochelle has revolted. Roussillon and Béarn are merely waiting for one word before acting. In Guienne, everyone cries for war. Merely tell me if you were forced into taking this step, and I will answer for the future." "A gentleman of my birth is not forced, my dear De Mouy. That which I have done voluntarily." "But, sire," said the young man, his heart oppressed with this resistance which he had not expected, "you do not remember that in acting thus you abandon and betray us." Henry was unmoved. "Yes," went on De Mouy, "yes, you betray us, sire, for several of us, at the risk of our lives, have come to save your honor and your liberty. We are prepared to offer you a throne, sire. Do you realize this? Not only liberty, but a power, a throne of your own choice, for in 2 months you could choose between Navarre and France." "De Mouy," said Henry, covering his eyes, which, in spite of himself, had emitted a flash at the above suggestion, "De Mouy, I am safe. I am a Catholic. I am the husband of Marguerite. I am the brother of King Charles. I am the son-in-law of my good mother Catherine. De Mouy, in assuming these various positions, I have calculated their opportunities and also their obligations." "But, sire," said De Mouy, "what must one believe? I am told that your marriage is not contracted, that at heart you are free, that the hatred of Catherine—" "Lies, lies," interrupted the Béarnais hastily. "Yes, you have been shamefully deceived, my friend. This dear Marguerite is indeed my wife. Catherine is really my mother, and King Charles IX. is the lord and master of my life and of my heart." De Mouy shuddered, and an almost scornful smile passed over his lips. "In that case, sire," said he, dropping his arms dejectedly and trying to fathom that soul filled with shadows, "this is the answer I am to take back to my brothers. I shall tell them that the King of Navarre extends his hand and opens his heart to those who have cut our throats. I shall tell them that he has become the flatterer of the Queen Mother and the friend of Maurevel." "My dear De Mouy," said Henry, "the king is coming out of the council chamber, and I must go and find out from him the reasons for our having had to give up so important a thing as a hunt. Adieu. Imitate me, my friend. Give up politics, return to the king, and attend mass." Henry led, or rather pushed into the antechamber the young man, whose amazement was beginning to change into fury. Scarcely was the door closed before, unable any longer to resist the longing to avenge himself on something in defense of someone, De Mouy twisted his hat between his hands, threw it upon the floor, and stamping on it as a bull would stamp on the cloak of the matador, "By Heaven!" he cried, "he is a wretched prince, and I have half a mind to kill myself here in order to stain him forever with my blood." "Hush, Monsieur de Mouy," said a voice through a half-opened door. "Hush! Someone besides myself might hear you." De Mouy turned quickly and perceived the Duc d'Alençon enveloped in a cloak, advancing into the corridor with pale face, to make sure that he and De Mouy were entirely alone. "Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon," cried De Mouy, "I am lost." "On the contrary," murmured the prince, "perhaps you have found what you are looking for, and the proof of this is that I do not want you to kill yourself here as you had an idea of doing just now. Believe me, your blood can in all probability be put to better use than to redden the threshold of the King of Navarre." At these words the duke threw back the door which he had been holding half open. "This chamber belongs to 2 of my gentlemen," said the duke. "No one will interrupt us here. We can therefore talk freely. Come in, monsieur." "I here, monsieur?" cried the conspirator in amazement. He entered the room, the door of which the Duc d'Alençon closed behind him no less quickly than the King of Navarre had done. De Mouy entered, furious, exasperating, cursing. But by degrees the cold and steady glance of the young Duc François had the same effect on the Huguenot captain as does the enchanted lake which dissipates drunkenness. "Monseigneur," said he, "if I understand correctly, your highness wishes to speak to me." "Yes, Monsieur de Mouy," replied François. "In spite of your disguise, I thought I recognized you, and when you presented arms to my brother Henry, I recognized you perfectly. Well, De Mouy, so you are not pleased with the King of Navarre?" "Monseigneur!" "Come, come, tell me frankly, unless you distrust me. Perhaps I am one of your friends." "You, Monseigneur?" "Yes, I. So speak." "I do not know what to say to your highness, Monseigneur. The matter I had to discuss with the King of Navarre concerns interests which your highness would not comprehend. Moreover," added De Mouy with a manner which he strove to render indifferent, "they were mere trifles." "Trifles," said the duke. "Yes, monseigneur." "Trifles for which you felt you would risk your life by coming back to the Louvre, where you know your head is worth its weight in gold. We are not ignorant of that fact of you, as well as the King of Navarre and the Prince de Condé are one of the leaders of the Huguenots." "If you think that, monseigneur, act towards me as the brother of King Charles and the son of Queen Catherine should act." "Why should you wish me to act in that way, when I have told you that I am a friend of yours? Tell me the truth." "Monseigneur," said De Mouy, "I swear to you." "Do not swear, monseigneur. The Reformed Church forbids the taking of oaths, and especially of false oaths." De Mouy frowned. "I tell you all I know," continued the duke. De Mouy was still silent. "You doubt it?" said the prince with affected persistence. "Well, my dear De Mouy, we shall have to be convinced. Come now, you shall judge if I am wrong. Did you or did you not propose to my brother-in-law Henry in his room just now," the duke pointed to the chamber of the Béarnais, "your aid and that of your followers to reinstate him in his kingdom of Navarre?" De Mouy looked at the duke with a startled gaze. "A proposition which he refused with terror." De Mouy was still amazed. "Did you then invoke your old friendship, the remembrance of a common religion? Did you even hold out to the King of Navarre a very brilliant hope, a hope so brilliant that he was dazzled by it, or the hope of winning the crown of France? Come, tell me, am I well informed? Is that what you came to propose to the Béarnais?" "Monseigneur," cried De Mouy, "this is so true that I now wonder if I should not tell your royal highness that you have lied, to arouse in this chamber a combat without mercy, and thus to make sure of the extinction of this terrible secret by the death of both of us." "Gently, my brave De Mouy, gently," said the Duc d'Alençon without changing countenance, or without taking the slightest notice of this terrible threat. "The secret will die better with us if we both live than if one of us were to die. Listen to me, and stop pulling at the handle of your sword. For the third time I say that you are with a friend. Now tell me, did not the King of Navarre refuse everything you offered him?" "Yes, monseigneur, and I admit it, because my avowal can compromise only myself." "On leaving his room, did you not stamp on your hat and cry out that he was a cowardly prince, and unworthy of being your leader?" "That is true, monseigneur, I said that." "Ha! You did! You admit it at last." "Yes." "And this is still your opinion?" "More than ever, monseigneur." "Well, am I, Monsieur de Mouy, I, the third son of Henry II, I, a son of France, am I a good enough gentleman to command your soldiers? Come now, do you think me loyal enough for you to trust my word?" "You, monseigneur? You, the leader of the Huguenots?" "Why not? This is an epoch of conversions, you know. Henry has turned Catholic. I can turn Protestant." "Yes, no doubt, monseigneur. So I am waiting for you to explain to me." "Nothing easier. And in 2 words I can tell you the policy of everyone. My brother Charles kills the Huguenots in order to reign more freely. My brother of Anjou lets them be killed because he is to succeed my brother Charles, and because, as you know, my brother Charles is often ill. But with me it is entirely different. I shall never reign, at least in France, as long as I have 2 elder brothers. The hatred of my mother and of my 2 brothers more than the law of nature keeps me from the throne. I have no claim to any family affection, any glory, or any kingdom. Yet I have a heart as great as my elder brothers. Well, De Mouy, I want to look about and with my sword cut a kingdom out of this France they cover with blood. Now this is what I want, De Mouy, listen. I want to be King of Navarre, not by birth, but by election. And note well that you have no objection to this system. I am not a usurper, since my brother refuses your offers, and buries himself in his torpor, and pretends aloud that this kingdom of Navarre is only a myth. With Henry of Béarn, you have nothing. With me, you have a sword and a name, François d'Alençon, son of France, protector of all his companions, or all his accomplices, as you are pleased to call them. Well, what do you say to this offer, Monsieur de Mouy?" "I say that it dazzles me, monseigneur." "De Mouy, we shall have many obstacles to overcome. Do not therefore from the first be so exacting and so obstinate towards the son of a king and the brother of a king who comes to you." "Monseigneur, the matter would be already settled if my opinion were the only one to be considered. But we have a council, and brilliant as the offer may be, perhaps even on that very account the leaders of the party will not consent to the plan unconditionally." "That is another thing, and your answer comes from an honest heart and a prudent mind. From the way I have just acted, De Mouy, you must have recognized my honesty. Treat me, therefore, on your part as a man who is esteemed, not as a man who is flattered. De Mouy, have I any chance?" "On my word, monseigneur, since your highness wants me to give my opinion, your highness has every chance, since the King of Navarre has refused the offer I have just made him. But I tell you again, monseigneur, I shall have to confer with our leaders." "Do so, monsieur," replied d'Alençon, "but when shall I have an answer?" De Mouy looked at the prince in silence, then apparently coming to a decision, "Monseigneur," said he, "give me your hand. I must have the hand of a son of France touch mine to make sure that I shall not be betrayed." The duke not only extended his hand towards De Mouy, but grasped De Mouy's and pressed it. "Now, monseigneur, I am satisfied," said the young Huguenot. "If we were betrayed, I should say that you had nothing to do with it. Otherwise, monseigneur, however slightly you might be concerned in the treason, you would be dishonored." "Why do you say that to me, De Mouy, before telling me that you will bring me the answer from your leaders?" "Because, monseigneur, asking me when you would have your answer was the same as asking me where are the leaders, and because if I said to you this evening, you would know that the chiefs were hiding in Paris." As he uttered these words, with a gesture of mistrust, De Mouy fixed his piercing glance on the false, vacillating eyes of the young man. "Well, well," said the duke, "you still have doubts, Monsieur de Mouy, but I cannot expect entire confidence from you at first. You will understand me better later. We shall be bound by common interests, which will rid you of all suspicion. You say this evening, then, Monsieur de Mouy?" "Yes, monseigneur, for time presses. Until this evening. But where shall I see you, if you please?" "At the Louvre, here in this room. Does that suit you?" "Is this occupied?" said De Mouy, glancing at the two beds opposite each other. "By two of my gentlemen, yes." "Monseigneur, it seems to me imprudent to return to the Louvre." "Why so?" "Because if you have recognized me, others also may have as good eyes as your highness and may recognize me. However, I will return to the Louvre if you will grant me what I am about to ask of you." "What is that?" "A passport." "A passport from me found on you would ruin me and would not save you. I can do nothing for you unless in the eyes of the world we are strangers to each other. The slightest relation between us noticed by my mother or my brother would cost me my life. You were therefore protected by my interests for myself from the moment I compromised myself with the others, as I am now compromising myself with you. Free in my sphere of action, strong if I am unknown. So long as I myself remain impenetrable, I will guarantee you everything. Do not forget this. Make a fresh appeal to your courage, therefore. Try on my word of honor what you tried without the word of honor of my brother. Come this evening to the Louvre." "But how do you wish me to come? I cannot venture in these rooms in my present uniform. It is for the vestibules and the courts. My own is still more dangerous, since everyone knows me here, and since it in no way disguises me. Therefore I will look. Wait, I think that... Yes, here it is." The duke had looked around him, and his eyes stopped at La Mole's clothes, thrown temporarily on the bed, that is, on the magnificent cherry-colored cloak embroidered in gold of which we had already spoken, on a cap ornamented with a white plume surrounded by a rope of gold and silver marguerites, and finally on a pearl gray satin and gold doublet. "Do you see this cloak, this plume, and this doublet?" said the duke. "They belong to Monsieur de la Mole, one of my gentlemen.
a fop of the highest type. The cloak was the rage at court, and when he wore it, Monsieur de la Mole was recognized 100 feet away. I will give you the address of the tailor who made it for him. By paying him double what it is worth, you will have one exactly like it by this evening. You will remember the name of Monsieur de la Mole, will you not?" Scarcely had the Duc d'Alençon finished making the suggestion when a step was heard approaching in the corridor, and a key was turned in the lock. "Who is that?" cried the duke, rushing to the door and drawing the bolt. "By heaven!" replied a voice from outside, "I feel that a strange question. Who are you yourself? This is pleasant. I return to my own room and am asked who I am." "Is it you, Monsieur de la Mole?" "Yes, it is, without a doubt. But who are you?" While La Mole was expressing his surprise at finding his rooms occupied, and while he was trying to discover its new occupant, the Duc d'Alençon turned quickly, one hand on the lock, the other on the key. "Do you know Monsieur de la Mole?" he asked of De Mouy. "No, monseigneur." "Does he know you?" "I think not." "In that case it will be all right. Appear to be looking out of the window." De Mouy obeyed in silence, for La Mole was beginning to grow impatient and was knocking on the door with all his might. The Duc d'Alençon threw a last glance towards De Mouy, and seeing that his back was turned, he opened the door. "Monseigneur le Duc!" cried La Mole, stepping back in surprise. "Oh, pardon, pardon, monseigneur." "It is nothing, monsieur. I needed your room to receive a visitor." "Certainly, monseigneur, certainly. But allow me, I beg you, to take my cloak and hat from the bed, for I lost both tonight on the quay of the Grève, where I was attacked by robbers." "In fact, monsieur," said the prince, smiling, himself handing to La Mole the articles asked for, "you are very poorly accommodated here. You have had an encounter with some very obstinate fellows, apparently." The duke handed to La Mole the cloak and the hat. The young man bowed and withdrew to the antechamber to change his clothes, paying no attention to what the duke was doing in his room, for it was an ordinary occurrence at the Louvre for the rooms of the gentlemen to be used as reception rooms by the prince to whom the latter were attached. De Mouy then approached the duke, and both listened for La Mole to finish and go out. But when the latter had changed his clothes, he himself saved them all further trouble by drawing near to the door. "Pardon me, monseigneur," said he, "but did your highness meet the Count de Coconnas on your way?" "No, count, and yet he was at service this morning." "In that case they will assassinate me," said La Mole to himself as he went away. The duke heard the noise of his retreating steps, then opening the door and drawing De Mouy after him. "Watch him going away," said he, "and try to copy his inimitable walk." "I will do my best," replied De Mouy. "Unfortunately I am not a lady's man, but a soldier." "At all events I shall expect you in this corridor before midnight. If the chamber of my gentleman is free, I will receive you there. If not, we will find another." "Yes, monseigneur." "Until this evening, then, before midnight." "Until this evening, before midnight." "Ah, by the way, De Mouy, swing your right arm a good deal as you walk. This is a peculiar trick of Monsieur de la Mole's." End of chapter 23. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 24 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 24. The Rue Tizon and the Rue Cloche Percee. La Mole hurriedly left the Louvre and set out to search Paris for poor Coconnas. His first move was to repair to the Rue de l'Arbre Sec and to enter Maître La Hurière's, for La Mole remembered that he had often repeated to the Piedmontese a certain Latin motto which was meant to prove that love, Bacchus, and Sire are gods absolutely necessary to us, and he hoped that Coconnas, to follow up the Roman aphorism, had gone to the Belle Étoile after a night which must have been as full for his friend as it had been for himself. La Mole found nothing at La Hurière's except the reminder of an assumed obligation. A breakfast which was offered with good grace was eagerly accepted by our gentleman, in spite of his anxiety. His stomach calmed in default of his mind, La Mole resumed his walk, ascending the bank of the Seine like a husband searching for his drowned wife. On reaching the quay of the Grève, He recognized the place where, as he had said to Monsieur d'Alençon, he had been stopped during his nocturnal tramp 3 or 4 hours before. This was no unusual thing in Paris, older by 100 years than that in which Boileau was awakened at the sound of a ball piercing his window shutter. A bit of the plume from his hat remained on the battlefield. The sentiment of possession is innate in man. La Mole had 10 plumes, each more beautiful than the last, and yet he stopped to pick up that one, or rather the sole fragment of what remained of it, and was contemplating it with a pitiful air when he heard the sound of heavy steps approaching, and rough voices ordering him to stand aside. La Mole raised his head and perceived a litter preceded by 2 pages and accompanied by an outrider. La Mole thought he recognized the litter, and quickly stepped aside. The young man was not mistaken. "Monsieur de la Mole!" exclaimed a sweet voice from the litter, while a hand as white and as smooth as satin drew back the curtains. "Yes, madame, in person," replied La Mole, bowing. "Monsieur de la Mole with a plume in his hand," continued the lady in the litter. "Are you in love, my dear monsieur, and are you recovering lost traces?" "Yes, madame," replied La Mole, "I am in love, and very much so. But just now these are my own traces that I have found, although they are not those for which I am searching. But will your majesty permit me to inquire after your health?" "It is excellent, monsieur. It seems to me that I have never been better. This probably comes from the fact of my having spent the night in retreat." "Ah, in retreat?" said La Mole, looking at Marguerite strangely. "Well, yes. What is there surprising in that?" "May I, without indiscretion, ask you in what convent?" "Certainly, monsieur. I make no mystery of it, in the convent of the Annonciata. But what are you doing here with this startled air?" "Madame, I too passed the night in retreat and in the vicinity of the same convent. This morning I am looking for my friend who has disappeared, and in seeking him I came upon this plume." "Whom does it belong to? Really, you frighten me about him. The place is a bad one." "Your majesty may be reassured the plume belongs to me. I lost it here about 5:30, as I was escaping from the hands of 4 bandits, who tried with all their might to murder me, or at least I think they did." Marguerite repressed a quick gesture of terror. "Oh, tell me about it," said she. "Nothing is easier, madame. It was, as I have had the honor to tell your majesty, about 5 o'clock in the morning." "And you were already out at 5 o'clock in the morning?" interrupted Marguerite. "Your majesty will excuse me," said La Mole, "I had not yet returned." "Ah, Monsieur de la Mole, you returned at 5 o'clock in the morning?" said Marguerite with a smile which was fatal for everyone, and which La Mole was unfortunate enough to find adorable. "You returned so late? You merited this punishment." "Therefore I do not complain, madame," said La Mole, bowing respectfully, "and I should have been cut to pieces had I not considered myself 100 times more fortunate than I deserve to be. But I was returning late or early, as your majesty pleases, from that fortunate house in which I had spent the night in retreat, when 4 cutthroats rushed from the Rue de la Mortellerie and pursued me with indescribably long knives. It is grotesque, is it not, madame? But it is true, I had to run away, for I had forgotten my sword." "Oh, I understand," said Marguerite, with an admirably naïve manner. "And you have come back to find your sword?" La Mole looked at Marguerite as though a suspicion flashed through his mind. "Madame, I would return to some place, and very willingly too, since my sword is an excellent blade, but I do not know where the house is." "Well, monsieur," exclaimed Marguerite, "you do not know where the house is in which you passed the night?" "No, madame, and may Satan exterminate me if I have any idea." "Well, this is strange. Your story, then, is a romance?" "A true romance, as you say, madame." "Tell it to me." "It is somewhat long." "Never mind, I have time." "And above all, it is improbable." "Never mind, no one could be more credulous than I." "Does your majesty command me?" "Why, yes, if necessary."
In that case I obey. Last evening, having left 2 adorable women with whom we had spent the evening on the Saint Michel bridge, we took supper at Maître La Hurière's." "In the first place," said Marguerite perfectly naturally, "who is Maître La Hurière?" "Maître La Hurière, madame," said La Mole, again glancing at Marguerite with the suspicion he had already felt. "Maître La Hurière is the host of the inn of the Belle Étoile in the Rue de l'Arbre Sec." "Yes, I can see it from here. You were supping then at Maître La Hurière's with your friend Coquenard, no doubt?" "Yes, madame, with my friend Coquenard, when a man entered and handed us each a note." "Were they alike?" asked Marguerite. "Exactly alike. They contained only a single line: 'You are awaited in the Rue Saint Antoine, opposite the Rue Saint Jouy.'" "And had the note no signature?" asked Marguerite. "No, only 3 words. 3 charming words, which 3 times promised the same thing, that is to say, a threefold happiness." "And what were these 3 words?" "Eros, Cupido, Amor." "In short, 3 sweet words. And did they fulfill what they promised?" "Oh, more, madame, 100 times more!" cried La Mole with enthusiasm. "Continue. I am curious to know who was waiting for you in the Rue Saint Antoine, opposite the Rue de Jouy." "2 duennas, each with a handkerchief in her hand. They said we must let them bandage our eyes. Your Majesty may imagine that it was not a difficult thing to have done. We bravely extended our necks. My guide turned me to the left, my friend's guide turned him to the right, and we were separated." "And then?" continued Marguerite, who seemed determined to carry out the investigation to the end. "I do not know," said La Mole, "where his guide led my friend. To hell, perhaps. As to myself, all I know is that mine led me to a place I consider paradise." "And whence, no doubt, your too great curiosity drove you?" "Exactly, madame. You have the gift of divination. I waited impatiently for daylight, that I might see where I was. When at 4:30 the same duenna returned, again bandaged my eyes, made me promise not to try to raise my bandage, led me outside, accompanied me for 100 feet, made me again swear not to remove my bandage until I had counted 50 more. I counted 50, and found myself in the Rue Saint Antoine, opposite the Rue de Jouy." "And then?" "Then, madame, I returned so happy that I paid no attention to the 4 wretches from whose clutches I had such difficulty in escaping. Now, madame," continued La Mole, "in finding a piece of my plume here, my heart trembled with joy, and I picked it up, promising myself to keep it as a souvenir of this glad night. But in the midst of my happiness one thing troubles me, that is, what may have become of my companion." "Has he not returned to the Louvre?" "Alas, no, madame. I have searched everywhere, in the Étoile d'Or, on the tennis courts, and in many other respectable places, but no Annibal, and no Coquenard." As La Mole uttered these words, he accompanied them with a gesture of hopelessness, extended his arms, and opened his cloak, underneath which at various points his doublet was seen, the lining of which showed through the rents like so many elegant slashes. "Why, you were riddled through and through!" exclaimed Marguerite. "Riddled is the word," said La Mole, who was not sorry to turn to his account the danger he had run. "See, madame, see!" "Why did you not change your doublet at the Louvre since you returned there?" asked the queen. "Ah," said La Mole, "because someone was in my room." "Someone in your room?" said Marguerite, whose eyes expressed the greatest astonishment. "Who was in your room?" "His Highness." "Hush!" interrupted Marguerite. The young man obeyed. "Qui ad lecticam meam stant?" she asked La Mole. "Duo pueri et unos equus." "Optime barbari," said she. "Dic, Mole, quem invernaris in buculo tuo?" "Franciscum ducem." "Agentem?" "Nescio quid." "Quocum?" "Cum ignoto." "That is strange," said Marguerite. So you were unable to find Coquenard?" she continued, without evidently thinking of what she was saying. "So, madame, as I have had the honor of telling you, I am really dying of anxiety." "Well," said Marguerite, sighing, "I do not wish to detain you longer in your search for him. I do not know why I think so, but he will find himself. Never mind, however, go in spite of this." The queen laid a finger on her lips, but as beautiful Marguerite had confided no secret, had made no avowal to La Mole, the young man understood that this charming gesture, meaning only to impose silence on him, must have another significance. The procession resumed its march, and La Mole, intent on following out his investigation, continued to ascend the quay as far as the Rue Longpont, which led him to the Rue Saint-Antoine. Opposite the Rue Jouy, he stopped. It was there that the previous evening the two duennas had bandaged their eyes and those of Coquenard. He had turned to the left, then he had counted 20 steps. He repeated this and found himself opposite a house, or rather a wall, behind which rose a house. In this wall was a door with a shed over it ornamented with large nails and loopholes. The house was in the Rue Cloche Percee, a small narrow street beginning in the Rue Saint-Antoine and ending in the Rue Roi de Sicile. "By heaven!" cried La Mole, "it was here. I would swear to it, and extending my hand as I came out, I felt the nails in the door. Then I descended 2 steps. The man who ran by crying 'Help!' who was killed in the Rue Roi de Sicile, passed just as I reached the first. Let us see now." La Mole went to the door and knocked. The door opened, and a mustached janitor appeared. "Was ist das?" "Who is that?" asked the janitor. "Aha!" said La Mole, "we are Swiss, apparently. My friend," he continued, assuming the most charming manner, "I want my sword, which I left in this house in which I spent the night." "Ich verstehe nicht." "I do not understand," replied the janitor. "My sword," went on La Mole. "Ich verstehe nicht," repeated the janitor. "Which I left, my sword which I left?" "Ich verstehe nicht." "In this house, in which I spent the night. Gehe zum Teufel!" "Go to the devil!" And he slammed the door in La Mole's face. "By heaven!" cried La Mole, "if I had this sword I just asked for, I would gladly put it through that fellow's body. But I have not, and this must wait for another day." Thereupon La Mole continued his way to the Rue Roi de Sicile, took about 50 steps to the right, then to the left again, and came to the Rue Tizon, a little street running parallel with the Rue Cloche Percee, and like it in every way. More than this, scarcely had he gone 30 steps before he came upon the door with the large nails, with its shed and loopholes, the 2 steps and the wall. One would have said that the Rue Cloche Percee had returned to see him pass by. La Mole then reflected that he might have mistaken his right for his left, and he knocked at this door to make the same demand he had made at the other. But this time he knocked in vain. The door was not opened. 2 or 3 times La Mole made the same trip, which naturally led him to the idea that the house had 2 entrances, one on the Rue Cloche Percee, the other on the Rue Tizon. But this conclusion, logical as it was, did not bring him back his sword, and did not tell him where his friend was. For an instant he conceived the idea of buying another sword and cutting to pieces the wretched janitor who so persistently refused to speak anything but German. But he thought this porter belonged to Marguerite, and that if Marguerite had chosen thus, it was because she had her reasons, and that it might be disagreeable for her to be deprived of him. Now La Mole would not have done anything disagreeable to Marguerite for anything in the world. Fearing to yield to this temptation, he returned about 2 o'clock in the afternoon to the Louvre. As his room was not occupied this time, he could enter it. The matter was urgent enough as far as his doublet was concerned, which, as the queen had already remarked to him, was considerably torn. He therefore at once approached his bed to substitute the beautiful pearl gray doublet for the one he wore, when to his great surprise the first thing he perceived near the pearl gray doublet was the famous sword which he had left in the Rue Cloche Percee. La Mole took it and turned it over and over. It was really his. "Aha!" said he, "is there some magic under all this?" Then with a sigh, "If poor Coquenard could be found like my sword!" 2 or 3 hours after La Mole had ceased his circular tramp around the small double house, the door on the Rue Tizon had opened. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening, consequently night had closed in.
a woman wrapped in a long cloak trimmed with fur, accompanied by an attendant, came out of the door, which was held open by a duenna of 40, and hurrying rapidly along to the Rue Roi de Sicile, knocked at a small door of the Hôtel Argenson, which opened for her. She then left by the main entrance of the same hotel, which opened onto the Via Rue de Temple, went toward a small postern in the Hôtel de Guise, unlocked it with a key which she carried in her pocket, and disappeared. Half an hour later, a young man with bandaged eyes left by the same door of the small house, guided by a woman who led him to the corner of the Rue Geoffroy Lasnier and La Mortellerie, where she asked him to count 50 steps and then remove his bandage. The young man carefully obeyed the order, and when he had counted 50, removed the handkerchief from his eyes. "By heaven!" cried he, looking around, "I'll be hanged if I know where I am. 6 o'clock!" he cried, as the clock of Notre Dame struck. "And poor La Mole! What can have become of him? Let us run to the Louvre. Perhaps they may have news of him there." Coconnas hurriedly descended the Rue La Mortellerie and reached the gates of the Louvre in less time than it would have taken an ordinary horse. As he went, he jostled and knocked down the moving hedge of brave bourgeois who were walking peacefully about the shops of the Place de Bois d'Oeil, and entered the palace. There he questioned the Swiss and the sentinel. The former thought they had seen Monsieur de la Mole enter that morning, but had not seen him go out. The sentinel had been there only an hour and a half and had seen nothing. He ran to his room and hastily threw open the door, but he found only the torn doublet of La Mole on the bed, which increased his fears still more. Then he thought of La Hurière and hastened to the worthy inn of the Belle Étoile. La Hurière had seen La Mole. La Mole had breakfasted there. Coconnas was thus wholly reassured, and as he was very hungry, he ordered supper. Coconnas was in the 2 moods necessary for a good supper. His mind was relieved, and his stomach was empty. Therefore he supped so well that the meal lasted till 8 o'clock. Then, strengthened by 2 bottles of light wine from Anjou, of which he was very fond, and which he tossed off with a sensual enjoyment shown by winks of his eyes and repeated smacking of his lips, he set out again in search for La Mole, accompanying it through the crowd by nicks and knocks of his feet in proportion to the increasing friendship inspired in him by the comfort which always follows a good meal. That lasted 1 hour, during which time Coconnas searched every street in the vicinity of the Quai de Grève, the Port au Charbon, the Rue Saint-Antoine, and the Rues Tizon and Cloche Percee, to which he thought his friend might have returned. Finally he bethought himself that there was a place through which he had to pass, the gate of the Louvre, and he resolved to wait at this gate until his return. He was not more than 100 steps from the Louvre, and had just put on her feet a woman whose husband he had already overturned on the Place Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, when in the distance he perceived before him in the doubtful light of a great lantern near the drawbridge of the Louvre the cherry-colored velvet cloak and the white plume of his friend, who like a shadow was disappearing under the gate and returning the sentinel's greeting. The famous cherry-colored cloak was so well known to everyone that he could not be mistaken in it. "Well, by heaven!" cried Coconnas, "it is really he this time, and he is returning. Well, well, La Mole, my friend, plague it! Yet I have a good voice. How does it happen that he does not hear me? Fortunately, I have as good legs as I have voice, so I will join him." In this hope, Coconnas set out as fast as he could, and reached the Louvre in an instant. But fast as he was, just as he stepped into the court, the red cloak, which seemed in haste also, disappeared in the vestibule. "Hi there, La Mole!" cried Coconnas, still hastening. "Wait for me! It is I, Coconnas! What in the devil are you hurrying so for? Are you running away?" In fact, the red cloak, as though it had wings, scaled the stairs rather than mounted them. "Ah! You will not hear me?" cried Coconnas. "I am angry with you. Are you sorry? Well, the devil, I can run no further." It was from the foot of the staircase that Coconnas hurled this final apostrophe to the fugitive, whom he gave up following with his feet, but whom he still followed with his eyes through the screw of the stairway, and who had reached Marguerite's chamber. Suddenly a woman came out of this room and took the arm of the man Coconnas was following. "Oh ho!" said Coconnas, "that looked very much like Queen Marguerite. He was expected. In that case it is different. I understand why he did not answer me." Crouching down by the banister, he looked through the opening of the stairway. Then after a few words in a low voice, he saw the red cloak follow the queen to her apartments. "Good, good," said Coconnas. "That is it. I was not mistaken. There are moments when the presence of our best friend is necessary to us, and dear La Mole has one of those moments." And Coconnas, ascending the stairs, softly sat down on a velvet bench which ornamented the landing place, and said to himself, "Very well. Instead of joining him, I will wait. Yes, but," he added, "I think, as he is with the Queen of Navarre, I may have to wait long. It is cold, by heaven! Well, well, I can wait just as well in my room. He will have to come there sometime." Scarcely had he finished speaking and started to carry out his resolution, when a quick light step sounded above him, accompanied by a snatch of song so familiar that Coconnas at once turned his head in the direction of the step and the song. It was La Mole descending from the upper story where his room was. When he perceived Coconnas, he began to descend the stairs 4 steps at a time, and this done he threw himself into his arms. "Oh, heavens! Is it you?" said Coconnas. "How the devil did you get out?" "By the Rue Cloche, Percee, by heavens!" "No, I don't mean out that house." "What then?" "The Queen's apartment." "The Queen's apartment?" "The Queen of Navarre." "I have not been there." "Come now." "My dear Annibal," said La Mole, "you are out of your head. I have come from my room, where I have been waiting for you for 2 hours." "You have come from your room?" "Yes." "Was it not you I followed from the Place du Louvre?" "When?" "Just now." "No." "It was not you who disappeared under the gate 10 minutes ago?" "No." "It was not you who just ascended the stairs as if you were pursued by a legion of devils?" "No." "By heaven!" cried Coconnas, "the wine of the Belle Étoile is not poor enough to have so completely turned my head. I tell you that I have just seen your cherry-colored cloak and your white plume under the gate of the Louvre, and that I followed both to the foot of the stairway, and that your cloak, your plume, everything to your swinging arm was expected here by a lady whom I greatly suspect to be the Queen of Navarre, and who led you through that door, which, unless I am mistaken, is that of the beautiful Marguerite." "By heaven!" cried La Mole, growing pale. "Could there be treason?" "Very good," said Coconnas. "Swear as much as you please, but do not tell me I am mistaken." La Mole hesitated an instant, pressing his head between his hands, deterred by respect and jealousy. His jealousy conquered him, however, and he hastened to the door, at which he knocked with all his might. This caused a somewhat unusual hubbub, considering the dignity of the place in which it occurred. "We shall be arrested," said Coconnas, "but no matter. It is very funny. Tell me, La Mole, are there ghosts in the Louvre?" "I know nothing about it," said the young man, as pale as the plume which shaded his brow. "But I have always wanted to see one, and as the opportunity presents itself, I shall do my best to come face to face with this one." "I shall not prevent you," said Coconnas. "Only knock a little less fiercely if you do not wish to frighten it away." La Mole, exasperated as he was, felt the justice of the remark, and began to knock more gently. End of chapter 24. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 25 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 25. The Cherry-Colored Cloak. Coconnas was not mistaken. The lady who had stopped the cavalier of the cherry-colored cloak was indeed the Queen of Navarre. As to the cavalier, our reader has already guessed, I presume, that he was no other than brave De Mouy. Upon recognizing the Queen of Navarre, the young Huguenot realized that there was some mistake, but he dared not speak, fearing a cry from Marguerite would betray him. He preferred to let himself be led to her apartments, and when once there, to say to his beautiful guide, "Silence for silence, madame." Marguerite had gently pressed the arm of him whom, in the semi-darkness, she had mistaken for La Mole, and leaning toward him, whispered in Latin, "Sola sum introito, carissime." De Mouy, without answering, let her lead him along, but scarcely was the door closed behind him, and he found himself in the antechamber, which was better lighted than the stairway, before Marguerite saw that he was not La Mole. Thereupon the cry which the cautious Huguenot had feared escaped Marguerite, but fortunately there was no further danger from it. "Monsieur de Mouy!" cried she, stepping back. "In person, madame,
and I beg your Majesty to leave me free to continue my way without mentioning my presence in the Louvre to anyone." "Oh, Monsieur de Mouy," reiterated Marguerite, "I was mistaken then." "Yes," said De Mouy, "I understand your Majesty mistook me for the King of Navarre. I am the same height, I wear the same white plume, and many, no doubt, in order to flatter me, say I have the same gait." Marguerite looked closely at De Mouy. "Do you understand Latin, Monsieur de Mouy?" she asked. "I used to know it," replied the young man, "but I have forgotten it." Marguerite smiled. "Monsieur de Mouy," said she, "you may rely on my discretion, but as I think I know the name of the one you are seeking in the Louvre, I will offer my services to guide you directly to him." "Excuse me, madame," said De Mouy, "I think you are mistaken and that you are completely ignorant of"— "What?" exclaimed Marguerite. "Are you not looking for the King of Navarre?" "Alas, madame," said De Mouy, "I regret to have to beg you especially to conceal my presence in the Louvre from your husband, his Majesty the King." "Listen, Monsieur de Mouy," said Marguerite in surprise. "I have considered you until now one of the strongest leaders of the Huguenot party, and one of the most faithful partisans of the King, my husband. Am I mistaken?" "No, madame, for this very morning I was all that you say." "And what has changed you since this morning?" "Madame," said De Mouy, bowing, "kindly excuse me from answering and do me the favor to accept my homage." De Mouy, respectful but firm, started towards the door. Marguerite stopped him. "But, monsieur," said she, "if I were to ask you for a word of explanation, my word is good, it seems to me." "Madame," replied De Mouy, "I am obliged to keep silent, and this duty must be very imperative for me not to have answered your Majesty." "But, monsieur—" "Your Majesty may ruin me, madame, but you cannot ask me to betray my new friends." "But the old ones, monsieur, have they too not some rights?" "Those who have remained true, yes. Those who have not only abandoned us, but themselves as well, no." Marguerite, thoughtful and anxious, would no doubt have answered by a new question had not Gillonne suddenly entered the apartment. "The King of Navarre!" she cried. "How is he coming?" "By the secret corridor." "Take monsieur out by the other." "Impossible, madame. Listen." "Some one is knocking." "Yes, at the door to which you wish me to take monsieur." "Who is knocking?" "I do not know." "Go and see, and come back and tell me." "Madame," said De Mouy, "might I venture to remark to your Majesty that if the King of Navarre sees me at this hour and in this costume in the Louvre, I am lost?" Marguerite seized De Mouy and pushed him toward the famous cabinet. "Step in here, monsieur," said she. "You will be as safe and as well protected as if you were in your own house. I give you my word of honor." De Mouy entered hastily. Scarcely was the door closed when Henry appeared. This time Marguerite had no anxiety to hide. She was merely gloomy, and love was far from her thoughts. As to Henry, he entered with that mistrust which in the most dangerous moments caused him to notice the smallest details. Whatever the circumstances, Henry was an acute observer. Therefore he at once saw the cloud on Marguerite's brow. "You are busy, madame," said he. "I? Why, yes, sire, I was dreaming." "You do well, madame. Dreaming is becoming to you. I too was dreaming, but contrary to you who seek solitude, I have come on purpose to share my dreams with you." Marguerite gave the king a gesture of welcome, and indicating an armchair to him, seated herself on a chair of sculptured ebony, as delicate and as strong as steel. There was an instant's silence, then Henry broke it. "I remembered, madame," said he, "that my dreams as to the future corresponded with yours in so far as, although separated as husband and wife, nevertheless we both desire to unite our fortune." "That is true, sire." "I think I understood you to say also that in all the plans I might make toward our mutual rising, I would find in you not only a faithful but an active ally." "Yes, sire, and I ask only one thing, that in beginning the work as soon as possible, you will give me the opportunity to begin as well." "I am glad to find you of this mind, madame, and I trust that you have not for one instant doubted that I would lose sight of the plan I resolved to carry out the very day when, thanks to your brave intervention, I was almost sure of being safe." "Monsieur, I think that your carelessness is nothing but a mask, and I have faith not only in the predictions by the astrologers, but in your good genius as well." "What should you say, madame, if someone were to upset our plans and threaten to reduce us to an ordinary position?" "I should say that I was ready to fight with you, either openly or in secret, against this someone, whoever he might be." "Madame," continued Henry, "is it possible for you, is it not, to gain immediate admission into the room of your brother, Monsieur d'Alençon? You are in his confidence, and he is very friendly to you. Might I venture to beg you to find out if he is at present holding a secret conference with someone?" Marguerite gave a start. "With whom, monsieur?" she asked. "With De Mouy." "Why?" asked Marguerite, repressing her emotion. "Because if such is the case, madame, farewell to all our projects, or to all mine at least." "Sire, speak softly," said Marguerite, making a sign with her eyes and lips and pointing to the cabinet. "Oh," said Henry, "still someone! Indeed, that cabinet is so often occupied that it makes your room uninhabitable." Marguerite smiled. "Is it still Monsieur de la Mole?" asked Henry. "No, sire, it is Monsieur de Mouy." "He?" cried Henry with a surprise mingled with joy. "He is not with the Duc d'Alençon, then? Oh, have him come in, that I may talk to him." Marguerite stepped to the cabinet, opened it, and taking De Mouy by the hand, led him without preamble to the King of Navarre. "Ah, madame," said the young Huguenot, in a tone of reproach more sad than bitter, "you have betrayed me in spite of your promise. That is wrong. What should you do if I were to avenge myself by saying"— "You will not avenge yourself, De Mouy," interrupted Henry, pressing the young man's hand. "Or at least you will listen to me first, madame," continued Henry, turning to the queen. "Be kind enough, I beg you, to see that no one overhears us." Scarcely had Henry uttered these words when Gillonne entered, frightened, and whispered a few words to Marguerite, which caused the latter to spring from her seat. While she hastened to the antechamber with Gillonne, Henry, without troubling himself as to why she had left the room, examined the bed, the side of it, as well as the draperies, and sounded the wall with his fingers. As to Monsieur de Mouy, frightened at all these preparations, he first of all made sure that his sword was out of its sheath. Leaving her sleeping room, Marguerite hastened to the antechamber and came face to face with La Mole, who in spite of all the protests of Gillonne had forced his way into Marguerite's room. Coquenard was behind him, ready to urge him forward or sustain a retreat. "Ah, it is you, Monsieur La Mole!" cried the queen. "But what is the matter, and why are you so pale and trembling?" "Madame," said Gillonne, "Monsieur de la Mole knocked at the door, so that, in spite of your majesty's orders, I was forced to open it." "What is the meaning of this?" said the queen severely. "Is this true, Monsieur de la Mole?" "Madame, I wanted to warn your majesty that a stranger, a robber perhaps, had gained admittance to your rooms with my cloak and my hat." "You are mad, monsieur," said Marguerite, "for I see your cloak on your shoulders, and, God forgive me, I think I see your hat on your head, even though you are speaking to a queen." "Oh, pardon me, madame, pardon me," cried La Mole, quickly uncovering. "But God is my witness, it is not my respect which is lacking." "No, it is your trust, is it not?" said the queen. "What can you expect," cried La Mole, "when a man is in your majesty's rooms, when he gains admittance by assuming my clothes and perhaps my name, who knows?" "A man!" cried Marguerite, softly pressing her poor lover's arm. "A man! You are modest, Monsieur de la Mole. Look through the opening of the portière, and you will see two men." Marguerite drew back the velvet portière embroidered in gold, and La Mole saw Henry talking with the man in the cherry-colored cloak.
Coconnas, as though he himself were concerned, looked also, saw, and recognized De Mouy. Both men stood amazed.
"Now that you are reassured, or at least now that I hope you are," said Marguerite, "take your stand outside my door, and for your life, my dear La Mole, let no one enter. If anyone even approaches the stairs, warn me."
La Mole, weak and obedient as a child, withdrew, glancing at Coconnas, who looked at him. Both found themselves outside without having thoroughly recovered from their astonishment. "De Mouy!" cried Coconnas. "Henry!" murmured La Mole. "De Mouy with your cherry-colored cloak, your white plume, and your swinging arm!" "Ah!" went on La Mole, "the moment it is not a question of love, it is a question of plot." "By Heaven! Here we are in the midst of politics," said Coconnas, grumbling. "Fortunately, I do not see Madame de Nevers mixed up in it." Marguerite returned and sat down by the two speakers. She had been gone only a moment, but had made the most of her time. Gillonne on guard in the secret passage, and the two gentlemen on duty at the main entrance assured perfect safety for her. "Madame," said Henry, "do you think it would be possible for us to be overheard in any way?"
"Monsieur," said Marguerite, "the walls of this room are wadded, and a double wainscoting deadens all sound."
"I depend on you," replied Henry, smiling. Then turning to De Mouy, "Now," said the king in a low tone, as if in spite of the assurance of Marguerite his fears were not wholly overcome, "what are you here for?" "Here?" said De Mouy. "Yes, here in this room."
"He had nothing to do here," said Marguerite. "I induced him to come."
"You?"
"I guessed everything."
"You see, De Mouy, we can discover what is going on."
"This morning," continued Marguerite, "Monsieur de Mouy was with Duc François in the apartment of two of his gentlemen."
"You see, De Mouy," repeated Henry, "we know everything." "That is true," said De Mouy. "I was sure," said Henry, "that Monsieur d'Alençon had taken possession of you." "That is your fault, sire. Why did you so persistently refuse what I offered you?"
"You refused?" exclaimed Marguerite. "The refusal I feared, then, was real?"
"Madame," said Henry, shaking his head, "and you, my brave De Mouy, really, you make me laugh with your exclamations. What? A man enters my chamber, speaks to me of a throne, of a revolt, of a revolution, to me, Henry, a prince tolerated, provided that I eat humble pie, a Huguenot spared on condition that I play the Catholic, and I am expected to accept when these propositions are made in a room without padding or double wainscoting. Ventre Saint Gris, you are either children or fools." "But, sire, could not your majesty have left me some hope, if not by word, at least by a gesture or a sign?" "What did my brother-in-law say to you, De Mouy?" asked Henry. "Oh, sire, that is not my secret." "Well, my God!" continued Henry, with a certain impatience at having to deal with a man who so poorly understood his words, "I do not ask what you proposed to him. I ask you merely if he listened to you, if he heard you." "He listened, sire, and he heard." "He listened and he heard. You admit it yourself, De Mouy, tactless conspirator that you are. Had I said one word, you would have been lost, for I did not know. I merely suspected that he was there, or if not he, someone else, the Duc d'Anjou, Charles IX, or the Queen Mother, for instance. You do not know the walls of the Louvre, De Mouy. It was for them that the proverb was made which says that walls have ears, and knowing these walls, you expected me to speak? Well, well, De Mouy, you pay a small compliment to the common sense of the King of Navarre, and I am surprised that, not esteeming him more highly, you should have offered him a crown." "But, sire," said De Mouy, "could you not even while refusing this crown have given me some sign? In that case I should not have considered everything hopeless and lost." "Well, ventre Saint Gris!" exclaimed Henry, "if one can hear, cannot one see also? And is not one lost by a sign as much as by a word? See, De Mouy," continued the king, looking around him, "at the present moment, so near to you that my words do not reach beyond the circle of our three chairs,
I still fear I may be overheard when I say, 'De Moy, repeat your proposal to me.'" "But sire," cried De Moy in despair, "I am now engaged with Monsieur d'Alençon." Marguerite angrily clasped and unclasped her beautiful hands. "Then it is too late?" said she. "On the contrary," murmured Henry, "know that even in this God's hand is visible. Continue your arrangement, De Moy, for in Duke François lies our safety. Do you suppose that the King of Navarre would guarantee your heads? On the contrary, wretched man, I should have you all killed to the last one and on the least suspicion. But with a son of France it is different. Secure proofs, De Moy, ask for guarantees, but stupid that you are, you will be deeply involved, and one word will suffice for you." "Oh, sire, it was my despair at your having left us, believe me, which threw me into the arms of the duke. It was also the fear of being betrayed, for he kept our secret." "Keep his now, De Moy. It rests with you. What does he wish? To leave court? Furnish him with means to escape. Work for him, De Moy, as if you were working for me. Turn the shield so that he may parry every blow they aim at us. When it is time to flee, we will both flee. When it is time to fight and reign, I will reign alone." "Do not trust the duke," said Marguerite. "He is gloomy and acute, without hatred as without love, ever ready to treat his friends like enemies and his enemies like friends." "And he is expecting you now, De Moy?" said Henry. "Yes, sire." "Where?" "In the apartment belonging to his two gentlemen." "At what time?" "Before midnight." "It is not yet 11 o'clock," said Henry, "so you have lost no time. Now you may go, De Moy." "We have your word, monsieur," said Marguerite. "Come now, madame," said Henry, with the confidence he knew so well how to use with certain people and on certain occasions. "With Monsieur de Mouy such things are not even asked for." "You are right, sire," replied the young man, "but I need your word, for I shall have to tell the leaders that I have it. You are not a Catholic, are you?" Henry shrugged his shoulders. "You do not renounce the kingdom of Navarre?" "I renounce no kingdom, De Mouy. I merely reserve for myself the choice of the best, that is, the one which shall best suit me and you." "And if in the meantime your majesty should be arrested, you would promise to reveal nothing, even should they torture your royal majesty?" "De Mouy, I swear that, before God." "One further word, sire. How am I to see you in the future?" "After tomorrow you shall have a key to my room. You will come there, De Mouy, as often as it may be necessary, and when you please. It is for the Duc d'Alençon to answer for your presence in the Louvre. In the meantime, use the small stairway. I will show you the way. The queen will have the cherry-colored cloak like yours come here, and the one who was in the antechamber just now. No one must notice any difference between you, or know that there are two of you, De Mouy. Do you not agree with me? And you, madame?" Henry looked at Marguerite and uttered the last words with a smile. "Yes," said she, without moving a feature, "for this Monsieur de la Mole belongs to my brother the duke." "Well, madame, try to win him over to our side," said Henry in perfect seriousness. "Spare neither gold nor promises. I will put all my treasures at his disposal." "In that case," said Marguerite with one of the smiles which belong only to the women of Boccaccio, "since this is your wish, I will do my best to second it." "Very good, madame, and you, De Mouy, return to the duke and make sure of him." End of chapter 25. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 26 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 26. Margarita. During the conversation which we have just related, La Mole and Coconnas mounted guard. La Mole somewhat chagrined, Coconnas somewhat anxious. La Mole had had time to reflect, and in this he had been greatly aided by Coconnas. "What do you think of all this, my friend?" La Mole had asked of Coconnas. "I think," the Piedmontese had replied, "that there is some court intrigue connected with it." "And such being the case, are you disposed to play a part in it?" "My dear fellow," replied Coconnas, "listen well to what I am going to say to you, and try and profit by it. In all these princely dealings, in all royal affairs, we can and should be nothing but shadows. Where the King of Navarre leaves a bit of his plume and the Duc d'Alençon a piece of his cloak, we leave our lives. The queen has a fancy for you and you for her. Nothing is better. Lose your head in love, my dear fellow, but not in politics." That was wise counsel. Therefore it was heard by La Mole with the melancholy of a man who feels that, placed between reason and madness, it is madness he will follow. "I have not a fancy for the queen, Annibal. I love her, and fortunately or unfortunately, I love her with all my heart. This is madness, you will say. Well, I admit that I am mad, but you are wise, Coconnas. You ought not to suffer for my foolishness and my misfortune. Go back to our master, and do not compromise yourself." Coconnas pondered an instant, then raising his head, "My dear fellow," he replied, "all that you tell me is perfectly reasonable. You are in love. Act, therefore, like a lover. I am ambitious, and being so, I think life is worth more to me than a woman's kiss. When I risk my life, I make my own conditions. Try, so far as you are concerned, my poor Médor, to make yours." Whereupon Coconnas extended his hand to La Mole and withdrew, having exchanged a final glance and a final smile with his friend. About 10 minutes after he left his post, the door opened, and Marguerite, peering out cautiously, took La Mole by the hand, and, without uttering a word, drew him from the corridor into the furthest corner of her room. She closed the door behind her with a care which indicated the importance of the conversation she was about to have. Once in her room, she stopped, seated herself on her ebony chair, and drawing La Mole to her, she clasped her hands over both of his. "Now that we are alone," said she, "let us talk seriously, my very dear friend." "Seriously, madame," said La Mole. "Or lovingly, does that please you better? But there can be serious things in love, and especially in the love of a queen." "Then let us talk of serious things, but on condition that your majesty will not be vexed at the lighter things I have to say to you." "I shall be vexed only at one thing, La Mole, and that is if you address me as Madame or your Majesty. For you, my beloved, I am just Marguerite." "Yes, Marguerite! Yes, Margarita! Yes, my pearl!" cried the young man, devouring the queen with his eyes. "Yes, that is right," said Marguerite. "So you are jealous, my fine gentleman?" "Oh, unreasonably." "Still?" "Madly, Marguerite." "Jealous of whom? Come." "Of everyone." "But really?" "Of the king first." "I should think that after what you had seen and heard, you might be easy on that point." "Of this Monsieur de Mouy, whom I saw this morning for the first time, and whom this evening I find so far advanced in his intimacy with you." "Monsieur de Mouy?" "Yes." "Who gave you such ideas about Monsieur de Mouy?" "Listen. I recognized him from his figure, from the color of his hair, from a natural feeling of hatred. He is the one who was with Monsieur d'Alençon this morning." "Well, what connection has that with me?" "Monsieur d'Alençon is your brother. It is said that you are very fond of him. You may have confided to him a vague feeling of your heart, and, according to the custom at court, he has aided your wish by admitting Monsieur de Mouy to your apartment. Now, what I do not understand is how I was fortunate enough to find the king here at the same time. But, in any case, madame, be frank with me. In default of other sentiment, a love like mine has the right to demand frankness in return. See, I prostrate myself at your feet. If what you have felt for me is but a passing fancy, I will give you back your trust, your promise, your love. I will give back to Monsieur d'Alençon his kind favors and my post of gentleman, and I will go and seek death at the siege of La Rochelle, if love does not kill me before I have gone as far as that." Marguerite listened smilingly to these charming words, watching La Mole's graceful gestures. Then leaning her beautiful dreamy head on her feverish hand, "You love me?" she asked. "Oh, madame, more than life, more than safety, more than all, but you do not love me." "Poor fool!" she muttered. "Ah, yes, madame," cried La Mole, still at her feet. "I have told you that I was that." "The chief thought of your life, then, is your love, dear La Mole?" "It is the only thought, madame, the sole thought." "Well, be it so. I will make of all the rest only an accessory to this love. You love me. Do you wish to remain near me?" "My one prayer is that God will never take me from you." "Well, you shall not leave me. I need you, La Mole." "You need me? Does the sun need the glowworm?" "If I will tell you that I love you, would you be wholly devoted to me?" "Ah, am I not that already, madame, and more than wholly?" "Yes, but God forgive me, you still doubt." "Oh, I am wrong, I am ungrateful, or rather, as I have told you and repeated to you, I am a fool. But why was Monsieur de Mouy with you this evening? Why did I see him this morning with Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon? Why that cherry-colored cloak, that white plume, that affected imitation of my gait? Ah, madame, it is not you whom I suspect, but your brother." "Wretched man!" said Marguerite. "Wretched man to suppose that Duc François would push complacency so far as to introduce a wooer to his sister's room. Mad enough to be jealous, and yet not to have guessed. Do you know, La Mole, that the Duc d'Alençon would run you through with his own sword if he knew that you were here this evening at my feet, and that instead of sending you away I were saying to you, 'Stay here where you are, La Mole, for I love you, my fine gentleman. Do you hear? I love you.' Ah, yes, he would certainly kill you." "Great God!" cried La Mole, starting back and looking at Marguerite in terror. "Is it possible?" "Everything is possible, my friend, in these times and at this court. Now, one word. It was not for me that Monsieur de Mouy, in your cloak, his face hidden under your hat, came to the Louvre. It was for Monsieur d'Alençon. But I, thinking it was you, brought him here. He knows our secret, La Mole, and must be carefully managed." "I should prefer to kill him," said La Mole. "That is shorter and surer." "And I, my brave gentleman," said the queen, "I prefer him to live, and for you to know everything, for not only is his life useful to us, but it is necessary. Listen and weigh your words well before you answer. Do you love me enough, La Mole, to be glad if I were really to become a queen, that is, queen of a real kingdom?" "Alas, madame, I love you enough to wish what you wish, even should this desire ruin my whole life." "Well, do you want to aid me to realize this desire, which would make you still happier?" "Oh, I should lose you, madame!" cried La Mole, hiding his head in his hands. "No, on the contrary, instead of being the first of my servants, you would become the first of my subjects, that is all." "Oh, no interest, no ambition, madame. Do not sully the feeling I have for you, the devotion, nothing but devotion." "Noble nature," said Marguerite. "Well, yes, I accept your devotion, and I shall find out how to reward it." She extended both her hands, and La Mole covered them with kisses. "Well," said she. "Well, yes," replied La Mole, "yes, Marguerite, I am beginning to comprehend this vague project already talked of by us Huguenots before the massacre of Saint Bartholomew, the scheme for the execution of which I, like many other worthier than myself, was sent to Paris. You covet this actual kingdom of Navarre, which is to take the place of an imaginary kingdom. King Henry drives you to it. De Mouy conspires with you, does he not? But the Duc d'Alençon, what is he doing in it all? Where is there a throne for him? I do not see. Now, is the Duc d'Alençon sufficiently your friend to aid you in all this without asking anything in exchange for the danger he runs?" "The duke, my friend, is conspiring on his own account. Let us leave him to his illusions. his life answers for ours."
"But I who belong to him, can I betray him?"
"Betray him? In what are you betraying him? What has he confided to you? Is it not he who has betrayed you by giving your cloak and hat to De Mouy as a means of gaining him admittance to his apartments? You belong to him, you say. Were you not mine, my gentleman, before you were his? Has he given you a greater proof of friendship than the proof of love you have from me?"
La Mole arose, pale and completely overcome. "Oh," he murmured, "Coconnas was right. Intrigue is enveloping me in its folds. It will suffocate me."
"Well?" asked Marguerite.
"Well," said La Mole, "this is my answer. It is said, and I heard it at the other end of France, where your illustrious name and your universal reputation for beauty touched my heart like a vague desire for the unknown. It is said that sometimes you love, but that your love is always fatal to those you love, so that death, jealous no doubt, almost always removes your lovers."
"La Mole!"
"Do not interrupt me, oh, my well-loved Margarita, for they add that you preserve the hearts of these faithful friends in gold boxes, and that occasionally you bestow a melancholy thought, a pious glance on the sad remains. You sigh, my queen, your eyes droop, it is true. Well, make me the dearest and the happiest of your favorites. You have pierced the hearts of others, and you keep their hearts. You do more with me, you expose my head. Well, Marguerite, swear to me before the image of the God who has saved my life in this very place, swear to me that if I die for you, as a sad presentiment tells me I shall do, swear to me that you will keep my head, which the hangman will separate from my body, and that you will sometimes press your lips to it. Swear, Marguerite, and the promise of such reward bestowed by my queen will make me silent, and if necessary, a traitor and a coward. This is being wholly devoted as your lover and your accomplice should be."
"Oh, what ghastly foolishness, dear heart!" said Marguerite. "Oh, fatal thought, sweet love!"
"Swear."
"Swear?"
"Yes, on this silver chest with its cross, swear."
"Well," said Marguerite, "if, and God forbid, your gloomy presentiment is realized, my fine gentleman, on this cross I swear to you that you shall be near me, living or dead, so long as I live, and if I am unable to rescue you from the peril which comes to you through me alone, I will at least give to your poor soul the consolation for which you ask, and which you will so well have deserved."
"One more word, Marguerite. I can die now. I shall not mind death, but I can live too, for we may succeed. The King of Navarre, king, you may be queen, in which case he will take you away. This vow of separation between you will some day be broken, and will do away with ours. Now, Marguerite, my well-beloved Marguerite, with a word you have taken away my every fear of death. Now, with a word, keep up my courage concerning life."
"Oh, fear nothing, I am yours, body and soul," cried Marguerite, again raising her hand to the cross on the little chest. "If I leave, you follow, and if the king refuses to take you, then I shall not go."
"But you dare not resist?"
"My well-beloved Hyacinth," said Marguerite, "you do not know Henry. At present he is thinking of only one thing, that is, of being king. For this he would sacrifice everything he owns, and still more. What does he not own? Now, adieu."
"Madame," said La Mole, smiling, "are you going to send me away?"
"It is late," said Marguerite.
"No doubt, but where would you have me go? Monsieur de Mouy is in my room with Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon."
"Ah, yes," said Marguerite with a beautiful smile. "Besides, I have still some things to tell you about this conspiracy."
From that night La Mole was no longer an ordinary favorite. He well might carry his head high, for which, living or dead, so sweet a future was in store. And yet at times his weary brow was bent,
His cheek grew pale, and deep thoughts plowed their furrows on the forehead of the young man, once so light-hearted, now so happy. End of chapter 26. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 27 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 27. The Hand of God. On leaving Madame de Sauve, Henry had said to her, "Go to bed, Charlotte. Pretend that you are very ill, and on no account see anyone all day tomorrow." Charlotte obeyed without questioning the reason for this suggestion from the king. She was beginning to be accustomed to his eccentricities, as we should call them today, or to his whims, as they were called then. Moreover, she knew that deep in his heart Henry hid secrets which he told to no one, in his mind plans which he feared to reveal even in his dreams, so that she carried out all his wishes, knowing that his most peculiar ideas had an object. Whereupon that evening she complained to Dariole of great heaviness in her head, accompanied by dizziness. These were the symptoms which Henry had suggested to her to feign. The following day she pretended that she wanted to rise, but scarcely had she put her foot on the floor when she said she felt a general debility and went back to bed. This indisposition, which Henry had already announced to the Duc d'Alençon, was the first news brought to Catharine when she calmly asked why La Sauve was not present as usual at her levee. "She is ill," replied Madame de Lorraine, who was there. "Ill?" repeated Catharine, without a muscle of her face betraying the interest she took in the answer. "Some idle fatigue, perhaps." "No, madame," replied the princess. "She complains of a severe headache, and of a weakness which prevents her from walking." Catharine did not answer, but to hide her joy she turned to the window, and perceiving Henry, who was crossing the court after his conversation with De Mouy, she rose the better to see him. Driven by that conscience which, although invisible, always throbs in the deepest recesses of hearts most hardened to crime. "Does not my son Henry seem paler than usual this morning?" she asked her captain of the guards. There was nothing in the question. Henry was greatly troubled mentally, but physically he was very strong. By degrees those usually present at the Queen's levee withdrew. 3 or 4 intimate ones remained longer than the others, but Catharine impatiently dismissed them, saying that she wished to be alone. When the last courtier had gone, Catharine closed the door, and going to a secret closet hidden in one of the panels of her room, she slid back a door in a groove of wood and took out a book, the worn leaves of which showed frequent use. Placing the volume on a table, she opened it to a bookmark, then resting her elbow on the table and her head on one hand, "That is it," murmured she, reading, "headache, general weakness, pain in the eyes, swelling of the palate. As yet they have mentioned only the pains in the head and weakness, but the other symptoms will not be slow in forthcoming." She continued, "Then the inflammation reaches the throat, extends to the stomach, surrounds the heart like a circle of fire, and causes the brain to burst like a thunderclap." She read on to herself. Then in a low voice, "For the fever, 6 hours. For the general inflammation, 12 hours. For the gangrene, 12 hours. For the suffering, 6 hours. In all, 36 hours. Now suppose that the absorption is slow, and that instead of 36 hours we have 40, even 48. Yes, 48 hours should suffice. But Henry, how is it that he is still up? Because he is a man, because he has a strong constitution, because perhaps he drank after he kissed her, and wiped his lips after drinking." Catharine waited the dinner hour with impatience. Henry dined every day at the king's table. He came, he in turn complained of pain in his head. He ate nothing and withdrew immediately after the meal, saying that having been awake a part of the previous night, he felt a pressing need of sleep. Catharine listened as his uncertain steps died away. Then she had him followed. She was told that the King of Navarre had gone to Madame de Sauve's apartments. "Henry," said she to herself, "will this evening complete the work of death which some unfortunate chance has left half finished." The King of Navarre had indeed gone to Madame de Sauve's room, but it was to tell her to continue playing her rôle.
The whole of the following morning Henry did not leave his chamber, nor did he appear at dinner. Madame de Sauve, they said, was growing worse and worse, and the report of Henry's illness, spread abroad by Catharine herself, sped like one of those presentiments which hover in the air, but which no one can explain. Catharine was delighted. The previous morning she had sent Ambroise Paré to help one of her favorite servants, who was ill at Saint Germain. So it had to be one of her own men who was called in to see Madame de Sauve and Henry. This man would say only what she wished him to say. If, contrary to all expectation, some other doctor had been summoned, and if some whisper concerning poison had frightened the court, in which so many reports had already been circulated, she counted greatly on the rumor to arouse the jealousy of Marguerite regarding the various loves of her husband. We remember she had spoken strongly of this jealousy, which had been apparent on various occasions, among others, on the Hawthorne walk, where, in the presence of several persons, she had said to her daughter, "So you are very jealous, Marguerite?" Therefore, with unruffled features, she waited for the door to open, when some pale, startled servant would enter, crying, "Your Majesty, the King of Navarre has been hurt, and Madame de Sauve is dead." 4 o'clock in the afternoon struck. Catharine finished her luncheon in the aviary, where she was crumbling some bread for her rare birds which she herself had raised. Although her face was calm and even gloomy as usual, her heart throbbed violently at the slightest sound. Suddenly the door opened. "Madame," said the captain of the guards, "the King of Navarre is—" "Ill?" hastily interrupted Catharine. "No, madame, thank God. His Majesty seems to be wonderfully well." "What is it, then?" "The King of Navarre is here." "What does he want?" "He is bringing your Majesty a rare kind of monkey." Just then Henry entered, holding in his hand a basket, in which was a little monkey he was petting. He entered smiling, and seemed wholly absorbed in the dear little animal he brought. But, occupied as he appeared to be, he did not fail to give his usual first glance around. This was sufficient for him under trying circumstances. As to Catharine, she was very pale, of a pallor which deepened as she saw that the cheeks of the young man were flushed with the glow of health. The queen mother was amazed at this turn of affairs. She accepted Henry's gift mechanically, appeared agitated, complimented him on looking so well, and added, "I am all the more pleased to see you looking so, because I heard that you were ill, and because, if I remember rightly, you yourself complained of not feeling well, in my presence. But now I understand," she added, trying to smile, "it was an excuse so that you might be free." "No, I have really been very ill, madame," said Henry, "but a specific used in our mountains, and which comes from my mother, has cured my indisposition." "Ah! You will give me the recipe, will you not, Henry?" said Catharine, really smiling this time, but with an irony she could not disguise. "Some counter poison," she murmured. "We must look into this, but no. Seeing Madame de Sauve ill, it will be suspected. Indeed, I believe that the hand of God is over this man." Catharine waited impatiently for the night. Madame de Sauve did not appear. At play she inquired for her, but was told that she was suffering more and more. All the evening she was restless, and everyone anxiously wondered what were the thoughts which could move this face usually so calm. At length everyone retired. Catharine had herself undressed and put to bed by her ladies in waiting. Then, when everyone had gone to sleep in the Louvre, she rose, slipped on a long black dressing gown, took a lamp, chose from her keys the one which unlocked the door of Madame de Sauve's apartments, and ascended the stair to see her maid of honor. Had Henry foreseen this visit? Was he busy in his own rooms? Was he hiding somewhere? However this may have been, the young woman was alone. Catharine opened the door cautiously, crossed the antechamber, entered the reception room, set her lamp on a table, for a night lamp was burning near the sick woman, and glided like a shadow into the sleeping room. Dariole, in a deep armchair, was sleeping near the bed of her mistress. This bed was entirely shut in by curtains. The respiration of the young woman was so light that for an instant Catharine thought she was not breathing at all. At length she heard a slight sigh, and with an evil joy she raised the curtain in order to see for herself the effect of the terrible poison. She trembled in advance at the sight of the livid pallor or the devouring purple of the mortal fever she hoped for. But instead of this, calm, with eyes hidden under their white lids, her mouth rosy and half open, her moist cheek pressed gently against one of her gracefully rounded arms, while the other arm, fresh and pearly, was thrown across the crimson damask which served as counterpane. The beautiful young woman lay sleeping with a smile still on her lips. No doubt some sweet dream brought the smile to her lips, and to her cheek the flush of health which nothing could disturb. Catharine could not refrain from uttering a cry of surprise which roused Dariole for a moment. The queen mother hastily stepped behind the curtains of the bed. Dariole opened her eyes, but overcome with sleep, without even wondering in her drowsy mind why she had awakened, the young girl dropped her heavy lids and slept again. Then Catharine came from behind the curtain, and glancing at the other objects in the room, saw on a table a bottle of Spanish wine, some fruit, pastry, and 2 glasses. Henry must have had supper with the Baroness, who apparently was as well as himself. Walking on tiptoe, Catharine took up the small silver box that was partly empty. It was the same or very similar to the one she had sent to Charlotte. She removed from it a piece as large as a pearl on the point of a gold needle, returned to her room, and gave it to the little ape which Henry had brought her that evening. Attracted by the aromatic odor, the animal devoured it eagerly, and turning around in his basket, went to sleep. Catharine waited a quarter of an hour. "With half of what he has just eaten," said she, "my dog Brutus died, swelling up instantly. Someone has played me a trick. Is it Réné? Impossible. Then it is Henry. Oh, fatality! It is very evident that since he is to reign he cannot die, but perhaps the poison was not strong enough. We shall see by trying steel." And Catharine went to bed revolving in her mind a fresh idea which no doubt was perfected the following day, for she called her captain of the guards to her, gave him a letter, ordered him to take it to its address and to deliver it only into the hands of the one for whom it was intended. It was addressed to the Sire de Louviers de Maurevel, captain of the king's petard makers, Rue de la Cerissier, near the Arsenal. End of chapter 27. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 28 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 28. The Letter from Rome. Several days elapsed after the events we have just described, when one morning a litter escorted by several gentlemen wearing the colors of Monsieur de Guise entered the Louvre, and word was brought to the Queen of Navarre that Madame la Duchesse de Nevers begged the honor of an audience. Marguerite was receiving a call from Madame de Sauve. It was the first time the beautiful Baroness had been out since her pretended illness. She knew that the queen had expressed to her husband great anxiety on account of her indisposition, which for almost a week had been court gossip, and she had come to thank her. Marguerite congratulated her on her convalescence and on her good fortune at having recovered so quickly from the strange malady, the seriousness of which, as a daughter of France, she could not fail to appreciate. "I trust you will attend the hunt, already once postponed," said Marguerite. "It is planned positively for tomorrow. For winter the weather is very mild, the sun has softened the earth, and the hunters all say that the day will be fine." "But, madame," said the Baroness, "I do not know if I shall be strong enough." "Bah!" exclaimed Marguerite. "Make an effort. Moreover, since I am one of the hunters, I have told the king to reserve a small Béarnese horse which I was to ride, but which will carry you perfectly. Have you not already heard of it?" "Yes, madame, but I did not know that it was meant for your majesty. Had I known that, I should not have accepted it." "From a feeling of pride, Baroness?" "No, madame, from a feeling of humility, on the contrary." "Then you will come?" "Your majesty overwhelms me with honor. I will come since you command me." At that moment Madame la Duchesse de Nevers was announced. At this name Marguerite gave a cry of such delight that the Baroness understood that the two women wanted to talk together. She rose to leave. "Until tomorrow, then," said Marguerite. "Until tomorrow, madame." "By the way," continued Marguerite, holding the Baroness by the hand, "you know that in public I hate you, for I am horribly jealous of you." "But in private?" asked Madame de Sauve. "Oh, in private not only do I forgive you, but more than that, I thank you."
"Then your Majesty will permit me?"
Marguerite held out her hand. The Baroness kissed it respectfully, made a low courtesy, and went out. While Madame de Sauve ascended her stairway, bounding like a deer whose tether has been broken, Madame de Nevers was exchanging a few formal words with the queen, which gave time to the gentleman who had accompanied her to retire.
"Gillon," cried Marguerite when the door was closed behind the last, "Gillon, see that no one interrupts us." "Yes," said the duchess, "for we have matters of grave importance to discuss." Taking a chair, she seated herself without ceremony in the best place near the fire and in the sunlight, sure that no one would interrupt the pleasant intimacy between herself and the Queen of Navarre. "Well," said Marguerite with a smile, "what about our famous slaughterer?" "My dear queen," said the duchess, "he is a mythological creature, upon my word. He is incomparable so far as his mind is concerned, and never dries up. He makes witty remarks that would make a saint in her shrine die of laughing. In other respects he is the maddest heathen who ever walked in the skin of a Catholic. I dote on him. And you, what are you doing with your Apollo?" "Alas!" said Marguerite with a sigh. "Oh, how that alas frightens me, dear queen! Is the gentle La Mole too respectful or too sentimental? In that, I am forced to admit, he would be exactly the opposite of his friend Coconnas." "Oh, no, he has his moments," said Marguerite, "but this alas concerned only myself." "What does it mean, then?" "It means, dear duchess, that I am terribly afraid I am actually in love." "Really?" "On my honor." "Oh, so much the better. What a merry life we can lead!" cried Henrietta. "To love a little is my dream, to love much is yours. It is so sweet, dear and learned queen, to rest the mind by the heart, is it not? And to have the smile after the delirium. Ah, Marguerite, I have a feeling that we are going to have a glorious year." "Do you think so?" said the queen. "I, on the contrary, do not know how that may be. I see things through a veil. All these politics occupy me so much. By the way, do you know if your Annibal is as devoted to my brother as he seems to be? Find out for me. I must know." "He? Devoted to anybody or anything? It is easy to see that you do not know him as I do. If he is ever devoted to anything, it will be his ambition, and that is all. If your brother is a man to make great promises to him, well, he will be devoted to your brother. But let your brother, son of France that he is, be careful not to break the promises he makes him. If he does, my faith, look out for your brother." "Really?" "It is just as I say. Truly, Marguerite, there are times when this tiger whom I have tamed frightens me. The other day I said to him, 'Annibal, be careful, do not deceive me, for if you do—' I said it, however, with my emerald eyes, which prompted Ronsard's lines. La Duchesse de Nevers, aux yeux verts, qui, sous leurs paupières blondes, lancée sur nous plus d'éclairs qu'un enfant vainc Jupiter dans les airs lorsque la tempête gronde." "Well?" "Well, I suppose he would answer me, 'I deceive you? I never,' etc., etc. But do you know what he did answer?" "No." "Well, judge of the man. 'And you,' he replied, 'if you deceive me, you take care too, for princess that you are.' And as he said this he threatened me, not only with his eyes, but with his slender pointed finger with its nail cut like a steel lance, which he held before my nose. At that moment, my poor queen, I confessed, he looked so fierce that I trembled, and yet you know I am no coward." "He threatened you, Henrietta? He dared?" "Well, I had threatened him. For the matter, he was right. So you see he is devoted up to a certain point, or rather to a very uncertain point." "In that case we shall see," said Marguerite thoughtfully. "I will speak to La Mole. Have you nothing else to tell me?" "Yes, something most interesting for which I came. But the idea, you have told me more interesting things still. I have received news." "From Rome?" "Yes, through a courier from my husband." "Ah, the Poland affair." "It is progressing beautifully, and probably in a day or two you will be rid of your brother of Anjou." So the Pope has ratified his election?" "Yes, my dear." "And you never told me?" cried Marguerite. "Well, quick, quick, the details." "Oh, mercy, I have none except those I have given you. But wait, I will give you the letter from Monsieur de Nevers. Here it is. Oh, no, those are some verses from Annibal, atrocious ones too, my poor Marguerite. He cannot write any other kind. But wait, here it is. No, it isn't. This is a note of my own which I brought for you to have La Mole give him. Ah, at last, here it is." And Madame de Nevers handed the letter to the queen. Marguerite opened it hastily and read it, but it told nothing more than she had already learned from her friend. "How did you receive this?" continued the queen. "From a courier of my husband, who had orders to stop at the Hôtel de Guise before going to the Louvre, and to deliver this letter to me before delivering that of the king. I knew the importance my queen would attach to this news, and I had written to Monsieur de Nevers to act thus. He obeyed, you see. He is not like that monster of a Coconnas. Now, there is no one in the whole of Paris, except the king, you, and I, who knows this news. Except the man who followed our courtier." "What man?" "Oh, the horrid business! Imagine how tired, worn out, and dusty the wretched messenger was when he arrived. He rode 7 days, day and night, without stopping an instant." "But the man you spoke of just now?" "Wait a minute. Constantly followed by a wildly looking fellow who had relays like himself, and who rode as far as he did for the 400 leagues. The poor courier constantly expected to be shot in his back. Both reached the Saint Marcel gate at the same time, both galloped down the Rue Mouffetard, both crossed the city, but at the end of the bridge of Notre Dame, our courier turned to the right, while the other took the road to the left by the Place du Châtelet, and sped along the quays by the side of the Louvre like an arrow from a bow." "Thanks, my good Henrietta, thanks!" cried Marguerite. "You are right. That is very interesting news. By whom was the other courier sent? I must know. So leave me until this evening. Rue Tizon, is it not? And the hunt tomorrow. Do take a frisky horse, so that he will run away and we can be by ourselves. I will tell you this evening what is necessary for you to try and find out from your Coconnas." "You will not forget my letter?" said the Duchess of Nevers, smiling. "No, no, do not worry. He shall have it, and at once." Madame de Nevers left, and Marguerite immediately sent for Henry, who came to her quickly. She gave him the letter from the Duc de Nevers. "Oh!" he exclaimed. Then Marguerite told him about the second courier. "Yes," said Henry, "I saw him enter the Louvre." "Perhaps he was for the queen mother." "No, I am sure of that, for I ventured to take my stand in the corridor, and I saw no one pass." "Then," said Marguerite, looking at her husband, "he must be"— "For your brother d'Alençon, must he not?" said Henry. "Yes, but how can we be sure?" "Could not one of his 2 gentlemen be sent for?" said Henry carelessly, "and through him"— "You are right," said Marguerite, put at ease at her husband's suggestion. "I will send for Monsieur de la Mole. Gillonne, Gillonne!" The young girl appeared. "I must speak at once with Monsieur de la Mole," said the queen. "Try to find him and bring him here." Gillonne disappeared. Henry seated himself before a table on which was a German book containing engravings by Albert Durer, which he began to examine with such close attention that when La Mole entered he did not seem to hear him and did not even raise his head. On his side, the young man, seeing the king with Marguerite, stopped on the threshold, silent from surprise and pale from anxiety. Marguerite went to him. "Monsieur de la Mole," said she, "can you tell me who is on guard today at Monsieur d'Alençon's?" "Coconnas, madame," said La Mole. "Try to find out for me from him if he admitted to his master's room a man covered with mud, who apparently had a long or hasty ride." "Ah, madame, I fear he will not tell me. For several days he has been very taciturn." "Indeed! But by giving him this note it seems to me that he will owe you something in exchange." "From the duchess! Oh, with this note I will try." "Add," said Marguerite, lowering her voice, "that this note will serve him as a means of gaining entrance this evening to the house you know about." "And I, madame," said La Mole, in a low tone, What shall be mine?" "Give your name. That will be enough." "Give me the note, madame," said La Mole with throbbing heart. "I will bring back the answer." He withdrew. "We shall know to-morrow if the duke has been informed of the Poland affair," said Marguerite calmly, turning to her husband. "That Monsieur de la Mole is really a fine servant," said the Béarnais with his peculiar smile, "and by Heaven, I will make his fortune." End of chapter 28. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 29 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 29. The Departure. When on the following day a beautiful sun, red but rayless, as is apt to be the case on privileged days of winter, rose behind the hills of Paris, everything had already been awake for 2 hours in the court of the Louvre. A magnificent Barbary horse, nervous and spirited, with limbs like those of a stag, on which the veins crossed one another like network, pawed the ground, pricked up his ears, and snorted, while waiting for Charles IX. He was less impatient, however, than his master, who, detained by Catharine, had been stopped by her in the hall. She had said she wished to speak to him on a matter of importance. Both were in the corridor with the glass windows. Catharine was cold, pale, and quiet as usual. Charles IX fretted, bit his nails, and whipped his 2 favorite dogs. The latter were covered with cuirasses of mail, so that the snout of the wild boar should not harm them, and that they might be able to encounter the terrible animal with impunity. A small scutcheon with the arms of France had been stitched on their breasts, similar to those on the breasts of the pages, who more than once had envied the privileges of these happy favorites. "Pay attention, Charles," said Catharine. "No one but you and I knows as yet of the expected arrival of these Polonais. But, God forgive me, the King of Navarre acts as if he knew. In spite of his abjuration, which I always mistrust, he is in communication with the Huguenots. Have you noticed how often he has gone out the past few days? He has money, too. He who has never had any. He buys horses, arms, and on rainy days he practices fencing from morning until night." "Well, my God, mother!" exclaimed Charles IX impatiently, "do you think he intends to kill me or my brother d'Anjou? In that case he will need a few more lessons, for yesterday I counted 11 buttonholes with my foil on his doublet, which, however, had only 6. And as to my brother d'Anjou, you know that he fences as well, if not better, than I do, at least so people say." "Listen, Charles," continued Catharine, "and do not treat lightly what your mother tells you. The ambassadors will arrive. Well, you will see. As soon as they are in Paris, Henry will do all he can to gain their attention. He is insinuating, he is crafty, without mentioning his wife who seconds him, I know not why, and will chat with them and talk Latin, Greek, Hungarian, and I know not what to them. Oh, I tell you, Charles, and you know that I am not mistaken, I tell you that there is something on foot." Just then the clock struck, and Charles IX stopped listening to his mother to count the strokes. "Good heavens! 7 o'clock!" he exclaimed. "1 hour before we get off. That will make it 8. 1 hour to reach the meeting place and to start again. We shall not be able to begin hunting before 9 o'clock. Really, mother, you make me lose a great deal of time. Down, Risquetout! Great heavens, down, I say, you brigand!" And a vigorous blow of the bloody whip on the mastiff's back brought a howl of real pain from the poor beast, thoroughly astonished at receiving punishment in exchange for a caress. "Charles," said Catharine, "listen to me in God's name, and do not leave to chance your fortune and that of France. The hunt, the hunt, the hunt, you cry. Why, you will have time enough to hunt when your work of king is settled." "Come now, mother," exclaimed Charles, pale with impatience. "Explain quickly, for you bother me to death. Really, there are days when I cannot comprehend you." He stopped beating his whip against his boot. Catharine thought that the time had come and that it should not be passed by. "My son," said she, "we have proof that De Mouy has returned to Paris. Monsieur de Maurevel, whom you are well acquainted with, has seen him. This can be only for the King of Navarre. That is enough, I trust, for us to suspect him more than ever." "Come, there you go again after my poor Henriot.
You want me to have him killed, do you not?
Oh, no.
Exiled? But why can you not see that if he were exiled he would be much more dangerous than he will ever be here in the Louvre, under our eyes, where he can do nothing without our knowing it at once?
Therefore I do not wish him exiled.
What do you want, then? Tell me quickly.
I want him to be held in safe keeping while these Polonais are here. In the Bastille, for instance."
"Ah, my faith, no!" cried Charles IX. "We are going to hunt the boar this morning, and Henry is one of my best men. Without him the fun would be spoiled. By heaven, mother, really you do nothing but vex me."
"Why, my dear son, I did not say this morning. The ambassadors do not arrive until tomorrow or the day after. Arrest him after your hunt, this evening, tonight."
"That is a different matter. Well, we will talk about it later and see. After the hunt I will not refuse. Adieu. Come here, Risquetout. Is it your turn to sulk now?"
"Charles,"
said Catharine, laying a detaining hand on his arm at the risk of a fresh explosion which might result from this new delay,
"I think that the best thing to do is to sign the order for arrest at once, even though it is not to be carried out until this evening or tonight."
"Sign, write an order, look up a seal for the parchment when they are waiting for me to go hunting? I, who never keep anyone waiting. The devil take the thought."
"Why, no, I love you too dearly to delay you. I arranged everything beforehand. Step in here and see."
And Catharine, as agile as if she were only 20 years old, pushed open a door of her cabinet and pointed to an inkstand, pen, parchment, the seal, and a lighted candle. The king took the parchment and read it through hastily. "Order, etc., etc., to arrest and conduct to the Bastille our brother Henry of Navarre." "Good, that is done," he exclaimed, signing hurriedly. "Adieu, mother." He hastened from the room, followed by his dogs, greatly pleased to have gotten rid of Catharine so easily. Charles IX. Had been waited for with impatience, and as his promptness in hunting matters was well known, everyone wondered at the delay. So when he finally appeared, the hunters welcomed him by shouts of "Long live the king!" the outriders by a flourish of trumpets, the horses by neighing, the dogs by barking. All this noise and hubbub brought a flush to his pale cheeks, his heart swelled, and for a moment Charles was young and happy. The king scarcely took the time to salute the brilliant company gathered in the courtyard. He nodded to the Duc d'Alençon, waved his hand to his sister Marguerite, passed Henry without apparently seeing him, and sprang upon the fiery Barbary horse, which started off at once. But after curvetting around 3 or 4 times, he realized what sort of a rider he had to deal with and quieted down. The trumpets again sounded, and the king left the Louvre, followed by the Duc d'Alençon, the King of Navarre, Marguerite, Madame de Nevers, Madame de Sauve, Tavannes, and the principal courtiers. It goes without saying that La Mole and Coconnas were of the number. As to the Duc d'Anjou, he had been at the siege of La Rochelle for 3 months. While waiting for the king, Henry had spoken to his wife, who in returning his greeting had whispered, "The courier from Rome was admitted by Monsieur de Coconnas himself to the chamber of the Duc d'Alençon a quarter of an hour before the messenger from the Duc de Nevers saw the king." "Then he knows all," said Henry. "He must know all," replied Marguerite. "But keep your eyes on him and see how, in spite of his usual dissimulation, his eyes shine." "Ventre Saint Gris!" murmured the Béarnais. "I should think they would. He hunts triple game today, France, Poland, and Navarre, without counting the wild boar." He bowed to his wife, returned to his place, and calling one of his servants whose ancestors had been in the service of his father for more than a century, and whom he employed as ordinary messenger in his love affairs, "Orthon," said he, "take this key to the cousin of Madame de Sauve, who you know lives with his mistress at the corner of the Rue de Quatre Filles. Say to him that his cousin desires to speak to him this evening, that he is to enter my room, and in case I am not there to wait for me. If I am late, he is to lie down on my bed." "Is there an answer, sire?" "No, except to tell me if you find him. The key is for him alone, you understand?" "Yes, sire." "Wait. Do not start now. Plague you, before leaving Paris I will call you to tighten my saddle girths, and that way you will naturally have to lag behind, and you can carry out your commission and join us at Bondy." The servant made a sign of obedience and rode away. They set out by the Rue Saint-Honoré, through the Rue Saint-Denis and the Faubourg. At the Rue Saint-Laurent the saddle-girths of the King of Navarre became loose. Orthon rode up to him, and everything happened as had been agreed on between him and his master, who followed the royal procession along the Rue de Récollet, where his faithful servant sought the Rue du Temple. When Henry overtook the king, Charles was engaged in such an interesting conversation with the Duc d'Alençon on the subject of the weather, the age of the wild boar, which was a recluse, and as to where he had made his lair, that he did not notice, or pretended he did not notice, that Henry had lagged behind a moment. In the meantime, Marguerite had watched each countenance from afar and thought she perceived a certain embarrassment in the eyes of her brother every time she looked at him. Madame de Nevers was abandoning herself to mad gaiety, for Coconnas, supremely happy that day, was making numberless jokes near her to make the ladies laugh. As to La Mole, he had already twice found an opportunity to kiss Marguerite's white scarf with gold fringe without the act, which was carried out with the skill usual to lovers, having been seen by more than 3 or 4. About 8:15 they reached Bondy. The first thought of Charles IX was to find out if the wild boar had held out. The boar was in his lair, and the outrider who had turned him aside answered for him. A breakfast was ready. The king drank a glass of Hungarian wine. Charles IX invited the ladies to take seats at table, and in his impatience to pass away the time set out to visit the kennels and the roosts, giving orders not to unsaddle his horse, as he said he had never had a better or a stronger mount. While the king was taking this stroll, the Duc de Guise arrived. He was armed for war rather than for hunting, and was accompanied by 20 or 30 gentlemen equipped in like manner. He asked at once for the king, joined him, and returned to talking with him. At exactly 9 o'clock the king himself gave the signal to start, and each one mounted and set out to meet. During the ride Henry found another opportunity to be near his wife. "Well," said he, "do you know anything new?" "No," replied Marguerite, "unless it is that my brother Charles looks at you strangely." "I have noticed it," said Henry. "Have you taken precautions?" "I have on a coat of mail, and at my side a good Spanish hunting knife as sharp as a razor, and as pointed as a needle. I could pierce pistols with it." "In that case," said Marguerite, "God protect you." The outrider in charge of the hunt made a sign. They had reached the lair. End of chapter 29. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 30 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 30. Maurevel. While all this careless, light-hearted youth, apparently so at least, was scattering like a gilded whirlwind along the road to Bondy, Catharine, still rolling up the precious parchment to which King Charles had just affixed his signature, admitted into her room a man to whom, a few days before, her captain of the guards had carried a letter addressed to the Rue de la Cerisier near the Arsenal. A broad silk band, like a bandage of mourning, hid one of the man's eyes, showing only the other eye, 2 prominent cheekbones, and the curve of a vulture's nose, while a grayish beard covered the lower part of his face. He wore a long, thick cloak, beneath which one might have imagined a whole arsenal. Besides this, although it was not the custom of those called to court, he wore at his side a long campaign sword, broad and with a double blade. One of his hands was hidden beneath his cloak, and never left the handle of a long dagger. "Ah, you are here, monsieur," said the queen, seating herself. "You know that I promised you after Saint Bartholomew, when you rendered us such signal service, not to let you be idle. The opportunity has arisen, or rather I have made it. Thank me, therefore." "Madame, I humbly thank your majesty," replied the man with the black bandage in a reserved voice at once low and insolent. "A fine opportunity. You will not find another such in your whole life. Make the most of it, therefore." "I am waiting, madame, only after the preamble, I fear—" "That the commission may not be much? Are not those who wish to advance fond of such commissions? The one of which I speak would be envied by the Tavannes and even by the de Guises." "Ah, madame," said the man, Believe me, I am at your Majesty's orders, whatever they may be."
"In that case, read," said Catherine. She handed him the parchment. The man read it and grew pale.
"What?" he exclaimed. "In order to arrest the King of Navarre?"
"Well, what is there strange in that?"
"But a king, madame! Really, I fear I am not of sufficiently high rank."
"My confidence makes you the first gentleman of my court, Monsieur de Maurevel," said Catherine.
"I thank your Majesty," said the assassin, so moved that he seemed to hesitate.
"You will obey, then?"
"If your Majesty orders it, is it not my duty?"
"Yes, I order it."
"Then I will obey."
"How shall you go to work?"
"Why, madame, I do not know. I should greatly like to be guided by your Majesty."
"You fear noise?"
"I admit it."
"Take a dozen sure men if necessary."
"I understand, of course, that your Majesty will permit me to do the best I can for myself, and I am grateful to you for this. But where shall I arrest the King of Navarre?"
"Where would it best please you to arrest him?"
"In some place in which I should be warranted in doing so, if possible, even by his Majesty."
"Yes, I understand, in some royal palace. What do you say to the Louvre, for instance?"
"Oh, if your Majesty would permit it, that would be a great favor."
"You will arrest him, then, in the Louvre."
"In what part?"
"In his own room."
Maurevel bowed. "When, madame?"
"This evening, or rather tonight."
"Very well, madame. Now, will your Majesty deign to inform me on one point?"
"On what point?"
"About the respect due to his position."
"Respect? Position?" said Catherine. "Why, then you do not know, monsieur, that the King of France owes respect to no one in his kingdom, whoever he may be, recognizing no position as equal to his own?"
Maurevel bowed a second time.
"I insist on this point, however, madame, if your Majesty will allow me." "I will, monsieur."
"If the king contests the authenticity of the order, which is not probable, but—"
"On the contrary, monsieur, he is sure to do so."
"He will contest it?"
"Without a doubt."
"And consequently he will refuse to obey it?"
"I fear so."
"And he will resist?"
"Probably."
"Ah, the devil!" said Maurevel. "And in that case?"
"In what case?" said Catherine, not moving her eyes from him.
"Why, in case he resists, what is to be done?"
"What do you do when you are given an order from the king, that is, when you represent the king, and when there is any resistance, Monsieur de Maurevel?"
"Why, madame," said the sbirro, "why, I am honored with such an order, and when this order refers to a simple gentleman, I kill him."
"I told you, monsieur," said Catherine, "and I scarcely think that sufficient time has elapsed for you to have forgotten it, that the King of France recognizes no position in his kingdom, and that after him the greatest are simple gentlemen."
Maurevel grew pale, for he was beginning to comprehend. "Oh, oh!" he cried, "kill the King of Navarre?"
"Why, who is speaking of killing him? Where is the order to kill him? The king wishes him taken to the Bastille, and the order contains nothing more. If he lets himself be arrested, very good. But as he will not let himself be arrested, as he will resist, as he will endeavor to kill you."
Maurevel grew paler.
"You will defend yourself," continued Catherine. "One cannot ask a brave man like you to let himself be killed without defending himself, and in defending yourself, what can you expect? You must let come what may. You understand me, do you not?"
"Yes, madame. And yet"—
"Come, do you want me to write dead or alive after the words order to arrest?"
"I confess, madame, that would do away with my scruples."
"Well, it must be done, of course, since you do not think the order can be carried out without it."
And Catherine shrugged her shoulders, unrolled the parchment with one hand, and wrote with the other, "Dead or alive."
"Now," said she, "do you consider the order all right?"
"Yes, madame," replied Maurevel, But I beg your Majesty to leave the carrying out of the entire affair to me."
"What have I said that will interfere with it?"
"Your Majesty told me to take 12 men."
"Yes, to make sure."
"Well, I ask permission to take only 6."
"Why so?"
"Because, madame, if anything happens to the prince, as it probably will, it would be easy to excuse 6 men for having been afraid of losing the prisoner, but no one would excuse 12 guards for not having let half of their number be killed before laying hands on royalty."
"Fine royalty, in truth, which has no kingdom."
"Madame," said Maurevel, "it is not the kingdom which makes the king, it is birth."
"Very well," said Catharine, "do as you please. Only I must warn you that I do not wish you to leave the Louvre."
"But, madame, to get my men together."
"Have you not a sort of sergeant whom you can charge with this duty?"
"I have my lackey, who not only is a faithful fellow, but who has even occasionally aided me in this sort of thing."
"Send for him and confer with him. You know the chamber hung with the king's arms, do you not? Well, your breakfast shall be served there, and from there you shall give your orders. The place will aid you to collect your wits in case they are scattered. Then, when my son returns from the hunt, you are to go into my oratory and wait until the time comes."
"But how are we to get into the room? Probably the king suspects something, and he will shut himself up in it."
"I have a duplicate key to every door," said Catharine, "and the bolts have been removed from Henry's room. Adieu, Monsieur de Maurevel, for a while. I will have you taken to the king's armory. Ah, by the way, remember that the order of a king must be carried out before anything else. No excuse is admissible. A defeat, even a failure, would compromise the honor of the king. It is a serious matter."
And Catharine, without giving Maurevel time to answer, called Monsieur de Nancy, the captain of the guards, and ordered him to conduct Maurevel to the king's armory. "My God!" exclaimed Maurevel as he followed his guide, "I have risen to the hierarchy of assassination, from a simple gentleman to a captain, from a captain to an admiral, from an admiral to a king without a crown. Who knows if I shall not some day be a king with a crown?" End of chapter 30. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 31 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 31. The Hunt. The outrider who had turned aside the boar and who had told the king that the animal had not left the place was not mistaken. Scarcely were the bloodhounds put on the trail before it plunged into the thickets, and from a cluster of thorn bushes drove out the boar which the outrider had recognized by its track. It was a recluse, that is, the strangest kind of animal. It started straight ahead and crossed the road 50 feet from the king, followed only by the bloodhound which had driven it back. The first relay of dogs was at once let loose, 20 in number, which sprang after it. Hunting was Charles's chief passion. Scarcely had the animal crossed the road before he started after it, followed by the Duc d'Alençon and Henry, to whom a sign had indicated that he must not leave Charles. The rest of the hunters followed the king. At the time of which we are writing, the royal forests were far from being what they are today, great parks intersected by carriage roads. Then traffic was almost wanting. Kings had not yet conceived the idea of being merchants and of dividing their woods into fellings, copses, and forests. The trees, planted not by learned foresters, but by the hand of God, who threw the grain to the will of the winds, were not arranged in quincunces, but in those days was a den of the wild boar, the stag, the wolf, and robbers. And a dozen paths starting from one point starred that of Bondy, surrounded by a circular road as the circle of a wheel surrounds its fellies. To carry the comparison further, the nave would not be a bad representation of the single point where the parties meet in the center of the wood, where the wandering hunters rally to start out again towards the point where the lost animal again appears. At the end of a quarter of an hour there happened what always happens in such cases. Insurmountable obstacles rose in the path of the hunters. The cries of the dogs were lost in the distance, and the king returned to the meeting place cursing and swearing as was his habit. "Well, d'Alençon! Well, Henriot!" said he. "There you are, by heaven, as calm and unruffled as nuns following their abbess. That is not hunting. Why, D'Alençon, you look as though you had just stepped out of a bandbox, and you are so saturated with perfumery that if you were to pass between the boar and my dogs, you might put them off the scent. And you, Henry, where is your spear, your musket? Let us see." "Sire," said Henry, "of what use is a musket? I know that your Majesty likes to shoot the beast when the dogs have caught it. As to the spear, I am clumsy enough with this weapon, which is not much used among our mountains, where we hunt the bear with a simple dagger." "By heavens, Henry, when you return to your Pyrenees, you will have to send me a whole cartload of bears. It must be a pretty hunt that is carried on at such close quarters with an animal which might strangle us. Listen, I think I hear the dogs. No, I am mistaken. The king took his horn and blew a blast. Several horns answered him, and suddenly an outrider appeared who blew another blast. "The boar! The boar!" cried the king. He galloped off, followed by the rest of the hunters who had rallied round him. The outrider was not mistaken. As the king advanced, they began to hear the barking of the pack, which consisted of more than 60 dogs, for one after another they had let loose all the relays placed at the points the boar had already passed. The king saw the boar again, and taking advantage of a clump of high trees, he rushed after him, blowing his horn with all his might. For some time the princes followed him, but the king had such a strong horse, and was so carried away by his ardor, and he rode over such rough roads and through such thick underbrush, that at first the ladies, and then the Duc de Guise and his gentlemen, and finally the 2 princes were forced to abandon him. Tavannes held out for a time longer, but at length he too gave up. Except Charles and a few outriders who, excited over a promised reward, would not leave the king, everyone had gathered about the open space in the center of the wood. The 2 princes were together on a narrow path. The Duc de Guise and his gentlemen had halted 100 feet from them. Further on were the ladies. "Does it not really seem," said the Duc d'Alençon to Henry, indicating by a wink the Duc de Guise, "that that man with his escort sheathed in steel is the real king? Poor princes that we are, he does not even honor us by a glance." "Why should he treat us better than we treat our own relatives?" replied Henry. "Why, brother, are not you and I prisoners at the court of France, hostages from our party?" Duke François started at these words and looked at Henry as if to provoke further explanation, but Henry had said more than he usually did and was silent. "What do you mean, Henry?" asked the Duke François, visibly annoyed that his brother-in-law by stopping had left him to open the conversation. "I say, brother," said Henry, "that all these men who are so well armed, whose duty seems to be not to lose sight of us, look exactly like guards preventing 2 people from running away." "Running away? Why? How?" asked D'Alençon, admirably successful in his pretended surprise and innocence. "You have a magnificent mount, François," said Henry, following out his thoughts, while apparently changing the conversation. "I am sure he could make 7 leagues in an hour, and 20 between now and noon. It is a fine day, and one feels like saying good-bye. See the beautiful crossroad. Does it not tempt you, François? As to me, my spurs burn me." François did not reply, but he first turned red and then white. Then he bent his head as if listening for sounds from the hunters. "The news from Poland is having its effect," said Henry, "and my dear brother-in-law has his plans. He would like me to escape, but I shall not do so by myself." Scarcely had this thought passed through his mind before several new converts, who had come to court during the past 2 or 3 months, galloped up and smiled pleasantly on the 2 princes. The Duc d'Alençon, provoked by Henry's remarks, had but one word to say, one gesture to make, and it was evident that 30 or 40 horsemen, who at that moment gathered around them as though to oppose the troop belonging to Monsieur de Guise, favored his flight. But he turned aside his head, and raising his horn to his lips, he sounded the rally. But the newcomers, as if they thought that the hesitation on the part of the Duc d'Alençon was due to the presence of the followers of the de Guises, had by degrees glided among them and the 2 princes, and had drawn themselves up in echelons with a strategic skill which showed the usual military disposition. In fact, to reach the Duc d'Alençon and the King of Navarre, it would have been necessary to pass through this company, while as far as eye could reach, a perfectly free road stretched out before the brothers. Suddenly, from among the trees, 10 feet from the King of Navarre, another gentleman appeared, as yet unperceived by the 2 princes. Henry was trying to think who he was, when the gentleman raised his hat, and Henry recognized him as the Vicomte de Turenne, one of the leaders of the Protestant party, who was supposed to be in Poitou. The Vicomte even ventured to make a sign which clearly meant, "Will you come?" But having consulted the impassible face and dull eye of the Duc d'Alençon, Henry turned his head 2 or 3 times over his shoulder as if something was the matter with his neck or doublet. This was a refusal. The Vicomte understood it, put both spurs to his horse, and disappeared in the thicket. At that moment the pack was heard approaching. Then they saw the boar, followed by the dogs, cross the end of the path where they were all gathered. Then Charles IX, like an infernal hunter, hatless, the horn at his mouth, blowing enough to burst his lungs. 3 or 4 outriders followed. Tavannes had disappeared. "The king!" cried the Duc d'Alençon, and he rode after him. Reassured by the presence of his good friends, Henry signed to them not to leave, and advanced toward the ladies. "Well," said Marguerite, taking a few steps towards him. "Well, madame," said Henry, "we are hunting the wild boar." "Is that all?" "Yes, the wind has changed since morning, but I believe you predicted this." "These changes of the wind are bad for hunting, are they not, monsieur?" asked Marguerite. "Yes," said Henry, "they sometimes upset all plans, which have to be made over again." Just then the barking of the dogs began to be heard as they rapidly approached, and a sort of noisy dust warned the hunters to be on their guard. Each one raised his head and listened. Almost immediately the boar appeared again, but instead of returning to the woods, he followed the road that led directly to the open space where were the ladies, the gentlemen, paying court to them, and the hunters who had given up the chase. Behind the animal came 30 or 40 great dogs, panting. Then 20 feet behind them, King Charles without hat or cloak, his clothes torn by the thorns, his face and hands covered with blood. 1 or 2 outriders were with him. The king stopped blowing his horn only to urge on his dogs, and stopped urging on his dogs only to return to his horn. He saw no one. Had his horse stumbled, he might have cried out as did Richard III, "My kingdom for a horse!" But the horse seemed as eager as his master. His feet did not touch the ground, and his nostrils breathed forth fire. Boar, dogs, and king passed like a dream. "Halloo! Halloo!" cried the king as he went by, raising the horn to his bloody lips. A few feet behind him came the Duc d'Alençon and 2 outriders, but the horses of the others had given out or else they were lost. Everyone started after the king, for it was evident that the boar would soon be taken. In fact, at the end of about 10 minutes the animal left the path it had been following and sprang into the bushes, but reaching an open space it ran to a rock and faced the dogs. At the shouts from Charles, who had followed it, everyone drew near. They arrived at an interesting point in the chase. The boar seemed determined to make a desperate defense. The dogs, excited by a run of more than 3 hours, rushed on it with a fury which increased the shouts and the oaths of the king. All the hunters formed a circle, the king somewhat in advance. Behind him the Duc d'Alençon armed with a musket, and Henry, who had nothing but his simple hunting knife. The Duc d'Alençon unfastened his musket and lighted the match. Henry moved his knife in its sheath. As to the Duc de Guise, disdainful of all the details of hunting, he stood somewhat apart from the others with his gentlemen. The women, gathered together in a group, formed a counterpart to that of the duke. Everyone who was anything of a hunter stood with eyes fixed on the animal in anxious expectation. To one side an outrider was endeavoring to restrain the king's 2 mastiffs, which, encased in their coats of mail, were waiting to take the boar by the ears, howling and jumping about in such a manner that every instant one might think they would burst their chains. The boar made a wonderful resistance, attacked at once by 40 or more dogs, which enveloped it like a roaring tide, which covered it by their motley carpet, which on all sides was striving to reach its skin, wrinkled with bristles. At each blow of its snout it hurled a dog 10 feet in the air. The dogs fell back, torn to pieces, and with entrails dragging, at once returned to the fray. Charles, with hair on end, bloodshot eyes, and inflated nostrils, leaned over the neck of his dripping horse, shouting furious halloos. In less than 10 minutes 20 dogs were out of the fight. "The mastiffs!" cried Charles, "the mastiffs!" At this shout the outrider opened the carbine swivels of the leashes, and the 2 bloodhounds rushed into the midst of the carnage, overturning everything, scattering everything, making away with their coats of mail to the animal, which they seized by the ear. The boar, knowing that it was caught, clenched its teeth both from rage and pain.
"Bravo, Duredent! Bravo, Risquetout!" cried Charles. "Courage, dogs! A spear! A spear!" "Do you not want my musket?" asked the Duc d'Alençon. "No," cried the king, "no. One cannot feel a bullet when he shoots. There is no fun in it. But one can feel a spear. A spear! A spear!" They handed the king a hunting spear, hardened by fire and armed with a steel point. "Take care, brother!" cried Marguerite. "Come, come!" cried the Duchesse de Nevers. "Do not miss, sire. Give the beast a good stab." "Be easy, Duchess," said Charles. Couching his lance, he darted at the boar, which, held by the two bloodhounds, could not escape the blow. But at sight of the shining lance it turned to one side, and the weapon, instead of sinking into its breast, glided over its shoulder and blunted itself against the rock to which the animal had run. "A thousand devils!" cried the king. "I have missed him. A spear! A spear!" And bending back, as horsemen do when they are going to take offense, he hurled his useless lance from him. An outrider advanced and offered him another. But at that moment, as though it foresaw the fate which awaited it and which it wished to resist, by a violent effort the boar snatched its torn ear from the teeth of the bloodhounds, and with eyes bloody, protruding, hideous, its breath burning like the heat from a furnace, with chattering teeth and lowered head, it sprang at the king's horse. Charles was too good a hunter not to have foreseen this. He turned his horse, which began to rear, but he had miscalculated the pressure, and the horse, too tightly reined in, or perhaps giving way to his fright, fell over backwards. The spectators gave a terrible cry. The horse had fallen, and the king's leg was under him. "Your hand, sire, give me your hand," said Henry. The king let go his horse's bridle, seized the saddle with his left hand, and tried to draw out his hunting knife with his right, but the knife, pressed into his belt by the weight of his body, would not come from its sheath. "The boar! The boar!" cried Charles. "It is on me, d'Alençon, on me!" The horse, recovering himself as he understood his master's danger, stretched his muscles and had already succeeded in getting up on its 3 legs when, at the cry from his brother, Henry saw the Duc François grow frightfully pale and raise the musket to his shoulder. But instead of striking the boar, which was but 2 feet from the king, the ball broke the knee of the horse, which fell down again, his nose touching the ground. At that instant the boar with its snout tore Charles's boot. "Oh!" murmured d'Alençon with ashy lips, "I suppose that the Duc d'Anjou is king of France, and that I am king of Poland." The boar was about to attack Charles's leg, when suddenly the latter felt someone raise his arm. Then he saw the flash of a sharpened, pointed blade, which was driven into the shoulder of the boar and disappeared up to its guard, while a hand gloved in steel turned aside the head already poked under his clothes. As the horse had risen, Charles had succeeded in freeing his leg, and now raising himself heavily, he saw that he was dripping with blood, whereupon he became as pale as a corpse. "Sire," said Henry, who still knelt, holding the boar pierced to the heart, "sire, it is nothing. I turned aside the teeth, and your majesty is not hurt." Then he rose, let go the knife, and the boar fell back, pouring forth more blood from its mouth than from its wound. Charles, surrounded by a breathless crowd, assailed by cries of terror which would have dashed the greatest courage, was for a moment ready to fall on the dying animal, but he recovered himself, and turning toward the King of Navarre, he pressed his hand with a look in which shone the first spark of feeling that had been aroused in his heart for 24 years. "Thank you, Henriot," said he. "My poor brother!" cried d'Alençon, approaching Charles. "Ah! it is you, d'Alençon, is it?" said the king. "Well, famous marksman that you are, what became of your ball?" "It must have flattened itself against the boar," said the duke. "Well, my God!" exclaimed Henry with admirably assumed surprise. "You see, François, your bullet has broken the leg of his majesty's horse. That is strange." "What?" said the king. "Is that true?" "It is possible," said the duke, terrified. "My hand shook so." "The fact is that for a clever marksman that was a strange thing to do, François," said Charles, frowning. "A second time, Henriot, I thank you." "Gentlemen," continued the king, "let us return to Paris. I have had enough of this." Marguerite came up to congratulate Henry. "Yes, indeed, Margot," said Charles. "Congratulate him, and sincerely too, for without him the King of France would be Henry III." "Alas, madame," said the Béarnais,
Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, who is already my enemy, will be angrier than ever with me now. But what can you expect? One does what one can. Ask Monsieur d'Alençon." And bowing, he drew his knife from the wild boar's body and dug it 2 or 3 times into the earth to wipe off the blood. End of chapter 31. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 32 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 32. Fraternity. In saving the life of Charles, Henry had done more than save the life of a man. He had prevented 3 kingdoms from changing sovereigns. Had Charles IX been killed, the Duc d'Anjou would have become King of France, and the Duc d'Alençon in all probability would have been King of Poland. As to Navarre, as Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou was the lover of Madame de Condé, its crown would probably have paid to the husband the complacency of his wife. Now, in all this no good would have come to Henry. He would have changed masters, that would have been all. Instead of Charles IX, who tolerated him, he would have seen the Duc d'Anjou on the throne of France, and being of one heart and mind with his mother Catherine, the latter had sworn that he should die, and he would not have failed to keep his oath. All these thoughts entered his mind when the wild boar sprang at Charles IX, and we know that the result of his rapid thinking was that his own life was attached to that of Charles IX. Charles IX had been saved by an act of devotion, the motive of which the king could not fathom, but Marguerite had understood, and she had admired that strange courage of Henry which, like flashes of lightning, shone only in a storm. Unfortunately, it was not all to have escaped the kingdom of the Duc d'Anjou. Henry had to make himself king. He had to dispute Navarre with the Duc d'Alençon and with the Prince of Condé. Above all, he had to leave the court where one walked only between 2 precipices and go away protected by a son of France. As he returned from Bondy, Henry pondered deeply on the situation. On arriving at the Louvre, his plan was formed. Without removing his riding boots, just as he was, covered with dust and blood, he betook himself to the apartments of the Duc d'Alençon, whom he found striding up and down in great agitation. On perceiving him, the prince gave a start of surprise. "Yes," said Henry, taking him by both hands. "Yes, I understand, my good brother. You are angry because I was the first to call the king's attention to the fact that your ball struck the leg of his horse instead of the boar, as you intended it should. But what can you expect? I could not prevent an exclamation of surprise. Besides, the king would have noticed it, would he not?" No doubt, murmured d'Alençon. "And yet I can think of it only as an evil intention on your part to denounce me as you did, and which, as you yourself saw, had no result except to make my brother Charles suspect me, and to make hard feeling between us." "We will return to this in a few moments. As to my good or evil intentions regarding you, I have come to you on purpose that you may judge them." "Very good," said d'Alençon with his customary reserve. "Speak, Henry. I'm listening." "When I have spoken, François, you will readily see what my intentions are, for the confidence I am going to place in you does away with all reserve and prudence, and when I have told you, you will be able to ruin me by a single word." "What is it?" said François, beginning to be anxious. "And yet," continued Henry, "I have hesitated a long time to speak to you of the thing which brings me here, especially after the way in which you turned a deaf ear today." "Really?" said François, growing pale. "I do not know what you mean, Henry." "Brother, your interests are too dear to me not to tell you that the Huguenots have made advances to me." "Advances?" said d'Alençon. "What advances?" "One of them, Monsieur de Mouy of Saint Phal, the son of the brave de Mouy, assassinated by Maurevel, you know." "Yes." "Well, he came at the risk of his life to show me that I was in captivity." "Ah, indeed! And what did you say to him?" "Brother, you know that I love Charles dearly. He has saved my life, and the queen mother has been like a real mother to me, so I refused all the offers he made me." "What were these offers?" "The Huguenots want to reconstruct the throne of Navarre, and as in reality this throne belongs to me by inheritance, they offered it to me." "Yes, and Monsieur de Mouy, instead of the consent he expected to ask for,
has received your relinquishment?" "My formal relinquishment, even in writing. But since," continued Henry. "You have repented, brother?" interrupted d'Alençon. "No, I merely thought I noticed that Monsieur de Mouy had become discontented with me, and was paying his visits elsewhere." "Where?" asked François quickly. "I do not know. At the Prince of Condé's, perhaps?" "Yes, that might be," said the duke. "Besides," went on Henry, "I have positive knowledge as to the leader he has chosen." François grew pale. "But," continued Henry, "the Huguenots are divided among themselves, and De Mouy, brave and loyal as he is, represents only one half of the party. Now this other half, which is not to be scorned, but has not given up the hope of having Henry of Navarre on the throne, who, having hesitated at first, may have reflected since." "You think this?" "Oh, every day I receive proofs of it. The troops which joined us at the hunt, did you notice of what men it was composed?" "Yes, of converted gentlemen." "Did you recognize the leader of the troop who signed to me?" "Yes, it was Vicomte de Turenne." "Did you know what they wanted of me?" "Yes, they proposed to you to escape." "Then," said Henry to François, who was growing restless, "there is evidently a second party which wants something else besides what Monsieur de Mouy wants." "A second party?" "Yes, and a very powerful one, I tell you, so that in order to succeed it is necessary to unite the two, Turenne and De Mouy. The conspiracy progresses, the troops are ready, the signal alone is waited for. Now, in this supreme situation which demands prompt solution on my part, I have come to two decisions between which I am wavering. I have come to submit these decisions to you as to a friend." "Say rather as to a brother." "Yes, as to a brother," went on Henry. "Speak then, I am listening." "In the first place, I ought to explain to you the condition of my mind, my dear François. No desire, no ambition, no ability. I am an honest country gentleman, poor, sensual, and timid. The career of conspirator offers me indignities poorly compensated for, even by the certain prospect of a crown." "Ah, brother," said François, "you do wrong. Sad indeed is the position of a prince whose fortune is limited by the boundary of the paternal estate, or by a man in a career for honors. I do not believe, therefore, in what you tell me." "And yet what I tell you is so true, brother, that if I thought I had a true friend, I would resign in his favor the power which this party wishes to give to me. But," he added with a sigh, "I have none." "Perhaps you have. You are probably mistaken." "No, ventre saint gris," said Henry, "except yourself, brother, I see no one who is attached to me, so that rather than let fail an attempt which might bring to light some unworthy man, I truly prefer to inform my brother the king of what is taking place. I will mention no names, I will designate neither country nor date, but I will foretell the catastrophe." "Great God!" exclaimed d'Alençon, unable to repress his terror. "What do you mean? What? You, the sole hope of the party since the death of the admiral? You, a converted Huguenot, a poor convert, or at least such you were thought to be, you would raise the knife against your brothers? Henry, by doing this, do you know that you would be delivering to a second Saint Bartholomew all the Calvinists in the kingdom? Do you know that Catharine is waiting for just such a chance to exterminate all who have survived?" And the duke, trembling, his face spotted with red and white blotches, pressed Henry's hand to beg him to give up this idea which would ruin him. "What?" said Henry, with an expression of perfect good humor. "Do you think there would be so much trouble, François? With the king's word, however, it seems to me that I should avoid it." "The word of King Charles IX, Henry? Did not the admiral have it? Did not Téligny have it? Did not you yourself have it? Oh, Henry, I tell you, if you do this, you will ruin us all, not only them, but all who have had direct or indirect relations with them." Henry seemed to ponder an instant. "If I were an important prince at court," said he, "I should act differently. In your place, for instance, in your place, François, a son of France and probable heir to the crown." François shook his head ironically. "In my place," said he, "what would you do?" "In your place, brother," replied Henry, "I should place myself at the head of the movement and direct it. My name and my credit should answer to my conscience for the life of the rebellious, and I should derive some benefit first for myself, then for the king, perhaps, from an enterprise which otherwise might do the greatest injury to France." D'Alençon listened to these words with a joy which caused every muscle of his face to expand. "Do you think," said he, "that this method is practicable, and that it would save us all the disasters you foresee?" "I think so," said Henry. "The Huguenots love you. Your bearing is modest. Your position is both high and interesting, and the kindness you have always shown to those of the faith will incline them to serve you." "But," said D'Alençon, "there is a division in the party. Will those who want you want me?" "I will undertake to bring them together by two means." "What means?" "First, by the confidence the leaders have in me, then by the fear that your highness, knowing their names—" "But who will tell me these names?" "I, Ventre Saint Gris." "You will do that?" "Listen, François. As I told you, you are the only one I love at court," said Henry. "This no doubt is because you are persecuted like myself. And then my wife, too, loves you with an affection which is unequaled." François flushed with pleasure. "Believe me, brother," continued Henry, "take this thing in hand, reign in Navarre, and provided you keep a place at your table for me and a fine forest in which to hunt, I shall consider myself fortunate." "Reign in Navarre," said the duke. "But if"— "If the Duc d'Anjou is chosen King of Poland, is that it? I will finish your thought for you." François looked at Henry with something like terror. "Well, listen, François," continued Henry. "Since nothing escapes you, this is how I reason. If the Duc d'Anjou is chosen King of Poland and our brother Charles, God keep him, should happen to die, it is but 200 leagues from Pau to Paris, while it is 400 from Paris to Cracovie. So you would be here to receive the inheritance by the time the King of Poland learned it was vacant. Then, if you are satisfied with me, you could give me the kingdom of Navarre, which would thenceforth be merely one of the jewels in your crown. In that way I would accept it. The worst case that could happen to you would be that you would remain king there and bring up a race of kings by living with me and my family, while here, what are you? A poor persecuted prince, a poor third son of a king, the slave of two elder brothers, and one whom a whim may send to the Bastille." "Yes, yes," said François, "I know that very well, so well that I do not see why you should give up this plan you propose to me. Is there no throb there?" And the Duc d'Alençon put his hand on his brother's heart. "There are," said Henry, smiling, "burdens too heavy for some hands. Therefore I shall not try to raise this one. Fear fatigue is greater than the desire of possession." "So, Henry, you really renounce it?" "I said so to De Mouy, and I repeat it to you." "But in such cases, my dear brother," said Duc d'Alençon, "one does not say, one proves." Henry breathed like a pugilist who feels his enemy's back bending. "I will prove it this evening," said he. "At 9 o'clock we shall have the names of the leaders and the plan of the undertaking. I have already sent my renunciation to De Mouy." François took Henry's hand and pressed it effusively between his own. At that moment Catharine entered the Duc d'Alençon's rooms unannounced, as was her habit. "Together," said she, smiling, "two good brothers, truly." "I trust so, madame," said Henry with great coolness, while the Duc d'Alençon turned white from distress. Henry stepped back to leave Catharine free to speak with her son. The queen mother drew a magnificent jewel from her bag. "This clasp comes from Florence," said she. "I will give it to you for the belt of your sword." Then in a low tone, "If tonight you hear any noise in your good brother Henry's room, do not stir." François pressed his mother's hand and said, "Will you allow me to show Henry the beautiful gift you have just given me?" "You may do more. Give it to him in your name and in mine, for I have ordered a second one just like it."
"You hear, Henry," said François. "My good mother brings me this jewel and doubles its value by allowing me to give it to you." Henry went into ecstasies over the beauty of the clasp, and was enthusiastic in his thanks. When his delight had grown calmer,
"My son," said Catharine, "I feel somewhat indisposed, and I am going to bed. Your brother Charles is greatly wearied from his fall, and is going to do the same. So we shall not have supper together this evening, but each will be served in his own room. Oh, Henry, I forgot to congratulate you on your bravery and quickness. You saved your king and your brother, and you shall be rewarded for it."
"I am already rewarded, madame," replied Henry, bowing.
"By the feeling that you have done your duty," replied Catharine. "That is not enough, and Charles and I will do something to pay the debt we owe you."
"Everything that comes to me from you and my good brother will be welcome, madame." Then he bowed and withdrew. "Ah, brother François," thought Henry as he left, "I am sure now of not leaving alone in the conspiracy which had a body has found a head and a heart. Only let us look out for ourselves. Catharine gives me a present. Catharine promises me a reward. There is some devilry behind it all. I must confer this evening with Marguerite." End of chapter 32. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 33 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 33. The Gratitude of King Charles IX. Maurevel had spent a part of the day in the king's armory, but when it was time for the hunters to return from the chase, Catharine sent him into her oratory with the guards who had joined him. Charles IX, informed by his nurse on his arrival that a man had spent part of the day in his room, was at first very angry that a stranger had been admitted into his apartments. But his nurse described the man, saying that he was the same one she herself had been ordered to admit one evening, and the king realized that it was Maurevel. Then, remembering the order his mother had wrung from him that morning, he understood everything. "Oh," murmured Charles, "the same day on which he has saved my life. The time is badly chosen." He started to go to his mother, but one thought deterred him. "By heaven, if I mention this to her, it will result in a never-ending discussion. Better for us to act by ourselves." "Nurse," said he, "lock every door, and say to Queen Elizabeth that I am suffering somewhat from the fall I have had, and that I shall sleep alone tonight." The nurse obeyed, and as it was not yet time for the execution of his plan, Charles sat himself down to compose poetry. It was this occupation which made the time pass most quickly for the king. 9 o'clock struck before he thought it was more than 7. He counted the strokes of the clock one by one, and at last he rose. "The devil!" said he. "It is just time." Taking his hat and cloak, he left his room by a secret door he had had made in the wall, the existence of which even Catharine herself was ignorant. Charles went directly to Henry's apartments. On leaving the Duc d'Alençon, the latter had gone to his room to change his clothes and had left again at once. "He probably has decided to take supper with Margot," said the king. "He was very pleasant with her today, at least so it seemed to me." He went to the queen's apartments. Marguerite had brought back with her the Duchesse de Nevers, Coconnas, and La Mole, and was having a supper of preserves and pastry with them. Charles knocked at the hall door, which was opened by Gillonne. But at sight of the king she was so frightened that she scarcely had sufficient presence of mind to courtesy, and instead of running to inform her mistress of the august visit she was to have, she let Charles enter without other warning than the cry that had escaped her. The king crossed the antechamber and, guided by the bursts of laughter, advanced towards the dining-room. "Poor Henriot," said he, "he is enjoying himself without a thought of evil." "It is I," said he, raising the portière and showing a smiling face. Marguerite gave a terrible cry. Smiling as he was, his face appeared to her like the face of Medusa. Seated opposite the wall, she had recognized him at once. The two men turned their backs to the king. "Your Majesty!" cried the queen, rising in terror. The three other guests felt their heads begin to swim. Coconnas alone retained his self-possession. He rose also, but with such tactful clumsiness that in doing so he upset the table, and with it the glass, plate, and candles. Instantly there was complete darkness and the silence of death. "Run!" said Coconnas to La Mole. "Quick! Quick!" La Mole did not wait to be told twice. Springing to the side of the wall, he began groping with his hands for the sleeping room, that he might hide in the cabinet that opened out of it, and which he knew so well. But as he stepped across the threshold, he ran against a man who had just entered by the secret corridor. "What does all this mean?" asked Charles in the darkness, in a tone which was beginning to betray a formidable accent of impatience. "Am I such a marjoy that the sight of me causes all this confusion? Come, Henriot, Henriot, where are you? Answer me!" "We are saved," murmured Marguerite, seizing a hand which she took for that of La Mole. "The king thinks my husband is one of our guests." "And I shall let him think so, madame, you may be sure," said Henry, answering the queen in the same tone. "Great God!" cried Marguerite, hastily dropping the hand she held, which was that of the King of Navarre. "Silence!" said Henry. "In the name of 1,000 devils! Why are you whispering in this way?" cried Charles. "Henry, answer me! Where are you?" "Here, sire," said the King of Navarre. "The devil!" said Coconnas, who was holding the Duchesse de Nevers in a corner. "The plot thickens." "In that case we are doubly lost," said Henrietta. Coconnas, brave to the point of rashness, had reflected that the candles would have to be lighted sooner or later, and thinking the sooner the better, he dropped the hand of Madame de Nevers, picked up a taper from the midst of the debris, and going to a brazier, blew on a piece of coal, with which he at once made a light. The chamber was again illuminated. Charles IX. glanced around inquiringly. Henry was by the side of his wife. The Duchesse de Nevers was alone in a corner, while Coconnas stood in the center of the room, candlestick in hand, lighting up the whole scene. "Excuse me, brother," said Marguerite, "we were not expecting you." "So, as you may have perceived, your majesty filled us with the strange terror," said Henrietta. "For my part," said Henry, who had surmised everything, "I think the fear was so real that in rising I overturned the table." Coconnas glanced at the King of Navarre as much as to say, "Good, here is a man who understands at once." "What a frightful hubbub!" repeated Charles IX. "Your supper is ruined. Henriot, come with me and you shall finish it elsewhere. I will carry you off this evening." "What, sire?" said Henry. "Your majesty will do me the honor?" "Yes, my majesty will do you the honor of taking you away from the Louvre. Lend him to me, Margot. I will bring him back to you tomorrow morning." "Ah, brother," said Marguerite, "you do not need my permission for that. You are master." "Sire," said Henry, "I will get another cloak from my room and will return immediately." "You do not need it, Henriot. The cloak you have is all right." "But, sire," began the Béarnais. "In the name of 1,000 devils, I tell you not to go to your rooms. Do you not hear what I say? Come along." "Yes, yes, go," said Marguerite, suddenly pressing her husband's arm, for a singular look from Charles had convinced her that something unusual was going on. "Here I am, sire," said Henry. Charles looked at Coconnas, who was still carrying out his office of torch-bearer by lighting the other candles. "Who is this gentleman?" asked the king of Henry, eyeing the Piedmontese from head to foot. "Is he Monsieur de la Mole?" "Who has told him of La Mole?" asked Marguerite in a low tone. "No, sire," replied Henry. "Monsieur de la Mole is not here, I regret to say. Otherwise I should have the honor of presenting him to your majesty at the same time as Monsieur de Coconnas, his friend. They are perfectly inseparable, and both are in the suite of Monsieur d'Alençon." "Ah, ha! Our famous marksman," said Charles. "Good." Then frowning, "Is not this Monsieur de la Mole a Huguenot?" he asked. "He is converted, sire, and I will answer for him as for myself." "When you answer for anyone, Henriot, after what you did today, I have no further right to doubt him. But I should have liked to see this Monsieur de la Mole. However, I can meet him another time." Giving a last glance about the room, Charles embraced Marguerite, took hold of the arm of the King of Navarre, and led him off. At the gate of the Louvre, Henry wanted to speak to someone. "Come, come, pass out quickly, Henriot," said Charles. "When I tell you that the air of the Louvre is not good for you this evening, the devil, you must believe me." "Ventre Saint Gris," murmured Henry. "And what will De Mouy do all alone in my room?" "I trust the air which is not good for me may be no worse for him." "Ah!" exclaimed the king, when Henry and he had crossed the drawbridge. "Does it suit you, Henry, to have the gentleman of Monsieur d'Alençon courting your wife?" "How so, sire?" "Truly, is not this Monsieur de Coconnas making eyes at Margot?" "Who told you that?" "Well," said the king, "I heard it." "A mere joke, sire. Monsieur de Coconnas does not make eyes at someone, but it is at Madame de Nevers." "Ah, bah!" "I can answer to your majesty for what I tell you." Charles burst into laughter. "Well," said he, "let the Duc de Guise come to me again with his gossip, and I will gently pull his mustache by telling him of the exploits of his sister-in-law. But after all," said the king, thinking better of it, "I do not know whether it was Monsieur de Coconnas or Monsieur de la Mole he referred to." "Neither the one more than the other, sire. I can answer to you for the feelings of my wife." "Good, Henriot, good," said the king. "I like you better now than the way you were before. On my honor, you are such a good fellow that I shall end by being unable to get along without you." As he spoke, the king gave a peculiar whistle, whereupon 4 gentlemen who were waiting for him at the end of the Rue de Beauvais joined him. The whole party set out towards the middle of the city. 10 o'clock struck. "Well," said Marguerite, after the king and Henry had left, "shall we go back to table?" "Mercy, no!" cried the duchess. "I have been too badly frightened. Long live the little house in the Rue Cloche Percee! No one can enter that without regularly besieging it, and our good men have the right to use their swords there. But what are you looking for under the furniture and in the closets, Monsieur de Coconnas?" "I am trying to find my friend La Mole," said the Piedmontese. "Look in my room, monsieur," said Marguerite. "There is a certain closet." "Very well," said Coconnas, "I will go there." He entered the room. "Well," said a voice from the darkness, "where are we?" "Oh, by heaven, we have reached the desert." "And the King of Navarre?" "He has seen nothing. He is a perfect husband, and I wish my wife had one like him. But I fear she never will, even if she marries again." "And King Charles?" "Ah, the king. That is another thing. He has taken off the husband." "Really?" "It is as I tell you. Furthermore, he honored me by looking askance at me when he discovered that I belonged to Monsieur d'Alençon, and cross when he found out that I was your friend." "Oh, you think, then, that he has heard me spoken of?" "I fear that he has heard nothing very good of you. But that is not the point. I believe these ladies have a pilgrimage to make to the Rue du Roi de Sicile, and that we are to take them there." "Why, that is impossible. You know that very well." "How impossible?" "We are on duty at his royal highness's." "By heavens, that is so. I always forget that we are ranked, and that from the gentlemen we once were we have had the honor to pass into valets." Thereupon the 2 friends went and told the queen and the duchess the necessity of their being present at least when Monsieur le Duc retired. "Very well," said Madame de Nevers, "we will go by ourselves." "Might we know where you are going?" asked Coconnas. "Oh, you are too curious," said the duchess. "Quaere et invenies." The young men bowed and went at once to Monsieur d'Alençon. The duke seemed to be waiting for them in his cabinet. "Aha!" said he, "you are very late, gentlemen." "It is scarcely 10 o'clock, monseigneur," said Coconnas. The duke drew out his watch. "That is true," said he, "and yet everyone has gone to sleep in the Louvre." "Yes, monsieur, but we are here at your orders. Must we admit into the chamber of your highness the gentlemen who are with the king until he retires?" "On the contrary, go into the small reception room and dismiss everyone." The young men obeyed, carried out the order, which surprised no one because of the well-known character of the duke, and returned to him. "Monseigneur," said Coconnas, Your Highness will probably either go to bed or work, will you not?" "No, gentlemen. You may have leave of absence until tomorrow." "Well, well," whispered Coconnas into La Mole's ear, "the court is going to stay up all night, apparently. It will be devilishly pleasant. Let us have our share of it." And both young men descended the stairs 4 steps at a time, took their cloaks and their night swords, and hastily left the Louvre after the 2 ladies whom they overtook at the corner of the Rue du Coq Saint Honoré. Meanwhile, the Duc d'Alençon, with open eyes and ears, locked himself in his room to await the unexpected events he had been promised. End of chapter 33. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 34 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre DUMAS. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 34. Man proposes, but God disposes. As the Duke had said to the young men, the most profound silence reigned in the Louvre. Marguerite and Madame de Nevers had departed for the Rue Tizon. Coconnas and La Mole had followed them. The King and Henry were knocking about the city. The Duc d'Alençon was in his room, vaguely and anxiously waiting for the events which the Queen Mother had predicted. Catherine had gone to bed, and Madame de Sauve, seated by her, was reading some Italian stories which greatly amused the good Queen. Catherine had not been in such good humor for a long time. Having done justice to a collation with her ladies in waiting, having consulted her physician and arranged the daily accounts of her household, she had ordered prayers for the success of a certain enterprise, which she said was of great importance to the happiness of her children. Under certain circumstances it was Catherine's habit, a habit for that matter wholly Florentine, to have prayers and masses read the object of which was known only to God and herself. Finally, she had seen Réné, and had chosen several novelties from among her rich collection of perfumed bags. "Let me know," said Catherine, "if my daughter the Queen of Navarre is in her rooms, and if she is there, beg her to come to me." The page to whom this order was given withdrew, and an instant later he returned, accompanied by Gillonne. "Well," said the Queen Mother, "I have asked for the mistress, not the servant." "Madame," said Gillonne, "I thought I ought to come myself and tell your Majesty that the Queen of Navarre has gone out with her friend, the Duchess de Nevers." "Gone out at this hour?" exclaimed Catherine, frowning. "Where can she have gone?" "To a lecture on chemistry," replied Gillonne, "which is to be held in the Hôtel de Guise, in the pavilion occupied by Madame de Nevers." "When will she return?" asked the Queen Mother. "The lecture will last until late into the night," replied Gillonne, "so that probably her Majesty will stay with her friend until tomorrow morning." "The Queen of Navarre is happy," murmured Catherine. "She has friends, and she is queen. She wears a crown, is called your Majesty, yet has no subjects. She is happy indeed." After this remark, which made her listeners smile inwardly, "Well," murmured Catherine, "since she has gone out, for she has gone, you say?" "Half an hour ago, madame." "Everything is for the best. You may go." Gillonne bowed and left. "Go on with your reading, Charlotte," said the queen. Madame de Sauve continued. At the end of 10 minutes, Catherine interrupted the story. "Ah, by the way," said she, "have the guards dismissed from the corridor?" This was the signal for which Maurevel was waiting. The order of the Queen Mother was carried out, and Madame de Sauve went on with her story. She had read for about a quarter of an hour without any interruption, when a prolonged and terrible scream reached the royal chamber and made the hair of those present stand on end. The scream was followed by the sound of a pistol shot. "What is it?" said Catherine. "Why do you stop reading, Carlotta?" "Madame," said the young woman, turning pale, "did you not hear?" "What?" asked Catherine. "That cry." "And that pistol shot?" added the captain of the guards. "A cry and a pistol shot?" asked Catherine. "I heard nothing. Besides, is a shout or a pistol shot such a very unusual thing at the Louvre? Read, read, Carlotta." "But listen, madame," said the latter, while Monsieur de Nancy stood up, his hand on his sword, but not daring to leave without permission from the queen. "Listen, I hear steps.
Curses!" "Shall I go and find out about it, madame?" said de Nancy. "Not at all, monsieur. Stay where you are," said Catharine, raising herself on one hand to give more emphasis to her order. "Who, then, would protect me in case of an alarm? It is only some drunken Swiss fighting." The calmness of the queen, contrasted with the terror on the faces of all present, was so remarkable that, timid as she was, Madame de Sauve fixed a questioning glance on the queen. "Why, madame, I should think they were killing someone." "Whom do you think they are killing?" "The King of Navarre, madame. The noises come from that direction of his apartments." "The fool!" murmured the queen, whose lips, in spite of her self-control, were beginning to move strangely, for she was muttering a prayer. "The fool sees her King of Navarre everywhere." "My God! My God!" cried Madame de Sauve, falling back in her chair. "It is over, it is over," said Catharine. "Captain," she continued, turning to Monsieur de Nancy, "I hope if there is any scandal in the palace you will have the guilty ones severely punished tomorrow. Go on with your reading, Carlotta." And Catharine sank back on her pillow with a calmness that greatly resembled weakness, for those present noticed great drops of perspiration rolling down her face. Madame de Sauve obeyed this formal order, but her eyes and her voice were mere machines. Her thoughts wandered to other things, which represented a terrible danger hanging over a loved head. Finally, after struggling on for several minutes, she became so oppressed between her feelings and etiquette that her words became unintelligible, the book fell from her hands, and she fainted. Suddenly a louder noise was heard, a quick, heavy step fell on the corridor, 2 pistol shots shook the windows, and Catharine, astonished at the interminable struggle, rose in terror, erect, pale, with dilating eyes. As the captain of the guard was about to hurry out, she stopped him, saying: "Let everyone remain here. I myself will go and see what is the matter." This is what was taking place, or rather what had taken place. That morning De Mouy had received the key of Henry's room from the hands of Orthon. In this key, which was piped, he had noticed a roll of paper. He drew it out with a pin. It was the password of the Louvre for that night. Besides, Orthon had verbally transmitted to him the words of Henry, asking De Mouy to come to the king at 10 o'clock in the Louvre. At 9:30, De Mouy put on a suit of armor, the strength of which he had already more than once had occasion to test. Over this he buttoned a silk doublet, fastened on his sword, put his pistols in his belt, and over everything threw the red cloak of La Mole. We have seen how, before going back to his rooms, Henry had thought best to pay a visit to Marguerite, and how he arrived by the secret stairway just in time to run against La Mole in Marguerite's sleeping room, and to appear in the dining room before the king. It was at that very moment when, thanks to the password sent by Henry, and above all to the famous red cloak, that De Mouy passed under the gate of the Louvre. The young man went directly to the apartments of the King of Navarre, imitating as well as he could, as was his habit, the gait of La Mole. He found Orthon waiting for him in the antechamber. "Sire De Mouy," said the mountaineer, "the king has gone out, but he told me to admit you, and to tell you to wait for him. If he should be late in returning, he wants you, you know, to lie down on his bed." De Mouy entered without asking for further explanation, for what Orthon had just told him was only the repetition of what he had already heard that morning. In order to pass away the time, he took a pen and ink, and approaching a fine map of France which hung on the wall, he set to work to count and determine the stopping places between Paris and Pau. But this was only the work of a quarter of an hour, and then De Mouy did not know what to do. He made 2 or 3 rounds of the room, rubbed his eyes, yawned, sat down, got up, and sat down again. Finally, taking advantage of Henry's invitation and the familiarity which existed between princes and their gentlemen, he placed his pistols and the lamp on a table, and stretched himself out on the great bed with some somber hangings which furnished the rear of the room, laid his sword by his side, and, sure of not being surprised since a servant was in the adjoining room, he fell into a pleasant sleep, the noise of which soon made the vast canopy ring with its echoes. De Mouy snored like a regular old soldier, and in this he could have vied with the King of Navarre himself. It was then that 6 men, their swords in hands and their knives at their belts, glided silently into the corridor which communicated by a small door with the apartments of Catharine and by a large one with those of Henry. One of the 6 men walked ahead of the others. Besides his bare sword and his dagger, which was as strong as a hunting knife,
he carried his faithful pistols fastened to his belt by silver hooks. This man was Maurevel. Having reached Henry's door, he stopped. "Are you perfectly sure that the sentinels are not in the corridor?" he asked of the one who apparently commanded the little band. "Not a single one is at his post," replied the lieutenant. "Very good," said Maurevel. "Now there is nothing further except to find out one thing. That is, if the man we are looking for is in his room." "But," said the lieutenant, arresting the hand which Maurevel had laid on the handle of the door, "but, captain, these apartments are those of the King of Navarre." "Who said they were not?" asked Maurevel. The guards looked at one another in amazement, and the lieutenant stepped back. "What!" exclaimed he, "arrest someone at this hour in the Louvre and in the apartments of the King of Navarre?" "What should you say," said Maurevel, "were I to tell you that the one you are about to arrest is the King of Navarre himself?" "I should say, captain, that it is serious business, and that without an order signed by King Charles IX." "Read this," said Maurevel, and drawing from his doublet the order which Catharine had given him, he handed it to the lieutenant. "Very well," replied the latter after he had read it. "I have nothing further to say." "And you are ready?" "I am ready." "And you?" continued Maurevel, turning to the other 5 sbirros. They all saluted respectfully. "Listen to me, then, gentlemen," said Maurevel. "This is my plan. 2 of you will remain at this door, 2 at the door of the sleeping room, and 2 will go with me. Afterwards," said the lieutenant, "pay close attention to this. We are ordered to prevent the prisoner from calling out, shouting, or resisting. Any infraction of this order is to be punished by death." "Well, well, he has full permission," said the lieutenant to the man chosen by him to follow Maurevel into the king's room. "Full," said Maurevel. "Poor devil of the King of Navarre," said one of the men. "It was written above that he should not escape this." "And here too," said Maurevel, taking Catharine's order from the hands of the lieutenant and returning it to his breast. Maurevel inserted the key Catharine had given him to the lock, and leaving 2 men at the outer door as had been agreed on, he entered the antechamber with the 4 others. "Aha!" said Maurevel, hearing the noisy breathing of the sleeper, the sound of which reached even as far as that. "It seems that we shall find what we are looking for." Orthon, thinking it was his master returning, at once started up and found himself face to face with 5 armed men in the first chamber. At the sight of the sinister face of Maurevel, who was called the King's Slayer, the faithful servant sprang back, and placing himself before the second door. "Who are you?" said he, "and what do you want?" "In the King's name," replied Maurevel, "where is your master?" "My master?" "Yes, the King of Navarre." "The King of Navarre is not in his room," said Orthon, barring the door more than ever, "so you cannot enter." "Excuses, lies," said Maurevel. "Come, stand back." The Béarnais people are stubborn. This one growled like one of his own mountain dogs, and far from being intimidated. "You shall not enter," said he. "The king is out." And he clung to the door. Maurevel made a sign. The 4 men seized the stubborn servant, snatched him from the door-sill to which he was clinging, and as he started to open his mouth and cry out, Maurevel clapped a hand to his lips. Orthon bit furiously at the assassin, who dropped his hand with a dull cry and brought down the handle of his sword on the head of the servant. Orthon, staggering and fell back, shouted, "Help! Help! Help!" Then his voice died away. He had fainted. The assassin stepped over his body. 2 stopped at the second door, and 2 entered the sleeping room with Maurevel. In the glow of the lamp burning on the night table, they saw the bed. The curtains were drawn. "Oh!" said the lieutenant. "He has stopped snoring, apparently." "Be quick!" cried Maurevel. At this, a sharp cry, resembling the roar of a lion rather than a human voice, came from behind the curtains, which were violently thrown back, and a man appeared sitting there armed with a cuirass, his head covered with a helmet which reached to his eyes. 2 pistols were in his hand, and his sword lay across his knees. No sooner did Maurevel perceive this figure and recognize De Mouy than he felt his hair rise on end. He became frightfully pale, foam sprang to his lips, and he stepped back as if he had come face to face with a ghost. Suddenly the armed figure rose and stepped forward as Maurevel drew back, so that from the position of threatener the latter now became the one threatened, and vice versa. "Ah, scoundrel!" cried De Mouy in a dull voice. "So you have come to murder me as you murdered my father." The two guards who had entered the room with Maurevel alone heard these terrible words. As they were uttered, a pistol was placed to Maurevel's forehead. The latter sank to his knees just as De Mouy put his hand on the trigger. The shot was fired, and one of the guards who stood behind him, and whom he had unmasked by this movement, dropped to the floor, struck to the heart. At the same instant, Maurevel fired back, but the ball glanced off De Mouy's cuirass. Then, measuring the distance, De Mouy sprang forward, and with the edge of his broadsword split open the head of the second guard, and turning towards Maurevel, crossed swords with him. The struggle was brief but terrible. At the fourth pass, Maurevel felt the cold steel in his throat. He uttered a stifled cry and fell backwards, upsetting the lamp, which went out in the fall. At once De Mouy, strong and agile as one of Homer's heroes, took advantage of the darkness and sprang with head lowered into the antechamber, knocked down one guard, pushed aside the other, and shot like an arrow between those at the outer door. He escaped 2 pistol shots, the balls of which grazed the wall of the corridor, and from that moment was safe, for one loaded pistol still was left him besides the sword which had dealt such terrible blows. For an instant he hesitated, undecided whether to go to Monsieur d'Alençon's, the door of whose room he thought had just opened, or to try and escape from the Louvre. He determined on the latter course, continued on his way, slow at first, jumped 10 steps at a time, and reaching the gate, uttered the 2 passwords and rushed on, shouting, "Go upstairs! There is murder going on by order of the king!" Taking advantage of the amazement produced on the sentinel by his words and the sound of the pistol shots, he ran on and disappeared in the Rue du Coq without having received a scratch. It was at this moment that Catharine stopped the captain of the guard, saying, "Stay here. I myself will go and see what is the matter." "But, madame," replied the captain, "the danger your majesty runs compels me to follow you." "Stay here, monsieur," said Catharine, in a still more imperious tone. "Stay here. There is a more powerful protection around kings than the human sword." The captain remained where he was. Taking a lamp, Catharine slipped her bare feet into a pair of velvet slippers, left her room, and reaching the corridor, still full of smoke, advanced as impassable and as cold as a shadow towards the apartments of the King of Navarre. Silence reigned supreme. Catharine reached the door, crossed the threshold, and first saw Orthon, who had fainted in the antechamber. "Ha, ha!" said she, "here is the servant. Further on we shall probably find the master." She entered the second door. Then her foot ran against the corpse. She lowered her lamp. It was the guard who had had his head split open. He was quite dead. A few feet further on, the lieutenant, who had been struck by a bullet, was drawing his last breath. Finally, before the bed lay a man whose face was as pale as death, and was bleeding from a double wound in his throat. He was clenching his hands convulsively in his efforts to rise. It was Maurevel. Catharine shuddered. She saw the empty bed. She looked round the room, seeking in vain for the body she hoped to find among the 3 corpses. Maurevel recognized Catharine. His eyes were horribly dilated, and he made a despairing gesture towards her. "Well," said she in a whisper, "where is he? What has happened? Unfortunate man! Have you let him escape?" Maurevel strove to speak, but an unintelligible sound came from his throat. A bloody foam covered his lips, and he shook his head in sign of inability and pain. "Speak!" cried Catharine, "speak! If only one word!" Maurevel pointed to his wound, again made several inarticulate gasps, which ended in a hoarse rattle, and fainted. Catharine looked around her. She was surrounded by the bodies of dead and dying. Blood flowed in every direction, and the silence of death hovered over everything. Once again she spoke to Maurevel, but failed to rouse him. He was not only silent but motionless. A paper was in his doublet. It was the order of arrest signed by the king. Catharine seized it and hid it in her breast. Just then she heard a light step behind her, and turning, she saw the Duc d'Alençon at the door. In spite of himself, he had been drawn thither by the noise, and the sight before him fascinated him. "You here?" said she. "Yes, madame. For God's sake, what has happened?" "Go back to your room, François. You will know soon enough." D'Alençon was not as ignorant of the affair as Catherine had supposed. At the sound of the first steps in the corridor he had listened, seeing some men enter the apartments of the King of Navarre, and by connecting this with some words Catherine had uttered, he had guessed what was about to take place, and was rejoiced at having so dangerous an enemy destroyed by a hand stronger than his own. Before long, the noises of pistol shots and the rapid steps of a man running had attracted his attention, and he had seen disappearing in the light space caused by the opening of the door leading to the stairway the red cloak too well known not to be recognized. "De Mouy!" he cried. "De Mouy in the apartments of the King of Navarre! Why, that is impossible! Can it be Monsieur de la Mole?" He grew alarmed, remembering that the young man had been recommended to him by Marguerite herself, and wishing to make sure that it was he whom he had just seen. He ascended hurriedly to the chamber of the two young men. It was vacant, but in a corner he found the famous red cloak hanging against the wall. His suspicions were confirmed. It was not La Mole, but De Mouy. Pale and trembling lest the Huguenot should be discovered and would betray the secrets of the conspiracy, he rushed to the gate of the Louvre. There he was told that the red cloak had escaped safe and sound, shouting as he passed that someone was being murdered in the Louvre by order of the king. "He was mistaken," murmured D'Alençon. "It is by order of the queen mother." Returning to the scene of combat, he found Catherine wandering like a hyena among the dead. At the order from his mother, the young man returned to his rooms, affecting calmness and obedience in spite of the tumultuous thoughts which were passing through his mind. In despair at the failure of this new attempt, Catherine called the captain of the guards, had the bodies removed, gave orders that Maurevel, who was only wounded, be carried to his home, and told them not to waken the king. "Oh," she murmured as she returned to her rooms, her head sunk on her bosom, "he has escaped again. The hand of God is over this man. He will reign! He will reign!" Entering her room, she passed her hand across her brow and assumed an ordinary smile. "What was the matter, madame?" asked everyone except Madame de Sauve, who was too frightened to ask any questions. "Nothing," replied Catherine. "A noise, that was all." "Oh!" cried Madame de Sauve, suddenly pointing to the floor. "Your Majesty says there is nothing the matter, and every one of your Majesty's steps leaves a trace of blood on the carpet." End of chapter 34. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 35 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 35. A Night of Kings. Charles IX walked along with Henry leaning on his arm, followed by his 4 gentlemen and preceded by 2 torch-bearers. "When I leave the Louvre," said the poor king, "I feel a pleasure similar to that which comes to me when I enter a beautiful forest. I breathe, I live, I am free." Henry smiled. "In that case," said he, "your Majesty would be in your element among the mountains of the Béarn." "Yes, and I understand that you want to go back to them. But if you are very anxious to do so, Henriot," added Charles, laughing, "my advice is to be careful, for my mother Catherine loves you so dearly that it is absolutely impossible for her to get along without you." "What does your Majesty plan to do this evening?" asked Henry, changing this dangerous conversation. "I want to have you meet someone, Henriot, and you shall give me your opinion." "I am at your Majesty's orders." "To the right, to the right. We will take the Rue des Barres." The 2 kings, followed by their escort, had passed the Rue de la Savonnerie, when in front of the Hôtel de Condé they saw 2 men, wrapped in large cloaks, coming out of a secret door which one of them noiselessly closed behind him. "Oh ho!" said the king to Henry, who as usual had seen everything but had not spoken. "This deserves attention." "Why do you say that, sire?" asked the King of Navarre. "It is not on your account, Henriot. You are sure of your wife," added Charles with a smile, "but your cousin de Condé is not sure of his, or if so, he is making a mistake, the devil." "But how do you know, sire, that it is Madame de Condé whom these gentlemen have been visiting?" "Instinct tells me. The fact that the men stood in the doorway without moving until they saw us, then the cut of the shorter one's cloak, By heaven, that would be strange."
"What?" "Nothing. An idea I had, that is all. Let us go on." He walked up to the two gentlemen, who, seeing him, started to walk away. "Hello, gentlemen!" cried the king. "Stop!" "Are you speaking to us?" asked a voice which made Charles and his companion tremble. "Well, Henriot," said Charles, "do you recognize the voice now?" "Sire," said Henry, "if your brother the Duc d'Anjou was not at La Rochelle, I would swear it was he speaking." "Well," said Charles, "he is not at La Rochelle, that is all." "But who is with him?" "Do you not recognize his companion?" "No, sire." "Yet his figure is unmistakable. Wait, you shall see who he is. Hello there, I tell you!" cried the king. "Do you not hear, by heaven?" "Are you the watch, that you order us to stop?" said the taller of the two men, freeing his arm from the folds of his cloak. "Pretend that we are the watch," said the king, "and stop when we tell you to do so." Leaning over to Henry's ear, he added, "Now you will see the volcano send forth its fire." "There are 8 of you," said the taller of the two men, this time showing not only his arm but his face. "But were you 100, pass on." "Aha, the Duc de Guise," said Henry. "Ah, our cousin from Lorraine," said the king. "At last you will meet. How fortunate!" "The king!" cried the duke. At these words the other man covered himself with his cloak and stood motionless, having first uncovered out of respect. "Sire," said the Duc de Guise, "I have just been paying a visit to my sister-in-law, Madame de Condé." "Yes, and you brought one of your gentlemen with you. Which one?" "Sire," replied the duke, "your majesty does not know him." "We will meet him, however," said the king. Walking up to the other figure, he signed to one of the lackeys to bring a torch. "Pardon me, brother," said the Duc d'Anjou, opening his cloak and bowing with poorly disguised anger. "Ah, ah, Henry, is it you? But no, it is not possible. I am mistaken. My brother of Anjou would not have gone to see anyone else before first calling on me. He knows that for royal princes returning to the capital, Paris has but one entrance, the gate of the Louvre." "Pardon me, sire," said the Duc d'Anjou. "I beg your majesty to excuse my thoughtlessness." "Ah, yes," replied the king mockingly. "And what were you doing, brother, at the Hôtel de Condé?" "Why," said the King of Navarre in his sly way, "what your majesty intimated just now." And leaning over to the king, he ended his sentence in a burst of laughter. "What is it?" asked the Duc de Guise haughtily, for like everyone else at court, he had a way of treating the poor King of Navarre very rudely. "Why should I not go and see my sister-in-law? Does not Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon visit his?" Henry flushed slightly. "What sister-in-law?" asked Charles. "I know none except Queen Elizabeth." "Pardon, sire. It was your sister I should have said, Madame Marguerite, whom we saw pass in her litter as we came by here half an hour ago. She was accompanied by 2 courtiers who rode on either side of her." "Indeed!" said Charles. "What do you say to that, Henry?" "That the Queen of Navarre is perfectly free to go where she pleases, but I doubt if she has left the Louvre." "Well, I am sure she did," said the Duc de Guise. "And I too," said the Duc d'Anjou, "from the fact that the litter stopped in the Rue Cloche Percee." "Your sister-in-law, not this one," said Henry, pointing to the Hôtel de Condé, "but that one," turning in the direction of the Hôtel de Guise, "must also be of the party, for we left them together, and as you know, they are inseparable." "I do not know what your majesty means," replied the Duc de Guise. "On the contrary," said the king, "nothing is simpler. That is why a courtier was riding at either side of the litter." "Well," said the duke, "if there is any scandal concerning my sisters-in-law, let us beg the king to withhold justice." "Well, by heaven," said Henry, "let us leave Madame de Condé and Madame de Nevers. The king is not anxious about his sister, and I have confidence in my wife." "No, no," said Charles, "I want to make sure of it, but let us attend to the matter ourselves. The litter stopped in the Rue Cloche Percee, you say, cousin?" "Yes, sire." "Do you know the house?" "Yes, sire." "Well, let us go to it.
and if in order to find out who is in it, it is necessary to burn it down, we will burn it." It was with this end in view, which was rather discouraging for the tranquillity of those concerned, that the 4 chief lords of the Christian world set out to the Rue Saint-Antoine. They reached the Rue Cloche Percee. Charles, who wished to work privately, dismissed the gentlemen of his suite, saying that they might have the rest of the night to themselves, but for them to be at the Bastille with 2 horses at 6 o'clock in the morning. There were only 3 houses in the Rue Cloche Percee. The search was much less difficult, as 2 of the buildings were perfectly willing to open their doors. One of the houses faced the Rue Saint-Antoine, and the other the Rue du Roi de Sicile. As to the 3rd house, that was a different matter. It was the one which guarded by the German janitor, and this janitor was not easily managed. That night Paris seemed destined to offer memorable examples of conjugal fidelity. In vain did Monsieur de Guise threaten in his purest Saxon. In vain did Henry of Anjou offer a purse filled with gold. In vain Charles went so far as to say that he was lieutenant of the watch. The brave German paid attention neither to the statement, the offer, nor the threats. Seeing that they insisted, and in a way that was becoming importunate, he slipped the nose of a gun under the iron bars, a move which brought forth bursts of laughter from 3 of the 4 visitors. Henry of Navarre stood apart as if the affair had no interest for him. But as the weapon could be not turned between the bars, it was scarcely dangerous for any except a blind man who might stand directly in front of it. Seeing that the porter was neither to be intimidated, bribed, nor persuaded, the Duc de Guise pretended to leave with his companions. But the retreat did not last long. At the corner of the Rue Saint-Antoine the duke found what he sought. This was a rock similar in size to those which 3,000 years before had been moved by Ajax, son of Telamon and Diomed. The duke raised it to his shoulder and came back, signing to his companions to follow. Just then the janitor, who had seen those he took for malefactors depart, closed the door. But he had not time to draw the bolts before the Duc de Guise took advantage of the moment and hurled his veritable living catapult against the door. The lock broke, carrying away a portion of the wall to which it had been fastened. The door sprang open, knocking down the German, who in falling gave a terrible cry. This cry awakened the garrison, which otherwise would have run great risk of being surprised. At that moment La Mole and Marguerite were translating an idyll of Theocritus, and Coconnas, pretending that he too was a Greek, was drinking some strong wine from Syracuse with Henrietta. The scientific and bacchanalian conversation was violently interrupted. La Mole and Coconnas at once extinguished the candles, and opening the windows sprang out on the balcony. Then, perceiving 4 men in the darkness, they set to work to hurl at them everything they had at hand, in the meantime making a frightful noise with blows from the flat of their swords, which, however, struck nothing but the wall. Charles, the most infuriated of the besiegers, received a sharp blow on the shoulder, the Duc d'Anjou a bowl full of orange and lemon marmalade, and the Duc de Guise a leg of venison. Henry received nothing. He was downstairs questioning the porter, whom Monsieur de Guise had strapped to the door, and who continued to answer by his eternal "Ich verstehe nicht." The women encouraged the besieged by handing them projectiles, which succeeded one another like hailstones. "The devil!" exclaimed Charles IX, as a table struck his head, driving his hat over his eyes. "If they don't open the door pretty soon, I will have them all hanged." "My brother!" Marguerite whispered to La Mole. "The king!" cried the latter to Henrietta. The king!" repeated Henrietta to Coconnas, who was dragging a chest to the window, and who was trying to exterminate the Duc de Guise. Without knowing who the latter was, he was having a private struggle with him. "The king, I tell you," repeated Henrietta. Coconnas let go of the chest and looked up in amazement. "The king?" said he. "Yes, the king." "Then let us hide." "Yes, La Mole and Marguerite have fled already. Come." "Where?" "Come, I tell you." And seizing him by the hand, Henrietta pushed Coconnas through the secret door which connected with the adjoining house, and all 4, having locked this door behind them, escaped into the Rue Tizon. "Oh, oh!" said Charles, "I think that the garrison has surrendered." They waited a few minutes. No sound reached the besiegers. "They are preparing some ruse," said the Duc de Guise. "It is more likely that they have recognized my brother's voice and have fled," said the Duc d'Anjou. "They would have to pass by here," said Charles. "Yes," said the Duc d'Anjou, "unless the house has two exits." "Cousin," said the king, "take up your stone again and hurl it against the other door as you did this." The duke thought it unnecessary to resort to such means, and as he had noticed that the second door was not as solid as the first, he broke it down by a simple kick. "The torches, the torches!" cried the king. The lackeys approached. The torches were out, but the men had everything necessary for relighting them. This was done. Charles IX took one and handed the other to the Duc d'Anjou. The Duc de Guise entered first, sword in hand. Henry brought up the rear. They reached the first floor. In the dining room the table was set, or rather upset, for it was the supper which had furnished the projectiles. The candlesticks were overturned, the furniture topsy-turvy, and everything which was not silver plate lay in fragments. They entered the reception room, but found no more clue there than in the other room as to the identity of the revelers. Some Greek and Latin books and several musical instruments were all they saw. The sleeping room was more silent still. A night lamp burned in an alabaster globe suspended from the ceiling, but it was evident that the room had not been occupied. "There is a second door," said the king. "Very likely," said the Duc d'Anjou. "But where is it?" asked the Duc de Guise. They looked everywhere, but could not find it. "Where is the janitor?" asked the king. "I bound him to the gate," said the Duc de Guise. "Ask him, cousin." "He will not answer." "Bah! We will have a dry fire built around his legs," said the king, laughing. "Then he will speak." Henry glanced hurriedly out of the window. "He is not there," said he. "Who untied him?" asked the Duc de Guise quickly. "The devil!" exclaimed the king, "and we know nothing as yet." "Well," said Henry, "you see very clearly, sire, that there is nothing to prove that my wife and Monsieur de Guise's sister-in-law have been in this house." "That is so," said Charles. "The Scriptures tell us that there are three things which leave no trace: the bird in the air, the fish in the sea, and the woman. No, I am wrong, the man. In—" "So," interrupted Henry, "what we had better do is"— "Yes," said Charles, "what we had better do is for me to look after my bruise, for you, d'Anjou, to wipe off your orange marmalade, and for you, de Guise, to get rid of the grease." Thereupon they left without even troubling to close the door, reaching the Rue Saint-Antoine. "Where are you bound for, gentlemen?" asked the king of the Duc d'Anjou and the Duc de Guise. "Sire, we are going to the house of Nantouillet, which is expecting my Lorraine cousin and myself to supper. Will your majesty come with us?" "No, thanks. We are going in a different direction. Will you take one of my torch-bearers?" "Thank you, no, sire," said the Duc d'Anjou hastily. "Good. He is afraid I will spy on him," whispered Charles to the King of Navarre. Then, taking the latter by the arm, "Come, Henriot," said he, "I will take you to supper tonight." "Are we not going back to the Louvre?" asked Henry. "No, I tell you, you stupid. Come with me. Since I tell you to come, come." And he dragged Henry down the Rue Geoffroy-Lasnier. End of chapter 35. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 36 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 36. The Anagram. The Rue Garnier-sur-Lot runs into the Rue Geoffroy-Lasnier, and the Rue des Barres lies at right angles to the former. On the right, a short distance down the Rue de la Mortellerie, stands a small house in the center of a garden surrounded by a high wall, which has but one entrance. Charles drew a key from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. The gate was unbolted and immediately opened. Telling Henry and the lackey bearing the torch to enter, the king closed and locked the gate behind him. Light came from one small window, which Charles smilingly pointed out to Henry. "Sire, I do not understand," said the latter. "But you will, Henriot." The King of Navarre looked at Charles in amazement. His voice and his face had assumed an expression of gentleness so different from usual that Henry scarcely recognized him. "Henriot," said the king, "I told you that when I left the Louvre I came out of hell. When I enter here I am in paradise." "Sire," said Henry,
I am happy that your Majesty has thought me worthy of taking this trip to heaven with you." "The road thither is a narrow one," said the king, turning to a small stairway, "but nothing can be compared to it." "Who is the angel who guards the entrance to your Eden, sire?" "You shall see," replied Charles IX. Signing to Henry to follow him noiselessly, he opened first one door, then another, and finally paused on a threshold. "Look," said he. Henry approached and gazed on one of the most beautiful pictures he had ever seen. A young woman of 18 or 19 lay sleeping, her head resting on the foot of a little bed in which a child was asleep. The woman held its little feet close to her lips, while her long hair fell over her shoulders like a flood of gold. It was like one of Albane's pictures of the Virgin and the child Jesus. "Oh, sire," said the King of Navarre, "who is this lovely creature?" "The angel of my paradise, Henriot, the only one who loves me." Henry smiled. "Yes," said Charles, "for she loved me before she knew I was king." "And since has she known it?" "Well, since she has known it," said Charles with a smile which showed that royalty sometimes weighed heavily on him. "Since she has known it, she loves me still, so you may judge." The king approached the woman softly and pressed a kiss as light as that which a bee gives to a lily on her rosy cheek. Yet light as it was, she awakened at once. "Charles!" she murmured, opening her eyes. "You see," said the king, "she calls me Charles. The queen says sire." "Oh!" cried the young woman, "you are not alone, my king." "No, my sweet Marie. I wanted to bring you another king, happier than myself because he has no crown, more unhappy than I because he has no Marie Touchet. God makes compensation for everything." "Sire, is it the King of Navarre?" asked Marie. "Yes, my child. Come here, Henriot." The King of Navarre drew near. Charles took him by the hand. "See this hand, Marie," said he. "It is the hand of a good brother and a loyal friend. Were it not for this hand"— "Well, sire?" "Well, had it not been for this hand today, Marie, our child would have no father." Marie uttered a cry, fell on her knees, and seizing Henry's hand, covered it with kisses. "Very good, Marie, very good," said Charles. "What have you done to thank him, sire?" "I have done for him what he did for me." Henry looked at Charles in astonishment. "Some day you will know what I mean, Henriot. Meanwhile, come here and see." He approached the bed on which the child still slept. "Ah," said he, "if this little fellow were in the Louvre instead of here in this little house in the Rue des Barres, many things would be changed for the present as well as the future, perhaps." "Sire," said Marie, "if your Majesty is willing, I prefer him to stay here. He sleeps better." "Let us not disturb his slumber, then," said the king. "It is so sweet to sleep when one does not dream." "Well, sire," said Marie, pointing to a door opening out of the room. "Yes, you are right, Marie," said Charles IX. "Let us have supper." "My well-beloved Charles," said Marie, "you will ask the king your brother to excuse me, will you not?" "Why?" "For having dismissed our servants, sire," continued Marie, turning to the King of Navarre. "You must know that Charles wants to be served by me alone." "Ventre Saint Gris," said Henry, "I should think so." Both men entered the dining room. The mother, anxious and careful, laid a warm blanket over the little Charles, who, thanks to the sound sleep of childhood, so envied by his father, had not wakened. Marie joined them. "There are only 2 covers," said the king. "Permit me," said Marie, "to serve your majesties." "Now," said Charles, "this is where you cause me trouble, Henriot." "How so, sire?" "Did you not hear?" "Forgive me, Charles, forgive me." "Yes, I will forgive you, but sit here, near me, between us." "I will obey," said Marie. She brought a plate, sat down between the 2 kings, and served them. "Is it not good, Henriot," said Charles, "to have one place in the world in which one can eat and drink without needing any one to taste the meats and wines beforehand?" "Sire," said Henry, smiling, and by the smile replying to the constant fear in his own mind, "believe me, I appreciate your happiness more than any one."
And tell her, Henriot, that in order for us to live happily, she must not mingle in politics. Above all, she must not become acquainted with my mother." "Queen Catherine loves your Majesty so passionately that she would be jealous of any other love," replied Henry, finding by a subterfuge the means of avoiding the dangerous confidence of the king. "Marie," said the latter, "I have brought you one of the finest and the wittiest men I know. At court, you see, and this is saying a great deal, he puts everyone in the shade. I alone have clearly understood, not his heart perhaps, but his mind." "Sire," said Henry, "I am sorry that in exaggerating the one as you do, you mistrust the other." "I exaggerate nothing, Henriot," said the king. "Besides, you will be known some day." Then turning to the young woman, "He makes delightful anagrams. Ask him to make one of your name. I will answer that he will do it." "Oh, what could you expect to find in the name of a poor girl like me? What gentle thought could there be in the letters with which chance spelled Marie Touchet?" "Oh, the anagram from this name, sire," said Henry, "is so easy that there is no great merit in finding it." "Ah, ah! It is already found," said Charles. "You see, Marie." Henry drew his tablets from the pocket of his doublet, tore out a paper, and below the name Marie Touchet wrote Je charme tout. Then he handed the paper to the young woman. "Truly," she cried, "it is impossible." "What has he found?" asked Charles. "Sire, I dare not repeat it." "Sire," said Henry, "in the name Marie Touchet there is, letter for letter, by changing the I into a J, as is often done, Je charme tout, I charm all." "Yes," exclaimed Charles, "letter for letter. I want this to be your motto, Marie. Do you hear? Never was one better deserved. Thanks, Henriot. Marie, I will give it to you written in diamonds." The supper over, 2 o'clock struck from Notre Dame. "Now," said Charles, "in return for this compliment, Marie, you will give the king an armchair in which he can sleep until daybreak, but let it be some distance from us because he snores frightfully. Then, if you waken before I do, you will rouse me, for at 6 o'clock we have to be at the Bastille. Good night, Henriot. Make yourself as comfortable as possible, but," he added, approaching the King of Navarre and laying his hand on his shoulder, "for your life, Henry, do you hear? For your life, do not leave here without me, especially to return to the Louvre." Henry had suspected too many things in what still remained unexplained to him to disobey such advice. Charles IX. Entered his room, and Henry the sturdy mountaineer settled himself in an armchair, in which he soon justified the precaution taken by his brother-in-law in keeping at a distance. At dawn he was awakened by Charles. As he had not undressed, it did not take him long to finish his toilet. The king was more happy and smiling than ever was at the Louvre. The hours spent by him in that little house in the Rue des Barres were his hours of sunshine. Both men went out through the sleeping room. The young woman was still in bed. The child was asleep in its cradle. Both were smiling. Charles looked at them for a moment with infinite tenderness. Then turning to the King of Navarre, "Henriot," said he, "if you ever hear what I did for you last night, or if misfortune come to me, remember this child asleep in its cradle." Then kissing both mother and child on the forehead, without giving Henry time to question him, "Good bye, my angels," said he, and went out. Henry followed, deep in thought. The horses were waiting for them at the Bastille, held by the gentleman to whom Charles IX. Had given the order. Charles signed to Henry to mount, sprang into his own saddle, and riding through the garden of Arbaïte, followed the outside highways. "Where are we going?" asked Henry. "We are going to see if the Duc d'Anjou returned for Madame de Condé alone," replied Charles, "and if there is as much ambition as love in his heart, which I greatly doubt." Henry did not understand the answer, but followed Charles in silence. They reached the Marais, and as from the shadow of the palisades they could see all which at that time was called the Faubourg Saint Laurent, Charles pointed out to Henry through the grayish mist of the morning some men wrapped in great cloaks and wearing fur caps. They were on horseback and rode ahead of a wagon which was heavily laden. As they drew near they became outlined more clearly,
and one could see another man in a long brown cloak, his face hidden by a French hat, riding and talking with them. "Aha!" said Charles, smiling. "I thought so." "Well, sire," said Henry, "if I am not mistaken, that rider in the brown cloak is the Duc d'Anjou." "Yes," said Charles IX. "Turn out a little, Henriot. I do not want him to see us." "But," asked Henry, "who are the men in gray cloaks with fur caps?" "Those men," said Charles, "are Polish ambassadors, and in that wagon is a crown. And now," said he, urging his horse to a gallop, and running into the road of the Porte du Temple, "come, Henriot, I have seen all that I wanted to see." End of chapter 36. Recording by John Vanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 37 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Vanstan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 37. The Return to the Louvre. When Catherine thought that everything was over in the King and Navarre's rooms, when the dead guards had been removed, when Maurevel had been carried to her apartments, and the carpet had been cleaned, she dismissed her women, for it was almost midnight, and strove to sleep. But the shock had been too violent, and the disappointment too keen. That detested Henry, constantly escaping her snares, which were usually fatal, seemed protected by some invisible power which Catherine persisted in calling chance, although in her heart of hearts a voice told her that its true name was destiny. The thought that the report of the new attempt in spreading throughout the Louvre and beyond the Louvre would give a greater confidence than ever in the future to Henry and the Huguenots exasperated her, and at that moment had chance, against which she was so unfortunately struggling, delivered her enemy into her hands, surely with the little Florentine dagger she wore at her belt she could have thwarted that destiny so favorable to the King of Navarre. The hours of the night, hours so long for one waiting and watching, struck one after another, without Catherine's being able to close her eyes. A whole world of new plans unrolled in her visionary mind during those nocturnal hours. Finally, at daybreak, she rose, dressed herself, and went to the apartments of Charles IX. The guards who were accustomed to see her go to the king at all hours of the day and night let her pass. She crossed the antechamber, therefore, and reached the armory. But there she found the nurse of Charles, who was awake. "My son," said the queen. "Madame, he gave orders that no one was to be admitted to his room before 8 o'clock." "This order was not for me, nurse." "It was for everyone, madame." Catherine smiled. "Yes, I know very well," said the nurse, "that no one has any right to oppose your majesty. I therefore beg you to listen to the prayer of a poor woman and to refrain from entering." "Nurse, I must speak to my son." "Madame, I will not open the door except on a formal order from your majesty." "Open, nurse," said Catherine. "I order you to open." At this voice, more respected and much more feared in the Louvre than that of Charles himself, the nurse handed the key to Catherine. But the queen had no need of it. She drew from her pocket her own key of the room, and under its heavy pressure the door yielded. The room was vacant, Charles's bed was untouched, and his greyhound Actéon, asleep on the bearskin that covered the step of the bed, rose and came forward to lick the ivory hands of Catherine. "Ah," said the queen, frowning, "he is out. I will wait for him." She seated herself pensive and gloomy at the window which overlooked the court of the Louvre, and from which the chief entrance was visible. For 2 hours she sat there, as motionless and pale as a marble statue, when at length she perceived a troop of horsemen returning to the Louvre, at whose head she recognized Charles and Henry of Navarre. Then she understood all. Instead of arguing with her in regard to the arrest of his brother-in-law, Charles had taken him away, and so had saved him. "Blind, blind, blind!" she murmured. Then she waited. An instant later footsteps were heard in the adjoining room, which was the armory. "But, sire," Henry was saying, "now that we have returned to the Louvre, tell me why you took me away, and what is the service you have rendered me?" "No, no, Henriot," replied Charles, laughing. "Some day perhaps you will find out.
but for the present it must remain a mystery. Know only that for the time being you have, in all probability, brought about a fierce quarrel between my mother and me." As he uttered these words, Charles raised the curtain and found himself face to face with Catharine. Behind him and above his shoulder rose the pale, anxious countenance of the Béarnais. "Ah! You here, madame?" said Charles IX, frowning.
"Yes, my son," said Catharine. "I want to speak to you."
"To me?"
"To you alone."
"Well, well," said Charles, turning to his brother-in-law, "since there is no escape, the sooner the better." "I will leave you, sire," said Henry. "Yes, yes, leave us," replied Charles, "and as you are a Catholic, Henriot, go and hear a mass for me while I stay for the sermon." Henry bowed and withdrew. Charles IX went directly to the point. "Well, madame," said he, trying to make a joke of the affair, "by Heaven! You are wanting to scold me, are you not? I wickedly upset your little plan. Well, the devil! I could not let the man who had just saved my life be arrested and taken to the Bastille. Nor did I want to quarrel with my mother. I am a good son. Moreover," he added in a low tone, "the Lord punishes children who quarrel with their mothers. Witness my brother François II. Forgive me, therefore, frankly, and confess that the joke was a good one."
"Sire," said Catharine, "your Majesty is mistaken. It is not a joke."
"Yes, yes, and you will end by looking at it in that way, or the devil take me."
"Sire, by your blunder you have baffled a project which would have led to an important discovery."
"Bah! A project! Are you embarrassed because of a baffled project, mother? You can make 20 others, and in those, well, I promise I will second you."
"Now that you will second me, it is too late, for he is warned and will be on his guard."
"Well," said the king, "let us come to the point. What have you against Henriot?"
"The fact that he conspires."
"Yes, I know that this is your constant accusation, but does not everyone conspire more or less in this charming royal household called the Louvre?"
"But he conspires more than anyone, and he is much more dangerous than one imagines."
"A regular Lorenzino," said Charles.
"Listen," said Catharine, becoming gloomy at mention of this name, which reminded her of one of the bloodiest catastrophes in the history of Florence. "Listen, there is a way of proving to me that I am wrong."
"What way, mother?"
"Ask Henry who was in his room last night."
"In his room last night?"
"Yes, and if he tells you"—
"Well?"
"Well, I shall be ready to admit that I have been mistaken."
"But in case it was a woman, we cannot ask."
"A woman?"
"Yes."
"A woman who killed 2 of your guards and perhaps mortally wounded Monsieur de Maurevel?"
"Oh, oh!" said the king, "this is serious. Was there any bloodshed?"
3 men were stretched on the floor."
"And the one who reduced them to this state?"
"Escaped safe and sound."
"By Gog and Magog!" exclaimed Charles. "He was a brave fellow. And you are right, mother, I must know him."
"Well, I tell you in advance that you will not know him, at least not through Henry."
"But through you, mother? The man did not escape without leaving some trace, without your noticing some part of his clothing?"
"Nothing was noticed except the very elegant red cloak which he wore."
"Ah, ah, red cloak!" cried Charles. "I know only one at court remarkable enough to attract attention."
"Exactly," said Catharine.
"Well?" demanded Charles.
"Well," said Catharine, "wait for me in your rooms, my son, and I will go and see if my orders have been carried out."
Catharine left, and Charles alone began walking up and down distractedly, whistling a hunting song, one hand in his doublet, the other hanging down, which his dog licked every time he paused. As to Henry, he had left his brother-in-law greatly disturbed, and instead of going along the main corridor, he had taken the small private stairway to which we have already referred more than once, and which led to the second story. Scarcely had he ascended 4 steps before he perceived a figure at the first landing. He stopped, raising his hand to his dagger. But soon he saw it was a woman, who took hold of his hand and said in a charming voice which he well knew, "Thank God, sire, you are safe and sound. I was so afraid for you, but no doubt God heard my prayer." "What has happened?" said Henry. "You will know when you reach your rooms. You need not worry over Orthon. I have seen to him." The young woman descended the stairs hastily, making Henry believe that she had met him by chance. "That is strange," said Henry to himself. "What is the matter? What has happened to Orthon?" Unfortunately, the question was not heard by Madame de Sauve, for the latter had already disappeared. Suddenly, at the top of the stairs, Henry perceived another figure, but this time it was that of a man. "Hush!" said the man. "Ah, is it you, François?" "Do not call me by my name." "What has happened?" "Return to your rooms and you will see. Then slip into the corridor, look carefully around to make sure that no one is spying on you, and come to my apartments. The door will be ajar." He too disappeared down the stairs, like the phantoms in a theater who glide through a trap door. "Ventre Saint Gris!" murmured the Béarnais. "The puzzle continues. But since the answer is in my rooms, let us go thither and find it." However, it was not without emotion that Henry went on his way. He had the sensitiveness and the superstition of youth. Everything was clearly reflected on his mind, the surface of which was as smooth as a mirror, and what he had just heard foretold trouble. He reached the door of his rooms and listened. Not a sound. Besides, since Charlotte had said to return to his apartments, it was evident that there was nothing for him to fear by doing so. He glanced hurriedly around the first room. It was vacant. Nothing showed that anything had occurred. "Orthon is not here," said he. He passed on to the next room. There everything was explained. In spite of the water which had been thrown on in bucketsful, great red spots covered the floor. A piece of furniture was broken. The bed curtains had been slashed by the sword. A Venetian mirror had been shattered by a bullet, and a bloody hand, which had left its terrible imprint on the wall, showed that this silent chamber had been the scene of a frightful struggle. Henry embraced all these details at a glance, and passing his hand across his forehead, now damp with perspiration, muttered, "Oh, I now know the service the king has rendered me. They came here to assassinate me, and... Ah, De Mouy! What have they done to De Mouy? The wretches! They may have killed him." And as anxious to learn the news as the Duc d'Alençon was to tell it, Henry threw a last mournful glance on the surrounding objects, hurried from the room, reached the corridor, made sure that it was vacant, and pushing open the half-closed door, which he carefully shut behind him, he hurried to the Duc d'Alençon's. The duke was waiting for him in the first room. Laying his finger on his lips, he hastily took Henry's hand and drew him into a small round tower, which was completely isolated, and which consequently was out of range of spies. "Ah, brother," said he, "what a horrible night!" "What happened?" asked Henry. "They tried to arrest you." "Me?" "Yes, you." "For what reason?" "I do not know. Where were you?" "The king took me into the city with him last night." "Then he knew about it," said d'Alençon. "But since you were not in your rooms, who was?" "Was someone there?" asked Henry, as if he were ignorant of the fact. "Yes, a man. When I had heard the noise, I ran to help you, but it was too late." "Was the man arrested?" asked Henry anxiously. "No, he escaped, after he had wounded Maurevel dangerously and killed 2 guards." "Ah, brave De Mouy!" cried Henry. "It was De Mouy, then," said d'Alençon quickly. Henry saw that he had made a mistake. "I presume so," said he, "for I had an appointment with him to discuss your escape, and to tell him that I had yielded all my rights to the throne of Navarre to you." "If that is known," said d'Alençon, growing pale, "we are lost." "Yes, for Maurevel will speak." "Maurevel received a sword thrust in his throat, and I found out from the surgeon who dressed the wound that it would be a week before he would utter a single word." "A week! That is more than enough for De Mouy to escape." "For that matter," said d'Alençon, "it might have been someone besides Monsieur De Mouy." "You think so?" said Henry. "Yes, the man disappeared very quickly, and nothing but his red cloak was seen."
"And a red cloak," said Henry, "is more apt to be worn by a courtier than by a soldier. I should never suspect De Mouy in a red cloak." "No, and if anyone were suspected," said d'Alençon, "it would be more apt to be"— He stopped. "It would be more likely to be Monsieur de la Mole," said Henry. "Certainly, since I myself, who saw the man running away, thought so for an instant." "You thought so? Why, it must have been Monsieur de la Mole, then." "Does he know anything?" asked d'Alençon. "Absolutely nothing, at least nothing of importance." "Brother," said the duke, "I really think now that it was he." "The devil!" said Henry. "If it was, that will trouble the queen greatly, for she is interested in him." "Interested, you say?" said d'Alençon in amazement. "Yes. Do you not remember, François, that it was your sister who recommended him to you?" "Yes," said the duke in a dull voice. "So I tried to be agreeable to him. The proof of this is that, fearing his red cloak might compromise him, I went up to his rooms and took the cloak away." "Oh, oh!" exclaimed Henry, "that was doubly prudent. And now I would not bet, but I would swear that it was he." "Even in court?" asked François. "Faith, yes," replied Henry. "He probably came to bring me some message from Marguerite." "If I were sure of being upheld by your testimony," said d'Alençon, "I would almost accuse him." "If you were to accuse him," replied Henry, "you understand, brother, that I would not contradict you." "But the queen?" said d'Alençon. "Ah, yes, the queen." "We must know what she would do." "I will undertake to find out." "Plague it, brother, she will do wrong to lie to us, for this affair will make a glorious reputation of bravery for the young man, and which cannot have cost him dear either, for he probably bought it on credit. Furthermore, it is true that he is well able to pay back both interest and capital." "Well, what can you expect?" asked Henry. "In this base world one has nothing for nothing." And bowing and smiling to d'Alençon, he cautiously thrust his head into the corridor, and making sure that no one had been listening, he hurried rapidly away and disappeared down the private stairway which led to the apartments of Marguerite. As far as she was concerned, the Queen of Navarre was no less anxious than her husband. The night's expedition set against her and the Duchesse de Nevers by the King, the Duc d'Anjou, the Duc de Guise, and Henry, whom she had recognized, troubled her greatly. In all probability there was nothing which could compromise her. The janitor unfastened from the gate by La Mole and Coconnas had promised to be silent. But 4 lords like those with whom 2 simple gentlemen, such as La Mole and Coconnas, had coped, would not have gone out of their way by chance or without having had some reason for thus inconveniencing themselves. Marguerite had returned by daybreak, having passed the rest of the night with the Duchesse de Nevers. She had retired at once, but had been unable to sleep and had started at the slightest sound. In the midst of this anxiety she heard someone knocking at the secret door, and being informed that the visitor was Gillonne, she gave orders to have her admitted. Henry waited at the outer door. Nothing in his appearance showed the wounded husband. His usual smile lay on his delicate lips, and not a muscle of his face betrayed the terrible anxiety through which he had just passed. He seemed to glance inquiringly at Marguerite to discover if she would allow him to talk with her alone. Marguerite understood her husband's look and signed to Gillonne to withdraw. "Madame," said Henry, "I know how deeply you are attached to your friends, and I fear I bring you bad news." "What is it, monsieur?" asked Marguerite. "One of your dearest servants is at present greatly compromised." "Which one?" "The dear Count de la Mole." "Monsieur le Comte de la Mole compromised? And why?" "Because of the affair of last night." In spite of her self-control, Marguerite could not keep from blushing. But she made an effort over herself. "What affair?" she asked. "What?" said Henry. "Did you not hear all the noise which was made in the Louvre?" "No, monsieur." "I congratulate you, madame," said Henry with charming simplicity. "This proves that you are a sound sleeper." "But what happened?" "It seems that our good mother gave an order to Monsieur de Maurevel and 6 of his men to arrest me." "You, monsieur, you?" "Yes, me." "For what reason?"
"Ah, Who can tell the reasons of a mind as subtle as that of your mother? I suspect the reasons, but I do not know them positively."
"And you were not in your rooms?"
"No, I happened not to be. You have guessed rightly, madame, I was not. Last evening the king asked me to go out with him. But although I was not in my rooms, someone else was."
"Who?"
"It seems that it was the Count de la Mole."
"The Count de la Mole!" exclaimed Marguerite, astonished.
"By heavens! What a lively little fellow this man from the provinces is," continued Henry. "Do you know that he wounded Maurevel and killed 2 guards?"
"Wounded Monsieur de Maurevel and killed 2 guards? Impossible!"
"What? You doubt his courage, madame?"
"No, but I say that Monsieur de la Mole could not have been in your rooms."
"Why not?"
"Why, because," said Marguerite, embarrassed, "because he was elsewhere."
"Ah! If he can prove an alibi," said Henry, "that is different. He will tell me where he was, and the matter will be settled."
"Where was he?" said Marguerite quickly.
"In all probability the day will not pass without his being arrested and questioned. But unfortunately, as there are proofs—"
"Proofs? What proofs?"
"The man who made this desperate defense wore a red cloak."
"But Monsieur de la Mole is not the only one who has a red cloak. I know another man who has one."
"No doubt, and I too know one. But this is what will happen. If it was not Monsieur de la Mole who was in my rooms, it must have been the other man who wears a red cloak, like La Mole. Now, do you know who this other man is?"
"Heavens!"
"There lies the danger. You, as well as myself, madame, have seen it. Your emotion proves this. Let us now talk like 2 people who are discussing the most desirable thing in the world, a throne, a most precious gift, life. De Mouy arrested, we are ruined."
"Yes, I understand that."
"While Monsieur de la Mole compromises no one. At least you would not suppose him capable of inventing a story such as, for instance, that he was with some ladies whom I know."
"Monsieur," said Marguerite, "if you fear only that, you may be easy. He will not say it."
"What?" said Henry. "Would he remain silent if death were to be the price of his silence?"
"He would remain silent, monsieur."
"You are sure of this?"
"I am sure."
"Then everything is for the best," said Henry, rising.
"You are going, monsieur?" asked Marguerite quickly.
"Oh, my God, yes. This is all I had to say to you."
"And you are going—"
"To try and get out of the trouble we have been put to by this devil of a man in the red cloak."
"Oh, my God! My God! The poor young man!" cried Marguerite, pitifully wringing her hands.
"Really," said Henry, as he went out, "this dear Monsieur de la Mole is a faithful servant."
End of chapter 37. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 38 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 38. The Girdle of the Queen Mother. Charles entered his room smiling and joking, but after a conversation of 10 minutes with his mother, one would have said that the latter had given him her pallor and anger in exchange for the light-heartedness of her son. "Monsieur de la Mole," said Charles, "Monsieur de la Mole. Henry and the Duc d'Alençon must be sent for. Henry, because this young man was a Huguenot; the Duc d'Alençon, because he is in his service." "Send for them if you wish, my son, but you will learn nothing. Henry and François, I fear, are much more closely bound together than one would suppose from appearances. To question them is to suspect them. I think it would be better to wait for the slow but sure proof of time. If you give the guilty ones time to breathe again, my son, if you let them think they have escaped your vigilance, they will become bold and triumphant, and will give you a better opportunity to punish them. Then we shall know everything." Charles walked up and down, undecided, gnawing his anger as a horse gnaws his bit, and pressing his clenched hand to his heart.
which was consumed by his one idea. "No, no," said he at length, "I will not wait. You do not know what it is to wait, beset with suspicions as I am. Besides, every day these courtiers become more insolent. Even last night did not 2 of them dare to cope with us? If Monsieur de la Mole is innocent, very good, but I should not be sorry to know where Monsieur de la Mole was last night, while they were attacking my guards in the Louvre and me in the Rue Cloche Percee. So, let the Duc d'Alençon be sent for, and afterwards Henry. I will question them separately. You may remain, mother." Catherine sat down. For a determined spirit such as hers was, every incident turned by her powerful hand would lead her to her goal, although it might seem to be leading away from it. From every blow there would result noise and a spark. The noise would guide, the spark give light. The Duc d'Alençon entered. His previous conversation with Henry had prepared him for this interview, therefore he was quite calm. His replies were very exact. Warned by his mother to remain in his own rooms, he was completely ignorant of the events of the night, but as his apartments opened upon the same corridor as those of the King of Navarre, he had at first thought he heard a sound like that of a door being broken in, then curses, then pistol shots. Thereupon he had ventured to push his door partly open, and had seen a man in a red cloak running away. Charles and his mother exchanged glances. "In a red cloak?" said the king. "In a red cloak," replied d'Alençon. "And did you have any suspicions regarding this red cloak?" D'Alençon rallied all his strength that he might lie as naturally as possible. "At first sight," said he, "I must confess to your majesty that I thought I recognized the red cloak of one of my gentlemen." "What is the name of this gentleman?" "Monsieur de la Mole." "Why, was not Monsieur de la Mole with you as his duty required him to be?" "I had given him leave of absence," said the duke. "That is well. Now you may go," said Charles. The Duc d'Alençon started towards the door by which he had entered. "Not that way," said Charles. "This way." And he indicated the door opening into his nurse's room. Charles did not want François and Henry to meet. He did not know that they had already seen each other for an instant, and that this instant had sufficed for the 2 brothers-in-law to agree on their plans. At a sign from Charles, Henry entered. He did not wait for Charles to question him, however. "Sire," said he, "your majesty has done well to send for me, for I was just coming to demand justice of you." Charles frowned. "Yes, justice," said Henry. "I will begin by thanking your majesty for having taken me with you last night, for, by doing this, I now know that you saved my life. But what had I done that an attempt should be made to assassinate me?" "Not to assassinate," said Catherine quickly, "but to arrest you." "Well," said Henry, "even so, what crime have I committed to merit arrest? If I am guilty, I am as much so this morning as I was last evening. Tell me my offense, sire." Embarrassed as to what reply to make, Charles looked at his mother. "My son," said Catherine, "you receive suspicious characters." "Very good," said Henry. "And these suspicious characters compromise me. Is that it, madame?" "Yes, Henry." "Give me their names. Give me their names. Who are they? Let me see them." "Really," said Charles, "Henriot has the right to demand an explanation." "And I do demand it," said Henry, realizing the superiority of his position and anxious to make the most of it. "I ask it from my good brother Charles, and from my good mother Catherine. Since my marriage with Marguerite, have I not been a kind husband? Ask Marguerite, a good Catholic. Ask my confessor, a good relative. Ask those who were at the hunt yesterday." "Yes, that is true, Henriot," said the king. "But what can you do? They claim that you conspire." "Against whom?" "Against me." "Sire, if I had been conspiring against you, I had merely to let events take their course, when your horse broke his knee and could not rise, or when the furious boar turned on your majesty." "Well, the devil, mother! Do you know that he is right?" "But who was in your rooms last night?" "Madame," said Henry, "in times when so few dare to answer for themselves, I should never attempt to answer for others. I left my rooms at 7 o'clock in the evening. At 10 o'clock my brother Charles took me away, and I spent the night with him. I could not be with your Majesty and know what was going on in my rooms at the same time."
"But," said Catherine, "it is none the less true that one of your men killed 2 of his Majesty's guard and wounded Monsieur de Maurevel."
"One of my men?" said Henry. "What man, madame? Name him."
"Everyone accuses Monsieur de la Mole."
"Monsieur de la Mole is not in my suite, madame. Monsieur de la Mole belongs to Monsieur d'Alençon, to whom he was recommended by your daughter." "But," said Charles, "was it Monsieur de la Mole who was in your rooms, Henriot?" "How can you expect me to know, sire? I can say neither yes nor no. Monsieur de la Mole is an exceptional servant, thoroughly devoted to the Queen of Navarre. He often brings me messages either from Marguerite, to whom he is grateful for having recommended him to Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon, or from Monsieur le Duc himself. I cannot say that it was not Monsieur de la Mole."
"It was he," said Catherine. "His red cloak was recognized."
"Has Monsieur de la Mole a red cloak, then?"
"Yes."
"And the man who so cleverly disposed of 2 of my guards and Monsieur de Maurevel had a red cloak?" asked Henry. "Exactly," said Charles. "I have nothing to say," said the Béarnais, "but in any case it seems to me that instead of summoning me here, since I was not in my rooms, it is Monsieur de la Mole who, having been there as you say, should be questioned. But," said Henry, "I must observe one thing to your Majesty." "What is that?" "This, that if I had seen an order signed by my king, and had defended myself instead of obeying this order, I should be guilty and should deserve all sorts of punishment. But it was not I, but some stranger whom this order in no way concerned. There was an attempt made to arrest him unjustly. He defended himself too well, perhaps, but he was in the right."
"And yet," murmured Catherine.
"Madame," said Henry, "was the order to arrest me?"
"Yes," said Catherine, "and his Majesty himself signed it."
"Was it in order to arrest anyone found in my place in case I was not there?"
"No," said Catherine.
"Well," said Henry, "unless you prove that I was conspiring and that the man who was in my rooms was conspiring with me, this man is innocent."
Then turning to Charles IX, "Sire," continued Henry, "I shall not leave the Louvre. At a simple word from your Majesty I shall even be ready to enter any state prison you may be pleased to suggest. But while waiting for the proof to the contrary, I have the right to call myself, and I do call myself, the very faithful servant, subject, and brother of your Majesty." And with a dignity hitherto unknown in him, Henry bowed to Charles and withdrew.
"Bravo, Henriot!" said Charles, when the King of Navarre had left.
"Bravo! Because he has defeated us?" said Catherine.
"Why should I not applaud? When we fence together and he touches me, do I not say, 'Bravo'? Mother, you are wrong to hate this boy as you do."
"My son," said Catherine, pressing the hand of Charles IX, "I do not hate him, I fear him."
"Well, you are wrong, mother. Henriot is my friend, and as he said, had he been conspiring against me, he had only to let the wild boar alone."
"Yes," said Catherine, "so that Monsieur le Duc d'Anjou, his personal enemy, might be King of France."
"Mother, whatever Henriot's motive in saving my life, the fact is that he saved it, and the devil! I do not want any harm to come to him. As to Monsieur de la Mole, well, I will talk about him with my brother d'Alençon, to whom he belongs."
This was Charles IX's way of dismissing his mother, who withdrew, endeavoring to fix her suspicions. On account of his unimportance, Monsieur de la Mole did not answer to her needs. Returning to her rooms, Catherine found Marguerite waiting for her. "Aha!" said she, "is it you, my daughter? I sent for you last evening." "I know, madame, but I had gone out." "And this morning?" "This morning, madame, I have come to tell your Majesty that you are about to do a great wrong." "What is that?" "You are going to have Monsieur le Comte de la Mole arrested." "You are mistaken, my daughter. I am going to have no one arrested. It is the king, not I, who gives orders for arrests." "Let us not quibble over the words, madame, when the circumstances are serious. Monsieur de la Mole is going to be arrested, is he not?" "Very likely." "Accused of having been found in the chamber of the King of Navarre last night, and of having killed 2 guards and wounded Monsieur de Maurevel?" "Such indeed is the crime they impute to him." "They impute it to him wrongly, madame," said Marguerite. "Monsieur de la Mole is not guilty." "Monsieur de la Mole not guilty?" said Catharine, giving a start of joy, and thinking that what Marguerite was about to tell her would throw light on the subject. "No," went on Marguerite, "he is not guilty. He cannot be so, for he was not in the king's room." "Where was he, then?" "In my room, madame." "In your room?" "Yes, in my room." At this avowal from a daughter of France, Catharine felt like hurling a withering glance at Marguerite, but she merely crossed her arms on her lap. "And," said she after a moment's silence, "if Monsieur de la Mole is arrested and questioned?" "He will say where he was and with whom he was, mother," replied Marguerite, although she felt sure of the contrary. "Since this is so, you are right, my daughter. Monsieur de la Mole must not be arrested." Marguerite shivered. It seemed to her that there was something strange and terrible in the way her mother uttered these words, but she had nothing to say, for what she had come to ask for had been granted her. "But," said Catharine, "if it was not Monsieur de la Mole who was in the king's room, it was someone else." Marguerite was silent. "Do you know who it was, my daughter?" said Catharine. "No, mother," said Marguerite in an unsteady voice. "Come, do not be half confidential." "I repeat, madame, that I do not know," replied Marguerite again, growing pale in spite of herself. "Well, well," said Catharine carelessly, "we shall find out. Go now, my daughter. You may rest assured that your mother will watch over your honor." Marguerite went out. "Ah," murmured Catharine, "they are in league. Henry and Marguerite are working together. While the wife is silent, the husband is blind. Ah, you are very clever, my children, and you think yourselves very strong, but your strength is in your union, and I will break you, one after the other. Besides, the day will come when Maurevel can speak or write, utter a name, or spell 6 letters, and then we shall know everything. Yes, but in the meantime the guilty shall be in safe keeping. The best thing to do would be to separate them at once." Thereupon Catharine set out for the apartments of her son, whom she found holding a conference with d'Alençon. "Aha!" exclaimed Charles IX, frowning. "Is it you, mother?" "Why did you not say again? The word was in your mind, Charles." "What is in my mind belongs to me, madame," said the king, in the rough tone he sometimes used even when speaking to Catharine. "What do you want of me? Tell me quickly." "Well, you were right, my son," said Catharine to Charles, "and you, d'Alençon, were wrong." "In what respect, madame?" asked both princes. "It was not Monsieur de la Mole who was in the apartments of the King of Navarre." "Ah, ah!" cried François, growing pale. "Who was it, then?" asked Charles. "We do not know yet, but we shall know when Maurevel is able to speak. So let us drop the subject, which will soon be explained, and return to Monsieur de la Mole." "Well, what do you want of Monsieur de la Mole, mother, since he was not in the rooms of the King of Navarre?" "No," said Catharine, "he was not there, but he was with the queen." "With the queen?" cried Charles, bursting into a nervous laugh. "With the queen?" murmured d'Alençon, turning as pale as death. "No, no," said Charles. "De Guise told me he had met Marguerite's litter." "Yes," said Catharine, "she has a house in town." "In the Rue Cloche Percee!" cried the king. "Oh, oh, this is too much," said d'Alençon, driving his nails into his breast. "And to have had him recommended to me!" "Ah, now that I think of it," said the king, stopping suddenly, "it was he who defended himself against us last night, and who hurled the silver bowl at my head, the wretch!" "Oh, yes," repeated François, "the wretch!" "You are right, my children," said Catherine, without appearing to understand the feelings which incited both of her sons to speak. "You are right, for a single indiscreet act of this gentleman might cause a horrible scandal, and ruin a daughter of France. One moment of madness would be enough for that."
"Or of vanity," said François. No doubt," said Charles. "And yet we cannot bring the case into court unless Henriot consents to appear as plaintiff."
"My son," said Catherine, placing her hand on Charles's shoulder in such a way as to call the king's attention to what she was about to propose, "listen to what I say. A crime has been committed, and there may be scandal, but this sort of offense to royalty is not punished by judges and hangmen. If you were simple gentlemen, I should have nothing to say to you, for you are both brave, but you are princes. You cannot cross swords with mere country squires. Think how you can avenge yourselves as princes."
"The devil!" cried Charles. "You are right, mother, and I will consider it." "And I will help you, brother," cried François.
"And I," said Catherine, unfastening the black silk girdle which was wound 3 times about her wrist, and the 2 tassels of which fell to her knees, "I will retire, but I leave you this to represent me." And she threw the girdle at the feet of the 2 princes.
"Ha, ha!" said Charles. "I understand."
"This girdle," said D'Alençon, picking it up. "Is punishment and silence," said Catherine, victorious. "But," she added, "there would be no harm in mentioning this to Henry." She withdrew. "By Heaven!" said D'Alençon, "a good idea, and when Henry knows that his wife has betrayed him, so," he added, turning to the king, "you will adopt our mother's suggestion?"
"In every detail," said Charles, not doubting but that he would drive 1,000 daggers into D'Alençon's heart. "This will annoy Marguerite, but it will delight Henriot."
Then, calling one of his guards, he ordered Henry summoned, but thinking better of it, "No, no," said he, "I will go for him myself. Do you, D'Alençon, inform d'Anjou and de Guise." Leaving his apartment, he ascended the private stairway to the 2nd floor, which led to Henry's chamber. End of chapter 38. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 39 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 39. Projects of Revenge. Henry took advantage of the respite afforded him by his well-sustained examination to go to Madame de Sauve's. He found Orthon completely recovered from his fainting fit, but Orthon could tell him nothing except that some men had broken into the king's room, that the leader had struck him with the handle of his sword, and that the blow had stunned him. No one had troubled about Orthon. Catherine had seen that he had fainted and had believed him to be dead. As he had come to himself between the departure of the queen mother and the arrival of the captain of the guards, charged with clearing up the room, he had taken refuge in Madame de Sauve's apartments. Henry begged Charlotte to keep this young man until news came from De Mouy, who would not fail to write him from his hiding-place. Then he would send Orthon to carry his answer to De Mouy, and instead of 1 devoted man he could count on 2. This decided on, he returned to his rooms and began further to consider matters, walking up and down the while. Suddenly the door opened and the king appeared. "Your Majesty!" cried Henry, rising to meet him. "In person. Really, Henriot, you are a good fellow, and I love you more and more." "Sire," said Henry, "your Majesty overwhelms me." "You have but one fault, Henriot." "What is that?" "The one for which your Majesty has already reproached me several times," said Henry, "my preferring to hunt animals rather than birds." "No, no, I am not referring to that, Henriot. I mean something else." "If your Majesty will explain," said Henry, who saw from the smile on Charles's lips that the king was in a good humor, "I will try and correct it." "It is this, that having such good eyes, you see no better than you do." "Bah!" said Henry. "Can I be short-sighted then, sire, without knowing it?" "Worse than that, Henry, worse than that. You are blind." "Ah, indeed," said the Béarnais. "But is it not when I shut my eyes that this happens?" "Well, yes," said Charles. You are perfectly capable of that. At all events, I am going to open your eyes." "God said, 'Let there be light,' and there was light. Your Majesty is the representative of God on earth. Therefore you can do here what God does in heaven. Proceed, I am all attention." "When De Guise said last night that your wife had just passed escorted by a gallant, you would not believe it." "Sire," said Henry, "how could I believe that the sister of your Majesty could commit an act of such imprudence?" "When he told you that your wife had gone to the Rue Cloche Percee, you would not believe that either." "How was I to suppose, sire, that a daughter of France would thus publicly risk her reputation?" "When we besieged the house in the Rue Cloche Percee, and when I had a silver bowl hurled at my shoulder, D'Anjou had some orange marmalade on his head, and De Guise a haunch of venison in the face, you saw 2 women and 2 men, did you not?" "I saw nothing, sire. Does not your Majesty remember that I was questioning the janitor?" "Yes, but, by heaven, I saw—" "Ah, if your Majesty saw anything, that is a different thing." "I saw 2 men and 2 women. Well, I know now beyond a doubt that one of the women was Margot, and that one of the men was Monsieur de la Mole." "Well," said Henry, "if Monsieur de la Mole was in the Rue Cloche Percee, he was not here." "No," said Charles, "he was not here. But never mind who was here, we shall know this as soon as that imbecile of a Maurevel is able to speak or write. The point is that Margot is deceiving you." "Bah!" said Henry, "do not believe such nonsense." "When I tell you that you are more than nearsighted, that you are blind, the devil! Will you believe me just once, stupid? I tell you that Margot is deceiving you, and that this evening we are going to strangle her lover." Henry gave a start of surprise, and looked at his brother-in-law in amazement. "Confess, Henry, that at heart you are not sorry. Margot will cry out like 1,000 Noibes, but faith, so much the worse. I do not want you to be made a fool of. If Condé is deceived by the Duc d'Anjou, I will wink. Condé is my enemy, but you are my brother. More than this, you are my friend." "But, sire—" "And I do not want you to be annoyed and made a fool of. You have been a quintain long enough for all these popinjays who come from the provinces to gather our crumbs and court our women. Let them come, or rather let them come again. By heaven, you have been deceived, Henriot. That might happen to anyone. But I swear, you shall have shining satisfaction, and tomorrow they shall say, 'In the name of 1,000 devils, it seems that King Charles loves his brother Henriot, for last night he had Monsieur de la Mole's tongue pulled out in a most amusing manner.'" "Is this really decided on, sire?" asked Henry. "Decided on, determined on, arranged. The coxcomb will have no time to plead his cause. The expedition will consist of myself, D'Anjou, d'Alençon, and De Guise, a king, 2 sons of France, and a sovereign prince, without counting you." "How without counting me?" "Why, you are to be one of us." "I?" "Yes, you. You shall stab the fellow in a royal manner, while the rest of us strangle him." "Sire," said Henry, "your kindness overpowers me. But how do you know—" "Why, the devil! It seems that the fellow boasts of it. He goes sometimes to your wife's apartments in the Louvre, sometimes to the Rue Cloche Percee. They compose verses together. I should like to see the stanzas that fop writes. Pastorales they are. They discuss Bion and Moscus, and read first Daphne and then Corydon. Ah, take a good dagger with you." "Sire," said Henry upon reflection. "What?" "Your Majesty will see that I cannot join such an expedition. It seems to me it would be inconvenient to be there in person. I am too much interested in the affair to take any calm part in it. Your Majesty will avenge the honor of your sister on a coxcomb who boasts of having calumniated with my wife. Nothing is simpler, and Marguerite, whom I hold to be innocent, sire, is in no way dishonored. But were I of the party, it would be a different thing. My cooperation would convert an act of justice into an act of revenge. It would no longer be an execution, but an assassination. My wife would no longer be calumniated, but guilty." "By heaven, Henry, as I said just now to my mother, you speak words of wisdom.
You have a devilishly quick mind." And Charles gazed complacently at his brother-in-law, who bowed in return for the compliment. "Nevertheless," added Charles, "you are willing to be rid of this coxcomb, are you not?" "Everything your Majesty does is well done," replied the King of Navarre. Well, well, let me do your work for you. You may be sure it shall not be the worse for it." "I leave it to you, sire," said Henry. "At what time does he usually go to your wife's room?" "About 9 o'clock." "And he leaves?" "Before I reach there, for I never see him." "About?" "About 11." "Very well. Come this evening at midnight. The deed will be done." Charles pressed Henry's hand cordially, and renewing his vows of friendship, left the apartment whistling his favorite hunting song. "Ventre Saint Gris," said the Béarnais, watching Charles. "Either I am greatly mistaken, or the queen mother is responsible for all this devilry. Truly, she does nothing but invent plots to make trouble between my wife and myself. Such a pleasant household." And Henry began to laugh, as he was in the habit of laughing, when no one could see or hear him. About 7 o'clock that evening, a handsome young man, who had just taken a bath, was finishing his toilet as he calmly moved about his room, humming a little air before a mirror in one of the rooms of the Louvre. Near him another young man was sleeping, or rather lying on a bed. This one was our friend La Mole, who unconsciously had been the object of so much discussion all day. The other was his companion Coconnas. The great storm had passed over him without his having heard the rumble of the thunder or seen the lightning. He had returned at 3 o'clock in the morning, had stayed in bed until 3 in the afternoon, half asleep, half awake, building castles on that uncertain sand called the future. Then he had risen, had spent an hour at a fashionable bath, had dined at Maître La Hurière's, and returning to the Louvre had set himself to finish his toilet before making his usual call on the queen. "And you say you have dined?" asked Coconnas, yawning. "Faith, yes, and I was hungry too." "Why did you not take me with you, selfish man?" "Faith, you were sleeping so soundly that I did not like to waken you, but you shall sup with me instead. Be sure not to forget to ask Maître La Hurière for some of that light wine from Anjou which arrived a few days ago." "Is it good?" "I merely tell you to ask for it." "Where are you going?" "Where am I going?" said La Mole, surprised that his friend should ask him such a question. "I am going to pay my respects to the queen." "Well," said Coconnas, "if I were going to dine in our little house in the Rue Cloche Percee, I should have what was left over from yesterday. There is a certain wine of Alicante which is most refreshing." "It would be imprudent to go there, Annibal, my friend, after what occurred last night. Besides, did we not promise that we would not go back there alone? Hand me my cloak." "That is so," said Coconnas. "I had forgotten. But where the devil is your cloak?" "Ah, here it is." "No, you have given me the black one, and it is the red one I want. The queen likes me better in that." "Ah, faith," said Coconnas, searching everywhere. "Look for yourself. I cannot find it." "What?" said La Mole. "You cannot find it? Why, where can it be?" "You probably sold it." "Why, I have 6 crowns left." "Well, take mine." "Ah, yes, a yellow cloak with a green doublet. I should look like a popinjay." "Faith, you are over particular, so wear what you please." Having tossed everything topsy-turvy in his search, La Mole was beginning to abuse the thieves who managed to enter even the Louvre, when a page from the Duc d'Alençon appeared bringing the precious cloak in question. "Ah!" cried La Mole, "here it is at last." "Is this your cloak, monsieur?" said the page. "Yes, monseigneur sent for it to decide a wager he made regarding its color." "Oh!" said La Mole, "I asked for it only because I was going out, but if his highness desires to keep it longer—" "No, monsieur le comte, he is through with it." The page left. La Mole fastened his cloak. "Well," he went on, "what have you decided to do?" "I do not know." "Shall I find you here this evening?" "How can I tell?" "Do you not know what you are going to do for 2 hours?" "I know well enough what I shall do, but I do not know what I may be ordered to do." "By the Duchesse de Nevers." No, by the Duc d'Alençon. As a matter of fact, said La Mole, I have noticed for some time that he has been friendly to you. Yes, said Coconnas. Then your fortune is made, said La Mole, laughing. Proof, said Coconnas, he is only a younger brother. Oh, said La Mole, he is so anxious to become the elder one that perhaps heaven will work some miracle in his favor. So you do not know where you will be this evening? No. Go to the devil, then. I mean, goodbye. That La Mole is a terrible fellow, thought Coconnas, always wanting me to tell him where I am going to be, as if I knew. Besides, I believe I am sleepy. And he threw himself on the bed again. La Mole betook himself to the apartments of the queen. In the corridor he met the Duc d'Alençon. Ah, you here, Monsieur La Mole? Said the prince. Yes, my lord, replied La Mole, bowing respectfully. Are you going away from the Louvre? No, your highness. I am on my way to pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen of Navarre. About what time shall you leave, Monsieur de la Mole? Has Monseigneur any orders for me? No, not at present, but I shall want to speak to you this evening. About what time? Between 9 and 10. I shall do myself the honor of waiting on your highness at that time. Very good. I shall depend on you. La Mole bowed and went. There are times, said he, when the duke is as pale as death. It is very strange. He knocked at the door of the queen's apartments. Gillon, who apparently was expecting him, led him to Marguerite. The latter was occupied with some work which seemed to be wearying her greatly. A paper covered with notes and a volume of Isocrates lay before her. She signed to La Mole to let her finish a paragraph. Then, in a few moments, she threw down her pen and invited the young man to sit beside her. La Mole was radiant. Never had he been so handsome or so light-hearted. Greek, said he, glancing at the book. A speech of Isocrates. What are you doing with that? Ah, and Latin on this sheet of paper. Ad Sarmatiae legatos reginae Margaritae concio. So you are going to harangue these barbarians in Latin? I must, said Marguerite, since they do not speak French. But how can you write the answer before you have the speech? A greater coquette than I would make you believe that this was impromptu. But I cannot deceive you, my Hyacinth. I was told the speech in advance, and I am answering it. Are these ambassadors about to arrive? Better still, they arrived this morning. Does anyone know it? They came incognito. Their formal arrival is planned for tomorrow afternoon. I believe, and you will see, said Marguerite, with a little satisfied air not wholly free from pedantry, that what I have done this evening is quite Ciceronian. But let us drop these important matters and speak of what has happened to you. To me? Yes. What has happened to me? Ah, it is in vain you pretend to be brave. You look pale. Then it is from having slept too much. I am humbly sorry for it. Come, come, let us not play the braggart. I know everything. Have the kindness to inform me, then, my pearl, for I know nothing. Well, answer me frankly. What did the queen mother ask you? Had she something to say to me? What? Have you not seen her? No. Nor King Charles? No. Nor the King of Navarre? No. But you have seen the Duc d'Alençon? Yes, I met him just now in the corridor. What did he say to you? That he had some orders to give me between 9 and 10 o'clock this evening. Nothing else? Nothing else. That is strange. But what is strange? Tell me. That nothing has been said to you. What has happened? All day, unfortunately, you have been hanging over an abyss. I? Yes, you. Why? Well, listen. It seems that last night De Mouy was surprised in the apartments of the King of Navarre, who was to have been arrested. De Mouy killed 3 men and escaped without anything about him having been recognized, except the famous red cloak.
Well? Well, this red cloak, which once deceived me, has thrown others besides myself off the track. You have been suspected and even accused of this triple murder. This morning they wanted to arrest, judge, and perhaps convict you. Who knows? For in order to save yourself, you would not have told where you were, would you?" "Tell where I was!" cried La Mole. "Compromise you, my beautiful queen? Oh, you are right. I should have died singing to spare your sweet eyes one tear." "Alas," said Marguerite, "my sweet eyes would have been filled with many, many tears." "But what caused the great storm to subside?" "Guess." "How can I tell?" "There was only one way to prove that you were not in the king's rooms." "And that was?" "To tell where you were." "Well?" "Well, I told." "Whom did you tell?" "My mother." "And Queen Catherine?" "Queen Catherine knows that I love you." "Oh, madame, after having done so much for me, you can demand anything from your servant. Ah, Marguerite, truly, what you did was noble and beautiful. My life is yours, Marguerite." "I hope so, for I have snatched it from those who wanted to take it from me, but now you are saved." "And by you," cried the young man, "by my adored queen." At that instant a sharp noise made them start. La Mole sprang back, filled with a vague terror. Marguerite uttered a cry and stood with her eyes riveted on the broken glass of one of the window panes. Through this window a stone the size of an egg had entered and lay on the floor. La Mole saw the broken pane and realized the cause of the noise. "Who dared to do this?" he cried, springing to the window. "One moment," said Marguerite. "It seems to me that something is tied around the stone." "Yes," said La Mole, "it looks like a piece of paper." Marguerite went to the strange projectile and removed the thin sheet which, folded like a narrow band, encircled the middle of the stone. The paper was attached to a cord which came through the broken window. Marguerite unfolded the letter and read. "Unfortunate man!" she cried, holding out the paper to La Mole, who stood as pale and motionless as a statue of terror. With a heart filled with gloomy forebodings, he read these words: "They are waiting for Monsieur de la Mole with long swords in the corridor leading to the apartments of Monsieur d'Alençon. Perhaps he would prefer to escape by this window and join Monsieur de Mouy at Mantes." "Well," asked La Mole after reading it, "are these swords longer than mine?" "No, but there may be 10 against 1." "Who is this friend who has sent us this note?" asked La Mole. Marguerite took it from the young man's hand and looked at it attentively. "The King of Navarre's handwriting!" she cried. "If he warns us, the danger is great. Flee, La Mole, flee, I beg you." "How?" asked La Mole. "By this window. Does not the note refer to it?" "Command, my queen, and I will leap from the window to obey you, if I broke my head 20 times by the fall." "Wait, wait," said Marguerite. "It seems to me there is a weight attached to this cord." "Let us see," said La Mole. Both drew up the cord, and with indescribable joy saw a ladder of hair and silk at the end of it. "Ah, you are saved!" cried Marguerite. "It is a miracle of heaven." "No, it is a gift from the King of Navarre." "But suppose it were a snare," said La Mole. "If this ladder were to break under me, madame, did you not acknowledge your love for me today?" Marguerite, whose joy had dissipated her grief, became ashy pale. "You are right," said she. "That is possible." She started to the door. "What are you going to do?" cried La Mole. "To find out if they are really waiting for you in the corridor." "Never, never, for their anger to fall on you." "What can they do to a daughter of France? As a woman and a royal princess, I am doubly inviolable." The queen uttered these words with so much dignity that La Mole understood she ran no risk, and that he must let her do as she wished. Marguerite put La Mole under the protection of Gillonne, leaving to him to decide, according to circumstances, whether to run or await her return, and started down the corridor.
A side hall led to the library as well as to several reception rooms, and at the end led to the apartments of the king, the queen mother, and to the small private stairway by which one reached the apartments of the Duc d'Alençon and Henry. Although it was scarcely 9 o'clock, all the lights were extinguished, and the corridor, except for the dim glimmer which came from the side hall, was quite dark. The Queen of Navarre advanced boldly. When she had gone about a third of the distance, she heard whispering which sounded mysterious and startling from an evident effort made to suppress it. It ceased almost instantly, as if by order from some superior, and silence was restored. The light, dim as it was, seemed to grow less. Marguerite walked on directly into the face of the danger, if danger there was. To all appearances she was calm, although her clenched hands indicated a violent nervous tension. As she approached, the intense silence increased, while a shadow like that of a hand obscured the wavering and uncertain light. At the point where the transverse hall crossed the main corridor, a man sprang in front of the queen, uncovered a red candlestick, and cried out, "Here he is!" Marguerite stood face to face with her brother Charles. Behind him, a silken cord in hand, was the Duc d'Alençon. At the rear, in the darkness, stood two figures side by side, reflecting no light other than that of the drawn swords which they held in their hands. Marguerite saw everything at a glance. Making a supreme effort, she said smilingly to Charles, "You mean here she is, sire?" Charles recoiled. The others stood motionless. "You, Margot," said he, "where are you going at this hour?" "At this hour?" said Marguerite. "Is it so late?" "I ask, where are you going?" "To find a book of Cicero's speeches, which I think I left at our mother's." "Without a light?" "I suppose the corridor was lighted." "Do you come from your own apartments?" "Yes." "What are you doing this evening?" "Preparing my address for the Polish ambassadors. Is there not a council tomorrow? And does not each one have to submit his address to your majesty?" "Have you not someone helping you with this work?" Marguerite summoned all her strength. "Yes, brother," said she, "Monsieur de la Mole, he is very learned." "So much so," said the Duc d'Alençon, "that I asked him when he had finished with you, sister, to come and help me, for I am not as clever as you are." "And were you waiting for him?" asked Marguerite as naturally as possible. "Yes," said d'Alençon, impatiently. "Then," said Marguerite, "I will send him to you, brother, for we have finished my work." "But your book," said Charles. "I will have Gillon get it." The two brothers exchanged a sign. "Go," said Charles, "and we will continue our round." "Your round?" said Marguerite. "Whom are you looking for?" "The little red man," said Charles. "Do you not know that there is a little red man who is said to haunt the Louvre? My brother d'Alençon claims to have seen him, and we are looking for him." "Good luck to you," said Marguerite, and she turned round. Glancing behind her, she saw the four figures gather close to the wall as if in conference. In an instant she had reached her own door. "Open, Gillon," she said, "open." Gillon obeyed. Marguerite sprang into the room and found La Mole waiting for her, calm and quiet, but with drawn sword. "Flee," said she, "flee. Do not lose a second. They are waiting for you in the corridor to kill you." "You command me to do this?" said La Mole. "I command it. We must part in order to see each other again." While Marguerite had been away, La Mole had made sure of the ladder at the window. He now stepped out, but before placing his foot on the first round, he tenderly kissed the queen's hand. "If the ladder is a trap and I should perish, Marguerite, remember your promise." "It was not a promise, La Mole, but an oath. Fear nothing. Adieu." And La Mole, thus encouraged, let himself slip down the ladder. At the same instant there was a knock at the door. Marguerite watched La Mole's perilous descent and did not turn away from the window until she was sure he had reached the ground in safety. "Madame," said Gillon, "madame." "Well?" asked Marguerite. "The king is knocking at the door." "Open it." Gillon did so. The four princes, impatient at waiting, no doubt stood on the threshold. Charles entered. Marguerite came forward, a smile on her lips. The king cast a rapid glance around. "Whom are you looking for, brother?" asked Marguerite. "Why," said Charles, I am looking, why the devil, I am looking for Monsieur de la Mole."
"Monsieur de la Mole?"
"Yes, where is he?" Marguerite took her brother by the hand and led him to the window. Just then 2 horsemen were seen galloping away around the wooden tower. One of them unfastened his white satin scarf and waved it in the darkness as a sign of adieu. The 2 men were La Mole and Orthon. Marguerite pointed them out to Charles. "Well," said the king, "what does this mean?"
"It means," replied Marguerite, "that Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon may put his cord back into his pocket, and that Messieurs d'Anjou and de Guise may sheathe their swords, for Monsieur de la Mole will not pass through the corridor again tonight."
End of chapter 39. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 40. The Atrides. Since his return to Paris, Henry of Anjou had not seen his mother Catherine alone, and as everyone knows, he was her favorite son. This visit was not merely for the sake of etiquette, nor the carrying out of a painful ceremony, but the accomplishment of a very sweet duty for this son, who, if he did not love his mother, was at least sure of being tenderly loved by her. Catherine loved this son best, either because of his bravery, his beauty, for besides the mother, there was the woman in Catherine, or because, according to some scandalous chronicles, Henry of Anjou reminded the Florentine of a certain happy epoch of secret love. Catherine alone knew of the return of the Duc d'Anjou to Paris. Charles IX would have been ignorant of it had not chance led him to the Hôtel de Condé, just as his brother was leaving it. Charles had not expected him until the following day, and Henry of Anjou had hoped to conceal from him the 2 motives which had hastened his arrival by a day, namely, his visit to the beautiful Marie of Clèves, Princess of Condé, and his conference with the Polish ambassadors. It was this last reason, of the object of which Charles was uncertain, which the Duc d'Anjou had to explain to his mother, and the reader, ignorant on this point as was Henry of Navarre, will profit by the explanation. When the Duc d'Anjou, so long expected, entered his mother's rooms, Catherine, usually so cold and formal, and who since the departure of her favorite son had embraced with effusion no one but Coligny, who was to be assassinated the following day, opened her arms to the child of her love, and pressed him to her heart with a burst of maternal affection most surprising in a heart already long grown cold. Then, pushing him from her, she gazed at him and again drew him into her arms. "Ah, madame," said he, "since heaven grants me the privilege of embracing my mother in private, console me, for I am the most wretched man alive."
"Oh, my God, my beloved child!" cried Catherine, "what has happened to you?"
"Nothing which you do not know, mother. I am in love. I am loved. But it is this very love which is the cause of my unhappiness."
"Tell me about it, my son," said Catherine.
"Well, mother, these ambassadors, this departure."
"Yes," said Catherine, "the ambassadors have arrived. The departure is near at hand."
"It need not be near at hand, mother, but my brother hastens it. He detests me. I am in his way, and he wants to rid himself of me." Catherine smiled.
"By giving you a throne, poor unhappy crowned head?"
"Oh, no, mother," said Henry in agony. "I do not wish to go away. I, a son of France, brought up in the refinement of polite society, near the best of mothers, loved by one of the dearest women in the world. Must I go among snows to the ends of the earth, to die by inches among those rough people who are intoxicated from morning until night, and who gauge the capacity of their king by that of a cask, according to what he can hold? No, mother, I do not want to go. I should die."
"Come, Henry," said Catherine, pressing her son's hands. "Come, is that the real reason?"
Henry's eyes fell, as though even to his mother he did not dare to confess what was in his heart.
"Is there no other reason?" asked Catherine. "Less romantic, but more rational, more political?"
"Mother,
it is not my fault if this thought comes to me and takes stronger hold of me perhaps than it should. But did not you yourself tell me that the horoscope of my brother Charles prophesied that he would die young?" "Yes," said Catherine, "but a horoscope may lie, my son. Indeed, I myself hope that all horoscopes are not true." "But his horoscope said this, did it not?" "His horoscope spoke of a quarter of a century, but it did not say whether it referred to his life or his reign." "Well, mother, bring it about so that I can stay. My brother is almost 24. In 1 year the question will be settled." Catherine pondered deeply. "Yes," said she, "it would certainly be better if it could be so arranged." "Oh, imagine my despair, mother," cried Henry, "if I were to exchange the crown of France for that of Poland. My being tormented there with the idea that I might be reigning in the Louvre in the midst of this elegant and lettered court, near the best mother in the world, whose advice would spare me half my work and fatigue, who, accustomed to bearing with my father a portion of the burden of the state, would like to bear it with me too. Oh, mother, I should have been a great king." "There, there, dear child," said Catherine, to whom this outlook had always been a very sweet hope. "There, do not despair. Have you thought of any way of arranging the matter?" "Oh, yes, certainly, and that is why I came back 2 or 3 days before I was expected, letting my brother Charles suppose that it was on account of Madame de Condé. Then I have been with Delasco, the chief ambassador. I became acquainted with him and did all I could in that first interview to make him hate me. I hope I have succeeded." "Ah, my dear child," said Catherine, "that is wrong. You must place the interest of France above your petty dislikes." "Mother, in case any accident happened to my brother, would it be to the interest of France for the Duc d'Alençon or the King of Navarre to reign?" "Oh, the King of Navarre! Never, never!" murmured Catherine, letting anxiety cover her face with that veil of care which spread over it every time this question arose. "Faith," continued Henry, "my brother d'Alençon is not worth much more, and is no fonder of you." "Well," said Catherine, "what did Lasco say?" "Even Lasco hesitated when I urged him to seek an audience. Oh, if he could write to Poland and annul this election!" "Folly, my son, madness! What a Diet has consecrated is sacred." "But, mother, could not these Poles be prevailed on to accept my brother in my stead?" "It would be difficult, if not impossible," said Catherine. "Never mind, try, make the attempt. Speak to the king, mother. Ascribe everything to my love for Madame de Condé. Say that I am mad over her, that I am losing my mind. He saw me coming out of the prince's hotel with De Guise, who did everything for me a friend could do." "Yes, in order to help the League. You do not see this, but I do." "Yes, mother, yes, but meanwhile I am making use of him. Should we not be glad when a man serves us while serving himself?" "And what did the king say when he met you?" "He apparently believed what I told him, that love alone had brought me back to Paris." "But did he ask you what you did the rest of the night?" "Yes, mother, but I had supper at Nantouillet's, where I made a frightful riot, so that the report of it might get abroad and deceive the king as to where I was." "Then he is ignorant of your visit to Lasco?" "Absolutely." "Good. So much the better. I will try to influence him in your favor, dear child, but you know no influence makes any impression on his coarse nature." "Oh, mother, mother, what happiness if I could stay! I would love you even more than I do now if it were possible." "If you stay you will be sent to war." "Oh, never mind. If only I do not have to leave France." "You will be killed." "Mother, one does not die from blows, one dies from grief, from meanness. But Charles will not let me remain. He hates me." "He is jealous of you, my beautiful conqueror. That is well known. Why are you so brave and so fortunate? Why, at scarcely 20 years of age have you won battles like Alexander or Caesar. But in the meantime, do not let your wishes be known to anyone. Pretend to be resigned, pay your court to the king. Today there is a private council to read and discuss the speeches which are to be made at the ceremony. Act like the King of Poland, and leave the rest to me. By the way, how about your expedition of last night?" "It failed, mother. The gallant was warned and escaped by the window." "Well," said Catharine, "some day I shall know who this evil genius is who upsets all my plans in this way. Meanwhile I suspect, and let him beware." "So, mother," said the Duc d'Anjou, "let me manage this affair." She kissed Henry tenderly on his eyes and pushed him from the room. Before long the princes of her household arrived at the rooms of the queen. Charles was in a good humor, for the cleverness of his sister Margot had pleased rather than vexed him. Moreover, he had nothing against La Mole, and he had waited for him somewhat eagerly in the corridor, merely because it was a kind of hunt. D'Alençon, on the contrary, was greatly preoccupied. The repulsion he had always felt for La Mole had turned into hate the instant he knew that La Mole was loved by his sister. Marguerite possessed both a dreamy mind and a quick eye. She had to remember as well as to watch. The Polish deputies had sent a copy of the speeches which they were to make. Marguerite, to whom no more mention had been made of the affair of the previous evening than as if it had never occurred, read the speeches, and, except Charles, everyone discussed what he would answer. Charles let Marguerite reply as she pleased. As far as D'Alençon was concerned, he was very particular as to the choice of terms, but as to the discourse of Henry of Anjou he seemed determined to attack it, and made numerous corrections. This council, without being in any way decisive, had greatly embittered the feelings of those present. Henry of Anjou, who had to rewrite nearly all his discourse, withdrew to begin the task. Marguerite, who had not heard of the King of Navarre since the injury he had given to her window pane, returned to her rooms hoping to find him there. D'Alençon, who had read hesitation in the eyes of his brother of Anjou, and who had surprised a meaning glance between him and his mother, retired to ponder on what he regarded as a fresh plot. Charles was about to go to his workshop to finish a boar spear he was making for himself when Catharine stopped him. The king, who suspected that he was to meet some opposition to his will, paused and looked at his mother closely. "Well," he said, "what now?" "A final word, sire, which we forgot, and yet it is of much importance. What day shall we decide on for the public reception?" "Ah, that is true," said the king, seating himself again. "Well, what day would suit you?" "I thought," replied Catharine, "from your Majesty's silence and apparent forgetfulness, that there was some deep-laid plan." "No. Why so, mother?" "Because," added Catharine very gently, "it seems to me, my son, that these Poles should not see us so eager after their crown." "On the contrary, mother," said Charles, "it is they who are in haste. They have come from Varsovia by forced marches. Honor for honor, courtesy for courtesy." "Your Majesty may be right in one sense. I am not curious. So your idea is that the public reception should be held soon?" "Faith, yes, mother. Is this not your idea too?" "You know that my ideas are only such as can further your glory. I will tell you, therefore, that by this haste I fear you will be accused of profiting very quickly by this opportunity to relieve the House of France of the burdens your brother imposes on it, but which he certainly returns in glory and devotion." "Mother," said Charles, "on his departure from France, I will endow my brother so richly that no one will ever dare to think what you fear may be said." "Well," said Catharine, "I surrender, since you have such a ready reply to each of my objections. But to receive this warlike people, who judge of the power of the states by exterior signs, you must have a considerable array of troops, and I do not think there are enough yet assembled in the Isle de France." "Pardon me, mother. I have foreseen this event and am prepared for it. I have recalled 2 battalions from Normandy and 1 from Guienne. My company of archers arrived yesterday from Brittany. The light horse, scattered throughout Lorraine, will be in Paris in the course of the day,
and while it is supposed that I have scarcely 4 regiments at my disposition, I have 20,000 men ready to appear."
"Ah, ah," said Catherine, surprised. "In that case only one thing is lacking, but that can be procured."
"What is that?"
"Money. I believe that you are not furnished with an oversupply."
"On the contrary, madame, on the contrary," said Charles IX., "I have 1,400,000 crowns in the Bastille. My private estates have yielded me during the last few days 800,000 crowns, which I have put in my cellar in the Louvre, and in case of need Nantouillet holds 300,000 crowns at my disposal." Catherine shivered. Until then she had known Charles to be violent and passionate, but never provident.
"Well," said she, "your Majesty thinks of everything. That is fine, and provided the tailors, the embroiderers, and the jewelers make haste, your Majesty will be in a position to hold this audience within 6 weeks."
"6 weeks!" exclaimed Charles. "Mother, the tailors, the embroiderers, and the jewelers have been at work ever since we heard of my brother's nomination. As a matter of fact, everything could be ready today, but at the latest it will take only 3 or 4 days."
"Oh," murmured Catherine, "you are in greater haste than I supposed, my son."
"Honor for honor, I told you."
"Well, is it this honor done to the house of France which flatters you?"
"Certainly."
"And is your chief desire to see a son of France on the throne of Poland?"
"Exactly."
"Then it is the event, the fact, and not the man, which is of interest to you and whoever reigns there."
"No, no, mother, by heaven! Let us keep to the point. The Poles have made a good choice. They are a skillful and strong people, a military people, a nation of soldiers. They choose a captain for their ruler. That is logical. Plague it! D'Anjou is just the man for them. The hero of Jarnac and Montcortor fits them like a glove. Whom would you have me send? D'Alençon, a coward. He would give them a fine idea of the Valois. D'Alençon. He would run at the first bullet that whistled by his ears, while Henry of Anjou is a fighter. Yes, his sword always in his hand. He is ever pushing forward on foot or horseback. Forward, thrust, overpower, kill. Ah, my brother of Anjou is a man, a valiant soldier who will lead them to battle from morning until night, from one year's end to the next. He is not a hard drinker, it is true, but he will kill in cold blood. That is all. This dear Henry will be in his element. There, quick, quick, to battle! Sound the trumpet and the drum! Long live the king! Long live the conqueror! Long live the general! He will be proclaimed Imperator 3 times a year. That will be a fine for the house of France, and for the honor of the Valois he may be killed, but, by heaven, it will be a glorious death."
Catherine shuddered. Her eyes flashed fire. "Say that you wish to send Henry of Anjou away from you," she cried. "Say that you do not love your brother."
"Ha, ha, ha, ha!" cried Charles, bursting into a nervous laugh. "You have guessed, have you, that I want to send him away? You have guessed that I do not love him? And when did you reach this conclusion? Come, love my brother. Why should I love him? Ha, ha, ha! Do you want to make me laugh?"
As he spoke, his pale cheeks grew flushed with a feverish glow.
"Does he love me? Do you love me? Has anyone except my dogs and Marie Touchet and my nurse ever loved me? No, I do not love my brother. I only love myself. Do you hear? And I shall not prevent my brother from doing as I do."
"Sire," said Catherine, growing excited on her part, "since you have opened your heart to me, I must open mine to you. You are acting like a weak king, like an ill-advised monarch. You are sending away your second brother, the natural support of the throne, who is in every way worthy to succeed you if any accident happened, in which case your crown would be left in jeopardy. As you said, D'Alençon is young, incapable, weak, more than weak, cowardly, and the Béarnais rises up in the background. You understand?"
"Well, the devil!" exclaimed Charles. "What does it matter to me what happens when I am dead? The Béarnais rises behind my brother, you say? By heaven, so much the better. I said that I loved no one. I was mistaken. I love Henriot. Yes, I love this good Henriot. He has a frank manner, a warm handshake, while I see nothing but false looks around me and touch only icy hands. He is incapable of treason towards me, I swear. Besides, I owe him amends, poor boy. His mother was poisoned by some members of my family, I am told. Moreover, I am well, but if I were to be taken ill, I would call him. I should want him to stay with me. I would take nothing except from him. And when I died, I would make him King of France and of Navarre. And by heaven, instead of laughing at my death as my brothers would do, he would weep, or at least he would pretend to weep." Had a thunderbolt fallen at Catherine's feet, she would have been less startled than at these words. She stood speechless, gazing at Charles with haggard eyes. Then, at the end of a few moments, "Henry of Navarre!" she cried. "Henry of Navarre, King of France, to the detriment of my children! Ah, Holy Virgin, we shall see! So this is why you wish to send away my son?" "Your son? And what am I then, the son of a wolf like Romulus?" cried Charles, trembling with anger, his eyes shining as though they were on fire. "Your son? You are right. The King of France is not your son. The King of France has no brothers. The King of France has no mother. The King of France has only subjects. The King of France has no need of feelings. He has wishes. He can get on without being loved, but he shall be obeyed." "Sire, you have misunderstood my words. I called my son the one who was going to leave me. I love him better just now because just now he is the one I am most afraid I shall lose. Is it a crime for a mother to wish that her child should not leave her?" "And I tell you that he shall leave you. I tell you that he shall leave France, that he shall go to Poland, and within 2 days, too. And if you add one word, he shall go tomorrow. Moreover, if you do not smooth your brow, if you do not take that threatening look from your eyes, I will strangle him this evening, as yesterday you yourself would have strangled your daughter's lover. Only I shall not fail, as we failed in regard to La Mole." At the first threat Catherine's head fell, but she raised it again almost immediately. "Ah, poor child!" said she, "your brother would kill you, but do not fear, your mother will protect you." "Ha! You defy me!" cried Charles. "Well, by the blood of Christ, he shall die, not this evening, not soon, but this very instant. Ah, a weapon, a dagger, a knife! Ha!" Having looked around in vain for what he wanted, Charles perceived the little dagger his mother always wore at her belt, sprang toward it, snatched it from its shagreen case encrusted with silver, and rushed from the room to strike down Henry of Anjou wherever he might meet him. But on reaching the hall, his strength, excited beyond human endurance, suddenly left him. He put out his arm, dropped the sharp weapon which struck point downwards into the wood, uttered a piercing cry, sank down, and rolled over on the floor. At the same instant a quantity of blood spurted forth from his mouth and nose. "Jesus!" said he, "they kill me! Help! Help!" Catherine, who had followed, saw him fall. For one instant she stood motionless, watching him. Then, recollecting herself, not because of any maternal affection, but because of the awkwardness of the situation, she called out, "The king is ill! Help! Help!" At the cry a crowd of servants, officers, and courtiers gathered around the young king. But ahead of them all a woman rushed out, pushed aside the others, and raised Charles, who had grown as pale as death. "They kill me, nurse! They kill me!" murmured the king, covered with perspiration and blood. "They kill you, my Charles?" cried the good woman, glancing at the group of faces with a look which reached even Catherine. "Who kills you?" Charles heaved a feeble sigh and fainted. "Ah!" said the physician Ambroise Paré, who was summoned at once. "Ah! the king is very ill." "Now, from necessity or compulsion," said the implacable Catherine to herself, "he will have to grant a delay." Whereupon she left the king to join her second son, who was in the oratory anxiously waiting to hear the result of an interview which was of such importance to him. End of chapter 40. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 41. The Horoscope. On leaving the oratory in which she had just informed Henry all that had occurred, Catherine found Réné in her chamber.
It was the first time that the queen and the astrologer had seen each other since the visit the queen had made to his shop at the Pont Saint-Michel. But the previous evening she had written him, and René had brought the answer to her note in person. "Well," said the queen, "have you seen him?" "Yes." "How is he?" "Somewhat better." "Can he speak?" "No, the sword traversed his larynx." "I told you in that case to have him write." "I tried. He collected all his strength, but his hand could only trace 2 letters. They are almost illegible. Then he fainted. The jugular vein was cut, and the blood he has lost has taken away all his strength." "Have you seen the letters?" "Here they are." René drew a paper from his pocket and handed it to Catherine, who hastily unfolded it. "An M and an O," said she. "Could it have been La Mole? And was all that acting of Marguerite done to throw me off the track?" "Madame," said René, "if I dared to express my opinion in a matter about which your Majesty hesitates to give yours, I should say that I believe Monsieur de la Mole is too much in love to be seriously interested in politics." "You think so?" "Yes, and above all too much in love with the Queen of Navarre to serve the king very devotedly, for there is no real love without jealousy." "You think that he is very much in love, then?" "I am sure of it." "Has he been to you?" "Yes." "Did he ask you for some potion or philtre?" "No, we kept to the wax figure." "Pierced to the heart?" "To the heart." "And this figure still exists?" "Yes." "Have you it?" "It is in my rooms." "It would be strange," said Catherine, "if these cabalistic preparations really had the power attributed to them." "Your Majesty is a better judge of that than I." "Is the Queen of Navarre in love with Monsieur de la Mole?" "She loves him enough to ruin herself for him. Yesterday she saved him from death at the risk of her honor and her life. You see, madame, and yet you still doubt." "Doubt what?" "Science." "Science also deceives me," said Catherine, looking steadily at René, who bore her gaze without flinching. "About what?" "Oh, you know what I mean, unless, of course, it was the scholar and not science." "I do not know what you mean, madame," replied the Florentine. "René, have your perfumes lost their odor?" "No, madame, not when I use them, but it is possible that in passing through the hands of others." Catherine smiled and shook her head. "Your opiate has done wonders, René," she said. "Madame de Sauve's lips are fresher and rosier than ever." "It is not my opiate that is responsible for that, madame. The Baroness de Sauve, using the privilege of every pretty woman to be capricious, has said nothing more to me about this opiate, and after the suggestion from your Majesty, I thought it best to send her no more of it, so that all the boxes are still in my house just as you left them, with the exception of one which disappeared, I know not how or why." "That is well, René," said Catherine. "Perhaps later we may return to this. In the meantime, let us speak of the other matter." "I am all attention, madame." "What is necessary to gain an idea of the length of anyone's life?" "In the first place, to know the day of his birth, his age, and under what condition he first saw light." "And then?" "To have some of his blood and a lock of his hair." "If I bring you some of his blood and a lock of his hair, if I tell you the circumstance connected with his birth, the time, and his present age, will you tell me the probable date of his death?" "Yes, to within a few days." "Very well. I have a lock of his hair, and I will get some of his blood." "Was he born during the day or night?" "At 23 minutes past 5 in the afternoon." "Be at my room at 5 o'clock tomorrow. The experiment must be made at the hour of his birth." "Very well," said Catherine. "We will be there." René bowed and withdrew without apparently noticing the "we will be there," which, however, contrary to her usual habit, indicated that Catherine would not go alone. The following morning at dawn, Catherine went to her son's apartments. At midnight she had sent to inquire after him, and had been told that Maître Ambroise Paré was with him, ready to bleed him if the nervous troubles continued. Still starting up from his sleep, and still pale from loss of blood, Charles dozed on the shoulder of his faithful nurse, who, leaning against the bed, had not moved for 3 hours for fear of waking her dear child. A slight foam appeared from time to time on the lips of the sick man, and the nurse wiped it off with a fine embroidered linen handkerchief. On the bed lay another handkerchief covered with great spots of blood. For an instant Catherine thought she would take possession of the handkerchief, but she feared that this blood mixed with the saliva would be weak, and would not be efficacious. She asked the nurse if the doctor had bled her son, as he had said he would do. The nurse answered, yes, and that the flow of blood had been so great that Charles had fainted twice. The queen mother, who, like all princesses in those days, had some knowledge of medicine, asked to see the blood. Nothing was easier to do, as the physician had ordered that the blood be kept in order that he might examine it. It was in a basin in an adjoining closet. Catherine went in to look at it, poured some into a small bottle which she had brought for this purpose, and then came back, hiding in her pocket her fingers, the tips of which otherwise would have betrayed her. Just as she came back from the closet, Charles opened his eyes and saw his mother. Then, remembering as in a dream all his bitter thoughts, "Ah, is it you, madame?" said he. "Well, say to your well-loved son, to your Henry of Anjou, that it shall be tomorrow." "My dear Charles," said Catherine, "it shall be just when you please. Be quiet now and go to sleep." As if yielding to this advice, Charles closed his eyes, and Catherine, who had spoken to him as one does to calm a sick person or a child, left the room. But when he heard the door close, Charles suddenly sat up, and in a voice still weak from suffering, said, "My chancellor! The seals! The court! Send for them all!" The nurse, with gentle insistence, laid the head of the king back on her shoulder, and in order to put him to sleep, strove to rock him as she would have done a child. "No, no, nurse! I cannot sleep any more. Call my attendants. I must work this morning." When Charles spoke in that way, he was obeyed, and even the nurse, in spite of the privileges allowed her by her foster child, dared not disobey. She sent for those whom the king wanted, and the council was planned, not for the next day, which was out of the question, but for 5 days from then. At the hour agreed on, that is, at 5 o'clock, the queen mother and the Duc d'Anjou repaired to the rooms of Réné, who, expecting their visit, had everything ready for the mysterious séance. In the room to the right, that is, in the chamber of sacrifices, a steel blade was heating over a glowing brazier. From its fanciful arabesques, this blade was intended to represent the events of the destiny about which the oracle was to be consulted. On the altar lay the book of fate, and during the night, which had been very clear, Réné had studied the course and the position of the stars. Henry of Anjou entered first. He wore a wig, a mask concealed his face, and a long cloak hid his figure. His mother followed. Had she not known beforehand that the man who preceded her was her son, she never would have recognized him. Catherine removed her mask. The Duc d'Anjou kept his on. "Did you make any observations last night?" asked Catherine. "Yes, madame," said Réné, "and the answer of the stars has already told me the past. The one you wish to know about, like everyone born under the sign of the Cancer, has a warm heart and great pride. He is powerful. He has lived nearly a quarter of a century. He has until now had glory and wealth. Is this so, madame?" "Possibly," said Catherine. "Have you a lock of his hair and some of his blood?" "Yes." Catherine handed to the necromancer a lock of fair hair and a small bottle filled with blood. Réné took the flask, shook it thoroughly so that the fibrine and water would mix, and poured a large drop of it on the glowing steel. The living liquid boiled for an instant and then spread out into fantastic figures. "Oh, madame!" cried Réné, "I see him twisting in awful agony. Hear how he groans, how he calls for help. Do you see how everything around him becomes blood? Do you see how about his deathbed great combats are taking place? See, here are the lances, and look, there are the swords." "Will it be long before this happens?" asked Catherine, trembling from an indescribable emotion and laying her hand on that of Henry of Anjou, who in his eager curiosity was leaning over the brazier. Réné approached the altar and repeated a cabalistic prayer, putting such energy and conviction into the act that the veins of his temples swelled and caused the prophetic convulsions and nervous twinges from which the ancient priestesses suffered before their tripods and even on their deathbeds. At length he rose and announced that everything was ready, took the flask, still 3/4 full, in one hand, and in the other the lock of hair. Then, telling Catherine to open the book at random and to read the first words she looked at, he poured the rest of the blood on the steel blade and threw the hair into the brazier, pronouncing a cabalistic sentence composed of Hebrew words which he himself did not understand. Instantly the Duc d'Anjou and Catherine saw a white figure appear on the sword, like that of a corpse wrapped in his shroud. Another figure, which seemed that of a woman, was leaning over the first. At the same time the hair caught fire and threw out a single flame, clear, swift, and barbed like a fiery tongue. 1 year, cried Réné, scarcely 1 year, and this man shall die. A woman alone shall weep for him, but no, there at the end of the sword is another woman, with a child in her arms. Catherine looked at her son, and mother though she was, seemed to ask him who these two women were. But Réné had scarcely finished speaking before the steel became white and everything gradually disappeared from its surface. Then Catherine opened the book and read the following lines in a voice which, in spite of her effort at control, she could not keep from shaking. «Un à Paris s'il que l'on redoutoit, plutôt, trop tôt, si prudence nettoie.» A deep silence reigned for some moments. «For the one whom you know,» asked Catherine, «what are the signs for this month?» «As favorable as ever, madame, unless Providence interferes with his destiny, he will be fortunate. And yet—» «And yet what?» «One of the stars in his Pleiad was covered with a black cloud while I made my observations.» «Ah!» exclaimed Catherine, «a black cloud! There is some hope, then?» «Of whom are you speaking, madame?» asked the Duc d'Anjou. Catherine drew her son away from the light of the brazier and spoke to him in a low tone. Meanwhile Réné knelt down and in the glow of the flame poured into his hand the last drop of blood which had remained in the bottom of the flask. «Strange contradiction,» said he, «which proves how little to be depended upon is the evidence of simple science practiced by ordinary men. To anyone but myself, a physician, a scholar, even for Maître Ambroise Paré, this blood would seem so pure, so healthy, so full of life and animal spirits, that it would promise long years of life. And yet all this vigor will soon disappear. All this life will be extinct within a year." Catherine and Henry of Anjou had turned round and were listening. The eyes of the prince glowed through his mask. "Ah," continued Réné, "the present alone is known to ordinary mortals, while to us the past and the future are known." "So," continued Catherine, "you still think he will die within the year?" "As surely as we are 3 living persons who will some day rest in our coffins." "Yet you said that the blood was pure and healthy, and that it indicated a long life." "Yes, if things followed their natural course, but might not an accident?" "Ah, yes! Do you hear?" said Catherine to Henry, "an accident!" "Alas!" said the latter, "all the more reason for my staying." "Oh, think no more about that. It is not possible." Then turning to Réné, "Thanks," said the young man, disguising his voice. "Thanks. Take this purse." "Come, Count," said Catherine, intentionally giving her son this title to throw Réné off the track. They left. "Ah, mother, you see," said Henry, "an accident. And if an accident should happen, I shall not be on hand. I shall be 400 leagues from you." 400 leagues are accomplished in 8 days, my son." "Yes, but how do I know whether those Poles will let me come back? If I could only wait, mother!" "Who knows?" said Catherine. Might not this accident of which Renée speaks be the one which since yesterday has laid the king on a bed of pain? Listen. Return by yourself, my child. I shall go back by the private door of the monastery of the Augustines. My suite is waiting for me in this convent. Go. Now, Henry, go. And keep from irritating your brother in case you see him. End of chapter 41. Recording by John Van Stan. Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 42 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 42. Confidences. The first thing the Duc d'Anjou heard on arriving at the Louvre was that the formal reception of the ambassadors was arranged for the 5th day from that. The tailors and the jewelers were waiting for the prince with magnificent clothes and superb jewels which the king had ordered for him. While the duke tried them on with an anger which brought the tears to his eyes, Henry of Navarre was very gay in a magnificent collar of emeralds, a sword with a golden handle, and a precious ring which Charles had sent him that morning. D'Alençon had just received the letter and had shut himself up in his own room to read it. As to Coconnas, he was searching every corner of the Louvre for his friend. In fact, as may easily be imagined, he had been somewhat surprised at not seeing La Mole return that night, and by morning had begun to feel some anxiety. Consequently, he had started out to find his friend. He began his search at the Hôtel de la Belle Étoile, went from there to the Rue Cloche Percee, from the Rue Cloche Percee to the Rue Tizon, from there to the Pont Saint-Michel, and finally from the Pont Saint-Michel to the Louvre. This search, so far as those who had been questioned were concerned, had been carried on in a way so original and exacting, which may easily be believed when one realizes the eccentric character of Coconnas, that it had caused some explanations between him and 3 courtiers. These explanations had ended, as was the fashion of the times, on the ground. In these encounters Coconnas had been as conscientious as he usually was in affairs of that kind, and had killed the first man and wounded the 2 others, saying, "Poor La Mole, he knew Latin so well." The last victim, who was the Baron de Boissy, said as he fell, "Oh, for the love of heaven, Coconnas, do vary a little, and at least say that he knew Greek." At last the report of the adventure in the corridor leaked out. Coconnas was heartbroken over it. For an instant he thought that all these kings and princes had killed his friend and thrown him into some dungeon. He learned that D'Alençon had been of the party, and overlooking the majesty which surrounded a prince of the blood, he went to him and demanded an explanation, as he would have done of a simple gentleman. At first D'Alençon was inclined to thrust out of the door the impertinent fellow who came and asked for an account of his actions. But Coconnas spoke so curtly, his eyes flashed with such brightness, and the affair of the 3 duels in less than 24 hours had raised the Piedmontese so high, that D'Alençon reflected, and instead of yielding to his first inclination, he answered the gentleman with a charming smile. "My dear Coconnas, it is true that the king was furious at receiving a silver bowl on his shoulder, that the Duc d'Anjou was vexed at being hit on the head by some orange marmalade, and the Duc de Guise humiliated at having the breath knocked out of him by a haunch of venison, and so they were all determined to kill Monsieur de la Mole. But a friend of your friends turned aside the blow. The party therefore failed in their attempt. I give you my word as prince." "Ah!" said Coconnas, breathing as hard as a pair of bellows. "By heaven, monseigneur, this is good news. I should like to know this friend to show him my gratitude." Monsieur d'Alençon made no reply, but smiled more pleasantly than he had yet done, implying to Coconnas that this friend was none other than the prince himself. "Well, monseigneur," said Coconnas, "since you have gone so far as to tell me the beginning of the story, crown your kindness by finishing it. They tried to kill him, but failed, you say? Well, what happened then? I am brave and can bear the news. Have they thrown him into some dungeon? So much the better, it will make him more careful in future. He would never listen to my advice. Besides, we can get him out, by heaven. Stone does not baffle everyone." D'Alençon shook his head. "The worst of all this, my brave Coconnas," said he, "is that your friend disappeared after the affair, and no one knows where he went." "By heaven!" cried the Piedmontese, again growing pale.
Had he gone to hell, I should at least have known where he is."
"Listen," said d'Alençon, who, although for different reasons, was as anxious as Coconnas to know La Mole's whereabouts. "I will give you the advice of a friend." "Give it, my lord," said Coconnas eagerly. "Go to Queen Marguerite. She must know what has become of your friend you mourn." "I will confess to your highness," said Coconnas, "that I had thought of going to her, but I scarcely dared. Madame Marguerite has a way of making me feel somewhat uncomfortable at times, and besides this, I feared that I might find her in tears. But since your highness assures me that La Mole is not dead, and that her majesty knows where he is, I will take heart and go to her." "Do so, my friend," said François, "and when you find out where La Mole is, let me know, for really I am as anxious as you are. But remember one thing, Coconnas." "What?" "Do not say you have come at my suggestion, for if you do you will learn nothing." "Monseigneur," said Coconnas, "since your highness recommends secrecy on this point, I shall be as silent as a tench, or as the queen mother." "What a kind, good, generous prince he is!" murmured Coconnas, as he set out to find the Queen of Navarre. Marguerite was expecting Coconnas, for the report of his despair had reached her, and on hearing by what exploits his grief had showed itself, she almost forgave him for his somewhat rude treatment of her friend Madame la Duchesse de Nevers, to whom he had not spoken for 2 or 3 days, owing to some misunderstanding between them. Therefore, as soon as he was announced to the queen, he was admitted. Coconnas entered the room, unable to overcome the constraint which he had mentioned to d'Alençon, and which he had always felt in the presence of the queen. It was caused more by her superior intellect than by her rank, but Marguerite received him with a smile which at once put him at his ease. "Ah, madame," said he, "give me back my friend, I beg you, or at least tell me what has become of him, for without him I cannot live. Imagine Euryalus without Nissus, Damon without Pythias, or Orestes without Pylades. And pity my grief for the sake of one of the heroes I have just mentioned, whose heart, I swear, was no more tender than mine." Marguerite smiled, and having made Coconnas promise not to reveal the secret, she told him of La Mole's escape from the window. As to his hiding place, insistent as were the prayers of the Piedmontese, she preserved the strictest silence. This only half satisfied Coconnas, so he resorted to diplomatic speeches of the highest order. The result was that Marguerite saw clearly that the Duc d'Alençon was partly the case of the courtier's great desire to know what had become of La Mole. "Well," said the queen, "if you must know something definite about your friend, ask King Henry of Navarre. He alone has the right to speak. As to me, all I can tell you is that the friend for whom you are searching is alive, and you may believe what I say." "I believe one thing still more, madame," replied Coconnas, "that is, that your beautiful eyes have not wept." Thereupon, thinking that there was nothing to add to a remark which had the double advantage of expressing his thought, as well as the high opinion he had of La Mole, Coconnas withdrew, pondering on a reconciliation with Madame de Nevers, not on her account, but in order that he might find out from her what he had been unable to learn from Marguerite. Deep griefs are abnormal conditions in which the mind shakes off the yoke as soon as possible. The thought of leaving Marguerite had at first broken La Mole's heart, and it was in order to save the reputation of the queen rather than to preserve his own life that he had consented to run away. Therefore, the following evening he returned to Paris to see Marguerite from her balcony. As if instinct told her of the young man's plan, the queen spent the whole evening at her window. The result was that the lovers met again with the indescribable delight which accompanies forbidden pleasures. More than this, the melancholy and romantic temperament of La Mole found a certain charm in the situation. But a man really in love is happy only for the time being, while he sees or is with the woman he loves. After he has left her, he suffers. Anxious to see Marguerite again, La Mole set himself busily to work to bring about the event which would make it possible for him to be with her, namely, the flight of the King of Navarre. Marguerite, on her part, willingly gave herself up to the happiness of being loved with so pure a devotion. Often she was angry with herself for what she regarded as a weakness. Her strong mind despised the poverty of ordinary love, insensible to the details which for tender souls make it the sweetest, the most delicate, and the most desirable of all pleasures. So she felt that the days, if not happily filled, were at least happily ended. When, at about 9 o'clock every evening, she stepped out on her balcony in a white dressing gown, she perceived in the darkness of the quay a horseman whose hand was raised first to his lips, then to his heart. Then a significant cough reminded the lover of a cherished voice. Sometimes a note was thrown by a little hand, and in the note was hidden some costly jewel, precious not on account of its value, but because it had belonged to her who threw it, and this would fall on the pavement a few feet from the young man. Then La Mole would swoop down on it like a kite, press it to his heart, answer in the same voice, while Marguerite stood at her balcony until the sound of the horse's hoofs had died away in the darkness. The steed, ridden at full speed when coming, on leaving seemed as if made of material as lifeless as that of the famous horse which lost Troy. This was why the queen was not anxious as to the fate of La Mole, but fearing that he might be watched and followed, she persistently refused all interviews except those clandestine ones, which began immediately after La Mole's flight and continued every evening until the time set for the formal reception of the ambassadors, a reception which by the express orders of Ambroise Paré, as we have seen, was postponed for several days. The evening before this reception, at about 9 o'clock, when everyone in the Louvre was engaged in preparations for the following day, Marguerite opened her window and stepped out upon her balcony. As she did so, without waiting for her note, La Mole, in greater haste than usual, threw his note, which, with his usual skill, fell at the feet of his royal mistress. Marguerite realized that the missive contained something special, and retired from the balcony to read it. The note consisted of 2 separate sheets. On the first page were these words: "Madame, I must speak to the King of Navarre. The matter is urgent. I will wait." On the second page were these words: "My lady and my queen, arrange so that I may give you one of the kisses I now send you. I will wait." Marguerite had scarcely finished the second part of the letter when she heard the voice of Henry of Navarre, who with his usual caution had knocked on the outer door and was asking Gillonne if he might enter. The queen at once separated the letter, put one of the sheets in her robe, the other in her pocket, hurriedly closed the window and stepped to the door. "Enter, sire," said she. Notwithstanding the fact that Marguerite had been careful to close the window quickly and gently, the sound had reached Henry, whose acute senses in the midst of people he greatly mistrusted had almost acquired the exquisite delicacy they attain in the savage. But the King of Navarre was not one of those tyrants who forbid their wives from taking the air and watching the stars. Henry was as gracious and smiling as ever. "Madame," said he, "while everyone is rehearsing the coming ceremonial, I thought I would come and have a little talk with you about my affairs, which you still regard as yours, do you not?" "Certainly, monsieur," replied Marguerite. "Are not our interests one and the same?" "Yes, madame, and that is why I wanted to ask what you thought about Monsieur le Duc d'Alençon's avoiding me so for the last few days. The day before yesterday he even went to Saint Germain. Does it not mean either that he is planning to leave by himself, for he is watched very little, or that he is not going to leave at all? Give me your opinion, madame, if you please. I confess, it will be a great relief to me to tell you mine." "Your majesty is right in being anxious at my brother's silence. I have been thinking about it all day, and my idea is that as circumstances have changed, he has changed with them." "You mean, do you not, that seeing King Charles ill and the Duc d'Anjou King of Poland, he would not be averse to staying in Paris to keep watch over the crown of France?" "Exactly." "Be it so. I ask nothing better than for him to remain," said Henry, "only that will change our entire plan. To leave without him I shall need 3 times the guarantees I should have asked for had I gone with your brother, whose name and presence in the enterprise would have been my safeguard. But what surprises me is that I have not heard from Monsieur de Mouy. It is not like him to stay away so long. Have you had any news of him, madame?" "I, sire!" exclaimed Marguerite in astonishment. "Why, how could you expect—" "Why, by heaven, my dear, nothing would be more natural. In order to please me, you were kind enough to save the life of young La Mole. He must have reached Nantes, and if one can get to a place, he can easily get away from it." "Ah, this explains an enigma, the answer to which I could not make out," said Marguerite. "I had left my window open and found on coming back to my room a note on my floor." "There now," said Henry, a note which at first I could not understand and to which I attached no importance whatsoever," continued Marguerite. "Perhaps I was wrong, and that it comes from that quarter?" "That is possible," said Henry. "I might even say probable. Might I see this note?" "Certainly, sire," replied Marguerite, handing to the king the missive she had put into her pocket. The king glanced at it. "Is it not Monsieur de la Mole's handwriting?" said he. "I do not know," replied Marguerite. "It looks to me like a counterfeit." "No matter. Let us read it." And he read: "Madame, I must speak to the King of Navarre. The matter is urgent. I will wait." "So," said Henry, "you see he says he will wait." "Certainly I see that," said Marguerite. "But what would you expect?" "Why, ventre saint gris, I expect that he is waiting." "That he is waiting!" cried Marguerite, looking at her husband in astonishment. "How can you say such a thing, sire? A man whom the king tried to kill, a man who is watched, threatened, waiting, you say? Would that be possible? Are the doors made for those who have been—" "Obliged to escape by the window, you were going to say?" "Yes, you have finished my sentence." "Well, but if they know the way by the window, let them take it, since it is perfectly impossible for them to enter by the door. It is very simple." "Do you think so?" said Marguerite, flushing with pleasure at the thought of again being near La Mole. "I am sure of it." "But how could one reach the window?" asked the queen. "Did you not keep the rope ladder I sent you? Where is your usual foresight?" "Yes, sire, I kept it," said Marguerite. "In that case there will be no difficulty," said Henry. "What does your majesty wish?" "Why, it is very simple," said Henry. "Fasten it to your balcony and let it hang down. If it is De Mouy who is waiting, and he wants to mount it, he will do so." Without losing his gravity, Henry took the candle to aid Marguerite in her search for the ladder. They did not have to look too long. It was in a wardrobe in the famous closet. "There it is," said Henry. "Now, madame, if I am not asking too much, fasten it to the balcony, I beg you." "Why should I fasten it, and not you, sire?" "Because the best conspirators are the most careful. Seeing a man might perhaps frighten away our friend, you see." Marguerite smiled and tied the ladder. "There," said Henry, concealing himself in a corner of the room. "Stand so he can see you. Now, drop the ladder. Good. I am sure that De Mouy will climb up." In fact, about 10 minutes later, a man, mad with joy, stepped over the balcony, but seeing that the queen did not come to him, he hesitated a moment. Instead of Marguerite, it was Henry who stepped forward. "Ah!" said he graciously, "it is not De Mouy, but Monsieur de la Mole. Good evening, Monsieur de la Mole. Come in, I beg of you." La Mole paused a moment, overwhelmed. Had he still been on the ladder instead of on the balcony, he might possibly have fallen backward. "You wanted to speak to the King of Navarre on matters of importance," said Marguerite. "I have told him so, and here he is." Henry closed the window. "I love you," said Marguerite, hastily pressing the young man's hand. "Well, monsieur," said Henry, placing a chair for La Mole, "what is it?" "This, sire," replied La Mole. "I have left Monsieur de Mouy at the city gates. He desires to know if Maurevel has spoken and if his presence in your majesty's room is known." "Not yet, but it will be before long, so we must make haste." "That is my opinion, sire, and if tomorrow evening Monsieur d'Alençon is ready to start, De Mouy will be at the Porte Saint-Marcel with 500 men. These will take you to Fontainebleau. Then you can easily reach Blois, Angoulême, and Bordeaux." "Madame," said Henry, turning to his wife, "I can be ready tomorrow. Can you?" La Mole's eyes were anxiously fixed on those of Marguerite. "You have my promise," said the queen. "Wherever you go, I will follow. But you know Monsieur d'Alençon must leave at the same time. No halfway with him. Either he serves us or he betrays us. If he hesitates, we do not stir." "Does he know anything of this plan, Monsieur de la Mole?" asked Henry. "He should have received a letter from Monsieur de Mouy several days ago." "Why," said Henry, "he said nothing to me about it." "Be careful, monsieur," said Marguerite. "Be careful." "I shall be on my guard, you may be sure. How can we get an answer to De Mouy?" "Do not worry, sire. On the right, on the left of your majesty, visible or invisible, he will be on hand tomorrow during the reception of the ambassadors. One word in the address of the queen will suffice for him to understand whether you consent or not, whether he must leave or wait for you. If the Duc d'Alençon refuses, he asks but a fortnight to reorganize everything in your name." "Really," said Henry, "De Mouy is invaluable. Can you insert the necessary words in your address, madame?" "Nothing will be easier," replied Marguerite. "Then I will see Monsieur d'Alençon tomorrow," said Henry. "Let De Mouy be at his post, ready to understand at a word." "He will be there, sire." "And Monsieur de la Mole," said Henry, "take my answer to him. You probably have a horse or a servant nearby." "Orthon is waiting for me at the quay." "Go back to him, monsieur. Oh, no, not by the window, which is good only for an emergency. You might be seen, and as it would not be known that you had taken this risk for me, it might compromise the queen." "How shall I leave, sire?" "Although you may not be able to enter the Louvre by yourself, you can at least leave it with me, for I have the password. You have your cloak, I have mine. We will put them on and can pass the gate without difficulty. Besides, I shall be glad to give some special orders to Orthon. Wait here while I go, and see if there is anyone in the corridor." With the most natural air possible, Henry went out to investigate. La Mole was left alone with the queen. "Ah, when shall I see you again?" said he. "Tomorrow evening, if we leave. Otherwise, some evening soon in the Rue Cloche Percee." "Monsieur de la Mole," said Henry, returning, "you can come, there is no one here." La Mole bowed respectfully to the queen. "Give him your hand to kiss, madame," said Henry. "Monsieur de la Mole is no ordinary servitor." Marguerite obeyed. "By the way," said Henry, "be sure and keep the rope ladder. It is a valuable instrument for conspirators, and when we least expect it, we may need it. Come, Monsieur de la Mole." End of chapter 42. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43 of Marguerite de Valois by Alexandre Dumas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia. Chapter 43. The Ambassadors. The following day the entire population of Paris rushed toward the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, by which it had been decided that the Polish ambassadors were to enter. A line of Swiss restrained the crowd, and a regiment of horse protected the lords and the ladies of the court who rode ahead of the procession. Soon, near the Abbey Saint-Antoine, a troop of cavaliers appeared, dressed in red and yellow, with caps and furred mantles, and carrying long curved sabers like Turkish scimitars. The officers rode at the side of the lines. Behind this troop came a second, clothed with oriental magnificence. They preceded the ambassadors, who, 4 in number, represented in a gorgeous manner the most mythological of the chivalrous kingdoms of the 16th century. One of the ambassadors was the Bishop of Cracow. His costume was half ecclesiastical, half military, resplendent with gold and precious stones. His white horse, with long mane and tail, walked with proud step, and seemed to breathe out fire from its nostrils. No one would have supposed that for a moment the noble animal had made 15 leagues daily over roads which the weather had rendered almost impassable. Beside the bishop rode the Palatine Lasco, a powerful noble, closely related to the royal family, as rich as a king and as proud. Behind these 2 chief ambassadors, who were accompanied by 2 other palatines of high rank, came a number of Polish lords, whose horses, in their harness of silk, studded with gold and precious stones, excited the applause of the people. The French horsemen, in spite of their rich apparel, were completely eclipsed by the newcomers, whom they scornfully called barbarians. Up to the last moment, Catherine had hoped the reception would be postponed on account of the king's illness, but when the day came, and she saw Charles, as pale as a corpse, put on the gorgeous royal mantle, she realized that apparently at least she must yield to his iron will, and began to believe that after all the safest plan for Henry of Anjou was to accept the magnificent exile to which he was condemned. With the exception of a few words he had uttered when he opened his eyes as his mother came out of the closet, Charles had not spoken to Catherine since the scene which had brought about the illness to which he had succumbed.
Everyone in the Louvre knew that there had been a dreadful altercation between mother and son, but no one knew the cause of it, and the boldest trembled before that coldness and silence, as birds tremble before the calm which precedes a storm. Everything had been prepared in the Louvre, not as though there were to be a reception, but as if some funeral ceremony were to occur. Everyone had obeyed orders in a gloomy or passive manner. It was known that Catherine had almost trembled, and consequently everyone else trembled. The large reception hall of the palace had been prepared, and as such ceremonies were usually public, the guards and the sentinels had received orders to admit with the ambassadors as many people as the apartments and the courts would hold. As for Paris, it presented the same aspect that every large city presents under similar circumstances, that is, confusion and curiosity. But had anyone looked closely at the population that day, he would have noticed among the groups of honest bourgeois with smiling faces a considerable number of men in long cloaks, who exchanged glances and signs when at a distance, and when they met, a few rapid words in a low tone. These men seemed greatly occupied with the procession, followed it closely, and appeared to receive their orders from an old man, whose sharp black eyes, in spite of his white beard and grayish eyebrows, showed a vigorous activity. This old man, either by his own efforts or by those of his companions, was among the first to gain admission to the Louvre, and thanks to the kindness of the Swiss guard, succeeded in finding a place behind the ambassadors, opposite Marguerite and Henry of Navarre. Henry, informed by La Mole that De Mouy would be present in some disguise or other, looked round on all sides. At last his eyes encountered those of the old man and held them. A sign from De Mouy had dispelled all doubt. He was so changed that Henry himself was doubtful whether this old man with the white beard could be the intrepid Huguenot chief, who 5 or 6 days before had made so desperate a defense. A word from Henry whispered into Marguerite's ear called the attention of the queen to De Mouy. Then her beautiful eyes wandered around the great hall in search of La Mole, but in vain. La Mole was not there. The speeches began. The first was to the king. Lascaux, in the name of the Diet, asked him to consent that the crown of Poland be offered to a prince of the house of France. Charles' reply was short and to the point. He presented his brother, the Duc d'Anjou, whose courage he praised highly, to the Polish ambassadors. He spoke in French, and an interpreter translated his reply at the end of each sentence. While the interpreter was speaking, the king was seen applying a handkerchief to his lips, and each time he removed it, it was covered with blood. When Charles's reply was finished, Lascaux turned to the Duc d'Anjou, bowed, and began a Latin address, in which he offered him the throne in the name of the Polish nation. The duke replied in the same language, and in a voice he strove in vain to render firm, that he accepted with gratitude the honor which was offered to him. While he spoke, Charles remained standing, with lips compressed, and fixed on him eyes as calm and threatening as those of an eagle. When the duke had finished, Lascaux took the crown of the Jagellos from the red velvet cushion on which it rested, and while 2 Polish nobles placed the royal mantle on the duke, he laid the crown in Charles's hands. Charles signed to his brother. The Duc d'Anjou knelt down before him, and with his own hand the king placed the crown on his brother's head. Then the 2 kings exchanged one of the most bitter kisses ever exchanged between 2 brothers. At once a herald cried, "Alexander Edward Henry of France, Duc d'Anjou, is crowned King of Poland. Long live the King of Poland!" The entire assembly repeated the cry, "Long live the King of Poland!" Then Lascaux turned to Marguerite. The discourse of the beautiful queen had been reserved for the last. Now, as it was a compliment accorded her in order to display her brilliant talents, as they were called, everyone paid great attention to the reply, which was in Latin, and which, as we have said, Marguerite had composed herself. Lascaux's address was more of a eulogy than an address. He had yielded, Sarmatian that he was, to the admiration which the beautiful Queen of Navarre inspired in everyone. He had borrowed his language from Ovid. His style was that of Ronsard. He said that having left Varsovia in the middle of a very dark night, neither he nor his companions would have been able to find their way had they not, like the Magi, been guided by 2 stars which became more and more brilliant as they drew nearer to France, and which now they recognized as the 2 beautiful eyes of the Queen of Navarre. Finally, passing from the Gospel to the Koran, from Syria to Arabia, from Nazareth to Mecca, he concluded by saying that he was quite prepared to do what the ardent votaries of the prophet did. When they were fortunate enough to see his tomb, they put out their eyes, feeling that after they had looked at such a sight, Nothing in the world was worth being admired. This address was loudly applauded by those who understood Latin, because they were of the same opinion as the orator, and by those who did not understand it because they wished to appear as though they did. Marguerite made a gracious courtesy to the gallant Sarmatian, then fixing her eyes on De Mouy, began her reply in these words: "Quid nunc hac in aula inspirati adestis exultaremus, ego et conjux, nisi ideo eminere calamitas, scicile non solum frateris sed etiam amici orbitas." These words had a double meaning, and while intended for De Mouy, were apparently addressed to Henry of Anjou. The latter therefore bowed in token of gratitude. Charles did not remember having read this sentence in the address, which had been submitted to him some days before, but he attached no importance to Marguerite's words, which he knew were merely conventional. Besides, he understood Latin very imperfectly. Marguerite continued: "Adeo dalemur a te dividi ectesum proficici malusimus, sed idem fatum quo nunc sine ulla mora lutetia sedere juberis, hac in urbe detine, proficere ergo frater, proficere amice, proficere sine nobis, proficientum secuntur spes et desideria nostra." It may be easily imagined that De Mouy listened with the closest attention to these words which, although addressed to the ambassadors, were intended for him alone. 2 or 3 times Henry had glanced indifferently over his shoulder to intimate to the young Huguenot that d'Alençon had refused, but the act, which appeared involuntary, would have been insufficient for De Mouy had not Marguerite's words confirmed it. While looking at Marguerite and listening with his whole soul, his piercing black eyes beneath their gray brows struck Catharine, who started as if she had had a shock of electricity, and who did not remove her eyes from him. "What a strange face!" thought she, continuing to change her expression according to the ceremony required it. "Who is this man who watches Marguerite so attentively, and whom Marguerite and Henry on their part look at so earnestly?" The Queen of Navarre went on with her address, which from that point was a reply to the courtesies of the Polish ambassador. While Catharine was racking her brain to discover the name of this fine old man, the master of ceremonies came up behind her and handed her a perfumed satin bag containing a folded paper. She opened the bag, drew out the paper, and read these words: "By the aid of a cordial which I have just administered to him, Maurevel has somewhat recovered his strength, and has succeeded in writing the name of the man who was in the apartment of the King of Navarre. This man was Monsieur de Mouy." "De Mouy!" thought the queen. "Well, I felt it was he, but this old man, ah, cospetto, this old man is—" She leaned toward the captain of the guard. "Look, Monsieur de Nancy," said she, but without attracting attention. "Look at Lasco, who is speaking. Behind him, do you see the old man with the white beard in the black velvet suit?" "Yes, madame," replied the captain. "Well, do not lose sight of him." "The one to whom the King of Navarre made a sign just now?" "Exactly. Station yourself at the door of the Louvre with 10 men, and when he comes out, invite him in the king's name to dinner. If he accepts, take him into some room in which you must keep him a prisoner. If he resists, seize him, dead or alive." Fortunately, Henry, who had been paying attention but little to Marguerite's address, was looking at Catharine, and had not lost a single expression of her face. Seeing the eyes of the queen mother fixed so earnestly on De Mouy, he grew uneasy. When he saw her give an order to the captain of the guard, he comprehended everything. It was at this moment that he made the sign which had surprised Monsieur de Nancy, and which meant, "You are discovered, save yourself." De Mouy understood this gesture, which was a fitting climax to the portion of Marguerite's address intended for him. He did not delay an instant, but mingled with the crowd and disappeared. Henry, however, was not easy until Monsieur de Nancy had returned to Catharine, and he saw from the frown on the queen mother's face that the captain had not been in time. The audience was over. Marguerite exchanged a few official words with Lasco. The king staggered to his feet, bowed, and went out, leaning on the arm of Ambroise Paré, who had not left him since his illness. Catharine, pale with anger, and Henry, silent from disappointment, followed. As to the Duc d'Alençon, he had scarcely been noticed during the ceremony, and not once had Charles, whose eyes had not left the Duc d'Anjou, glanced at him. The new king of Poland felt himself lost. Far from his mother, Carried away by those barbarians of the north, he was like Antæus, the son of Terra, who lost his strength when lifted in the arms of Hercules. Once beyond the frontier, the Duc d'Anjou felt that he was forever excluded from the throne of France. Instead of following the king, he retired to his mother's apartments. He found her no less gloomy and preoccupied than himself, for she was thinking of that fine, mocking face she had not lost sight of during the ceremony, of the Béarnais for whom destiny had seemed to make way, sweeping aside kings, royal assassins, enemies, and obstacles. Seeing her beloved son pale beneath his crown and bent under his royal mantle, clasping his beautiful hands in silence and holding them out to her piteously, Catharine rose and went to him. "Oh, mother!" cried the King of Poland, "I am condemned to die in exile." "My son," said Catharine, "have you so soon forgotten Réné's prediction? Do not worry, you will not have to stay there long." "Mother, I entreat you," said the Duc d'Anjou, "if there is the slightest hint, or the least suspicion, that the throne of France is to be vacant, send me word." "Do not worry, my son," said Catharine. "Until the day for which both of us are waiting, there shall always be a horse saddled in my stable, and in my antechamber a courier ready to set out for Poland." End of chapter 43. Recording by John Van Stan, Savannah, Georgia.